All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is March 30th, 2026. We are about to end the month, and believe it or not, I mean, you've done 4 weeks of this conflict over the weekend, despite how active it was last week. Even in price action, you hit the correction, you hit the lows, you broke the deja vu zone. There was pretty much nothing. Trump made some comments saying Iran is begging for a deal. He was talking about the 15-point plan. There was the ships that got to go through. You also had a couple of denials from the Iranians, even some slightly escalatory attacks like the desalinization plant. So there was a lot of drama, but even then, even the drama we had with software last week, seems like everybody forgot about it, and this could just be some of the rebalancing effect. The interesting part is that you are getting the Monday effect. The market is up on here on a Monday, but now this time oil is at 101. Oil is at 1.8%. You usually haven't seen this over the last 4 weeks as we've been playing out. So I think it's going to be a good day. I think it's going to be a long day, and I think you're going to play a lot like you did last week with we're going to get a couple of war themes and then spend the next few days kind of picking away and chiseling away at the details. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're ready for this morning. And now, my friends, before we chase a dollar, before we begin and try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and they are doing it right now. Imagine the last 4 weeks. Conflict, war. I think the biggest difference is that this is the first time in a while you've even heard about U.S. troops going out and getting deployed and all of these things. And just imagine all of the stuff we are not aware of. Imagine all of the stuff behind the scenes, and whether you agree with any of it or not, which I could feel, man, you can never take away the honor that some of these people have given to serve their country. So veterans, active service, past service, every single one of you, even your families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for the commitment and sacrifice y'all are making for everyone's collective freedom. I hope y'all know freedom is both misunderstood and it's one of the most valuable things out there. So I don't think we could ever thank y'all enough. I do hope that this does help in some way, but God bless every single one of you, and I hope none of y'all take this for granted. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Are you ready for Monday? You know the Monday effect, bro. I was sharing with it all last week, Monday through Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday. This time, though, again, I mean, just considering, I was surprised, you guys. I thought we were going to get way more headlines. I thought we were going to hear about the troops and the ships. I guess the only thing was those 20 ships going through. So other than that, my friends, we got like, what, a minute and 50 seconds. I'm going to be watching Alcoa. Again, there was an aluminum plant that got struck. So pretty much Alumina, Century Aluminum, any of the aluminum companies went up. Keep an eye on UNG and wheat. Again, if the desalinization and how some things are playing out, there were slight steps towards that. Not to mention, we are entering the end of the month, and this conflict seems to be in the same situation it has been in. Then keep an eye on biotechs. That was pretty much all of the news that we got. Korea as well. Even Japan, there was some comments there over the weekend that even helped ease out the bonds. And then Palo Alto Networks, remember all of the chupacabra stuff last week and the AI freak out, but then Palo Alto CEO, he bought $10 million of stock. Yeah, I do think the 20 ships was kind of a big deal. That's why it's fascinating because it seems like the market got some of that reaction, but then oil is still quite low. And then remember that Friday escalation by Israel, mix it in with the desalinization stuff. I mean, there's a lot there that's kind of flying in it, but flying in the face of everything. But I do think we are still in an odd way. I think we are lagging. I do think like a lot of this information is still kind of behind. You know, don't forget what we kind of talked about over the last couple weeks, where I was like, man, the way the news plays out, the way that these things are happening, I think everybody's still a liar, and that's why I do think we are getting stuff just kind of in a orderly fashion that's still kind of delayed. So keep that in mind. But we got about 20 seconds, Chatadonia. Are you guys ready for it? Is it terrible if I start off today like this? I don't know if you guys are ready for it. Cardboard box. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Let's see where we're at, dude. 0.7. Oh, I forgot about these. Oh, the premiums on Friday died. I thought one of those would actually hold up. So yeah, any of those Friday to Monday ones, they got clapped. Remember that bottom play? So again, even 1%, damn, 1% was kind of priced into this, as odd as that may sound. And then watch software, those are at 1.1. Yeah, Qualcomm, XLP, even the VIX is down. Where's TLT? So yeah, TLT's up 1.1. So even though it's doing good today, you still have the problem of the volatility. Cybersecurity stocks are running. I mean, Palo Alto's up the most, but even Crowd is up by 3. Again, remember Crowd, there's 2 other ones that are getting clapped. I even saw Fastly and Next on the high. Yeah. Fastly. NEM. Where gold is even doing good too. Gold and Bitcoin. So again, today's kind of unique. You got gold up, Bitcoin up, and oil and the SPY. So it's pretty much everything for now. Let's see how long this holds. I don't know if you guys were following Ghalibaf, the pseudo leader of Iran at this point. He was saying to fade every move. So look, off of this gap up, you're pretty much at the low end of Friday. Remember, Friday was pretty ugly. So you got a couple of gaps to fill. That's SPX. 640. All right, let me see. And then where's aluminum? Still up 9%. Jeez. So yeah, again, and then helium. People were talking about helium, but if you guys go look at the helium price of actual helium, it is down still. So I've been hearing people say that kind of got hyped up, but it does not really reflect in the pricing of it. And it's hard to even trade spot helium prices, might I add. Yeah, so again, Alcoa, that's the aluminum one. Those are already killing it. There's not anything really on there. Damn, Century Aluminum is up 20%. So again, there was like an aluminum facility that got attacked, so people are bidding that up on the assumption of supply going down. Viridian, that was part of the biotechs. They're down 33. There's a couple of more. Again, a lot of biotech news in the morning. Where are the chips? Nvidia up by less than 1. Apple's actually red, so remember how that played into it. It's not all helium is N6 grade, LIN and APD. Oh, that's good info. I was gonna say, because if you look at overall, like if helium prices, they're lower. Bow, bow, no. STX. Oh yeah, Meta last week again. A lot of people. Google's on the low, so Google and Apple are pretty weak. Actually, what is this? So EcoWeight's doing very good at 0.9, but so is the market. But yeah, other than that, some of the big tech companies are a little bit weaker. Very interesting. Oh, and then we have Jerome Powell at 10 a.m. Or 10:30. AMD up 3. Habibi. And then Chewy's printing on the high. They just took a pretty big stick. Chewy and GME R? Who was it? Remember with eBay last week? And then that faded. April 2nd. So yeah, this week's expiration is April. Yeah, XLP is actually about to go red. And then IGV's going up though, so it's up by 1.8. So again, a lot of things are chilling. Yeah, aluminum, remember, it's already up 9%. Century is already up 20, but any of the aluminum names, they're holding up. And they started up and they're holding up. The deposit comes in, I think, today or tomorrow. So, again, pretty much end of the month, beginning of the month. Powell, he might not be able to move the market. It's going to be just like a Q&A at Harvard, a moderated discussion. I mean, if he really wants to bring up the Fed's involvement, remember, last time all he talked about was tariffs. You know, Powell's just been kind of playing this, fade back route. You know, he hasn't really been saying much. He hasn't getting involved, keeping his optionality. So I doubt that he'll say anything, but, you know, he always could. A lot of people are really, they want to know what the Fed is going to be able to do if policymakers are going to freak out. If they're going to play this rate cut game or not rate cut game, but even raise rates with what's going on. Like, are they going to get involved? So I think Powell is not going to get involved. That's what definitely the last Fed meeting showed. But, you know, you never know. But I'm sure a lot of people are going to listen up until we get some Trump comments or anything of that nature. Is everything green right now? Almost every industry is green right now. NASDAQ, 84 green, 16 in the red. And then SPY is coming down, though. So, again, you have that gap up. I do think big tech is adding the drag. Dow Jones, 27 green, 3 in the red. And then S&P 500, 425 in the green, 75 in the red. Oil, again, oil's at 102 on crude. Then SQQ on the high. Wheat is starting to go up. Again, aluminum's still up. Wheat's still in the red, even UNG. And then the oil names, and then Netflix on the high too. Again, XLE. U.S. Embassy formally opens between Brent and crude. How big? I have to check. I don't like using BNO. Because remember, depending on that spread, that gives you an idea of what people are expecting, both for like domestic policy. About 14 bucks. It was, I think the highest was like 20 something. But yeah. So again, if that widens out, just get ready. People are going to start talking about crude ban again. Again, USO on the high. So oil's about to hit a high. So meanwhile, I mean, pre-market, oil was up. It was kind of steady. Meanwhile, the market was climbing. We open up, have the gap up for 2-3 minutes, start coming down a little bit, and then oil starts riding. Nvidia just now. All the tech is weak. Again, Microsoft's doing pretty good, but like Apple, Google, SOX S is on the high now. Again, remember Apple last week, that gave you some, you had some breath of life, but not too crazy. Yeah, Kimberly, Staples, they're all just kind of whack. See if IGV, see if that rotates. Goldman says traders have Fed outlook wrong as oil surge drives rate hike fears. CNBC. So yeah, like we were just saying, that's what people are looking for. You want to see if Powell and the Fed are going to cave or switch policy. If he does, that would be like his, what's it called? That would be like his, what's it called mode? Jackson Hole. If Powell just all of a sudden comes out talking about, oh no, raise rates due to the situation, then everybody would shit their pants. Crowd is going up again. Palo Alto. A lot of the early morning gappers from cybersecurity to aluminum, those are still going. SOX says Nvidia is down by 0.5. But again, inverse chips. Qatar Energy, first LNG, set stage for Golden Pass LNG to deliver first cargoes from facilities located in Texas. Crowd again, Micron on the low, Apple on the low, so that's still taking your candle here. Now. Again, oil even hitting a high here. We're at what, 637? How much of the... So yeah, you're back to where you were at like 4 a.m. So again, I mean, you gapped up even all throughout the night. It was just a slow and steady rise. So again, I think if you get below what, 63.95 on futures, then people will freak out again. Why is Fannie Mae catching a bid? Michael Burry and Benjamin, what's his name? Bill Ackman. Benjamin Ackman. So Bill Ackman and Michael Burry were pumping it over the weekend. They're saying imminent 10xer soon, just with everything going on. But then again, Bill Ackman, I believe, has had that play on for literally 10 years. No exaggeration. Michael Burry kind of got on it recently for at least like 8 months. But yeah, that's why today, if it's up 30%, I don't think there was any policy action, which is the real driver of it. But I do believe Bill Ackman and Michael Burry were the ones hitting on it. Benjamin Netin Ackman. I did call him Benjamin. I don't know why. Billiam. Again, wheat on the high. So see if with the aluminum plays, they chilled out, but they're still holding a massive gap up. Yeah, TSM, Intel kind of straight down. Again, SOX is on the high. Chips aren't doing too high. I mean, NVIDIA looked ugly, but damn, NVIDIA's at 167. Wasn't it just at 180? Habibi. When are we hitting the bottom? I mean, either sooner or later. I don't know if that's a good answer. I mean, right now we're at a correction from the highs of October. So it's either we bottom out at a correction or we enter a bear market and then we bottom out. So that's maybe should be the question. Do you think this is going to stop at a correction, or do you think this is going to turn into a bear market? So if it turns into a bear market, we need about another 10% on the market to come down. And that's this first chart over here. All of your bear market performance since 1929. So again, that would be at like a 24% drawdown. Otherwise, a correction since 1953. You've had a couple of them. But yeah, that's pretty much where we are right now. So if we bottom out right now, everything kind of chills out. We stop at correction zone. That'll be it. Otherwise, we would need the actual bear market to bottom out. Rubio says Iran must stop manufacturing drones and missiles seen in recent attacks. All right, bro. So straight up, I mean, again, was Goluboff right? All right, so you already lost half of the gain, 0.4, 0.3. Russell's actually in the red. Dow Jones is doing the best at 0.5. And then NASDAQ up only a quarter. Energy's still kind of going up every single day. Yeah, Fannie and Freddie. Oh, cyber. ECB has reservations about banking credentials. Why only 15? That's a correction. So about 10, 15 is the correction. And then, yeah. Oh, you're talking about 15 people watching? I think YouTube's getting clapped. So on my back end, it says there's way more. But yeah, it says there's only 15 of you guys in here. So it's good though. What's up, 15 people? How are you doing? Since there's only 15 people, it might be easier to find out which ones of you work for ISIS. But I have a tinfoil. I realized it. I had a nice reaction over the weekend. No, for real, bro. I'm pretty sure Goluboff's nephew watches the stream. And then too, you guys remember last year, like all those Antifa and then the Groypers and all the weird shit? Yeah, like that's all linked to Iran. That's what. So yeah, I got some information. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, good to have you here. But now, if there's only 15, I gotta be like 5 of you. I know you were into domestic terrorism. But other than that, yeah, I think it's a YouTube thing. I told Goluboff, I said, hey man, if you want to do an interview, I'm down. We could do a phone interview. You know, I swear I won't reveal your coordinates. Pershing Square going public. Elab on the low. This was one of those biotech. It's up 100%. There says 5 people. Well, I think more than 5 of you just responded in the chat. Well, more than 15 on both ones. So what's up, man? Those are your burners, my bad. Nib is dumping. XOM still going. LMT and defense stocks are on the low. Galabaf is the parliament member that we had for we started noticing him a couple weeks ago, but people are assuming that he is the de facto leader right now. You know, there's also Aragachi, but a lot of people are assuming that Galabaf has a lot of control right now. He's kind of the front runner of who's going to take over Iran. Unless the White House doesn't like him, and they're going to try to get in the way of that. But assuming no outside influence, he's kind of been the guy who popped up as one of these leaders. Yeah, YouTube is... Someone said it on the locked in chat. They said something about YouTube Studio being down, but either way, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe internet. Maybe it's Iran, Habibi. Maybe Iran. So many things you want to add to the long term, but it's not the right time. Hey man, farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. Look at your long term if the long term could support it. You know, it's like if you have a good balance or you have a lot of cash, I wouldn't wait too perfect. But then also too, I do think it's wise. You know, we have 6 more months here until the midterms, so you're gonna have you're gonna have other opportunities there. So don't be too cautious, don't be too timid, and that's what I would say. And or don't be too reckless as well. And I think you're gonna find that middle ground there essentially, because that's how I felt with it, even on like Oracle and all that. And I could have waited a little bit, but I still don't think it was, I didn't want to look back and not get any of them. But then at the same time, I don't even have a lot of cash. So I'm going to sit on the deposit for a little bit, but then I'll be at like 1% cash. I think I might be at 0.8% cash. Choose your frustration. Indeed, my friend. Let me see. I don't know if my deposit comes in. And then SPY new low while oil's going up. Trump taking first steps in opening retirement funds to private markets. Why? Financial Times, that's coming out now. But yeah, SPY and bonds are kind of, SPY and oil are doing the inverse link. The internet outage. No, I don't have my cash yet. But yeah, it should be coming in tomorrow. Why not sell puts? I mean, yeah, I think you could always wait. Right now, with put premium so high, selling puts might pay you a decent amount. So you could do that if you want to stay committed to a certain name and collect premium on it. But for the most part, I would just kind of chill. And because, again, remember, rates, you're still getting paid like 3-4% right now on cash. But I do think monetize, that was something we talked about at some of the other lows. People have been monetizing selling puts a lot lately. Just because, again, put premiums have ran through the roof. Yeah, other than that, we got a couple of options to buy. I'll get a little bit of cash. No. Alrighty. I think the biggest news over the weekend was the desalination plants. Those got hit. People weren't talking about it a lot. And And like it seems like we overlooked it, but I also believe we're delayed. I think those desalination plants got hit on Friday and Thursday. That's why we were reacting. I think a lot of the news is still delayed, you guys. You know, I know we've been like last week seemed like a flurry of headlines and we were playing that game, but just don't forget, everybody's lying. And I do think there's still, I mean, Iran's internet is limited. I think U.S., Israel, you're only seeing what you're supposed to see. Even the people were showing those airlines that got attacked, or the big military planes that were at the Sultan Air Base. That attack was a while ago. I think they're just showing you some of the carnage now, sadly. So I do think, because I was like, man, hearing that over the weekend, you would have thought that would have had a bigger impact, but it really didn't. Even now, I mean, markets are chilling. We're still near the low. Markets did sell off a lot last week, and then oil at 102. So for now, markets, we'll see if they go red or when they go red, but then also too, oil is climbing up 3% right now. I agree. The headlines and what's happening are very different things, and I just think it's a big delay. I think a huge delay. And you had that Financial Times headline there. Wheat and Coca-Cola. So are staples coming up? Are? Kimberly on the low. TAP's done a little bit better. Let's see. PG. Where are the other guys? The KDPs and the General Mills. Crazy to buy XLE for the long term. So I don't know if you just want to talk about it, but you know, one of my favorite indicators, if you want to know what I'm going to say, just throw it up on a multi-year chart. If it's at the highest price in a couple of years, I'm probably not going to be a buyer. So it could have been a better idea a couple weeks ago or beginning of the year, but at the same time, I'm not a fan of buying anything at an extreme price, extreme highs or extreme lows. Galibov is a criminal. He used to be IRGC. He threw Tehran students from a building. Oh, I did not know that. Galibov. Whoa, watch out, man. He might hear you. But you guys want to know something funny? It's not really related to Galibaf, but it's related to Khomeini Jr. Hurts with the little stick. So, like, even in the Middle East, bro, even in the Middle East, they got the rumor that Khomeini Jr. is gay. You know that? My mom fucking knew it. I was talking to my mom about it, and she said, is that true? They were so pretty much all the Middle Eastern websites, they have the rumor that Khomeini Jr. is gay. Like, they're even talking of it. So that was a pretty effective propaganda, if you think about it. So I was like, man, that's crazy, because they're really like more chill about it. Well, I guess that's a perfect segue. Oh wait, where'd it go?
It's not straight when the new leader is gay. We got Khamenei, it didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Good morning.
What's your P2? Don't care. You got no boats and you got no air. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Mark's like, all right, we'll bounce off of it. Oh yeah, XLE. I mean, again, I think everybody yo, let me put it this way, bro. Do you guys remember? Yo, do you guys remember when fucking gold and silver was up 60% this year? Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. I remember, too. I know, but that was this year, bro. That was 3 months ago. Do you guys remember that? You don't remember, bro? Year to date, bro. Dude, gold and silver was up 60% on the year. You don't think that's crazy? Hundreds of special ops military personnel, Army Rangers, and SEALs are now in the Middle East, CBS sources. Peter Schiff remembers. So again, you're getting a CBS. Remember, the CBS algos, CNBC, or excuse me, CNN are going to move. But now, over the weekend, they were saying the 10,000 troop deployment playing that game again. But yeah, literally, that one's he's moving a little bit. Hold the peach! Bradley Frizzle, happy Monday. So you're getting the CBS report at the time of the peach. I mean, I don't know, bro. There's no better market indicator than that, my friend. So SPY's still a little green. Oh, we got to go take a look at Boeing. How are you, Bradley? How are 4 weeks into the conflict? Do you know how many weeks the peach has been? Oh, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. Good morning, baby. Good morning, baby. Bloom Energy. So I don't know. Watch out for that, bro. You might. I don't know if the CBS article is going to trigger it or not, but they're saying hundreds of special ops personnel, Navy SEALs, and Army Rangers are in the Middle East. Only reason I'd react is because that's the mainstream wire, and just like we've seen last week. So I'd keep your eyes up for that. That one might move some things. You got no boats and you got no air. Well, that's what I was expecting last week. That's what I was saying. I was wrong on that. I thought Friday. That's why I was very surprised on how quiet it was, especially considering how escalatory it was last week, too. I thought they were going to get that in there and then things will move, but I just think we're still super behind on all the info. Iran mission to UN. The U.S. has turned countries into theaters of conflict. Gold is now moving. So, again, watch out. So, locked in. So watch out for that. Otherwise, you're either going to take those now or not. Not a recommendation, but again, remember the level. So yeah, if we get back to 633, and then remember it's like 632.90, and then like 631. I think the lowest point is like 627. Lumbry says Liberia flag container reports projectiles impacting water near northeast Saudi Arabia. No damage, so a warning shot. That's a very old military update, not new info. Dude, I think I feel you. That's it. Like I'm saying, the only reason is CBS, CNN. Sadly, their news reports have just been triggering the algos more than anything, but I do, even after last week, I just think a lot of this information is very behind. Target has begun promoting Vera products in Target. Oh, excuse me, what's Vera? I think it's old. So, like, they might be telling you now that there's special deployment and all that, but I think that happened a week or two ago, sadly. NQ went red. It did. NASDAQ down 0.02, Russell down 0.58, SPY barely green, and then Dow's only up a 0.3. Bradley Frizzle. Where is Boeing? Speaking of which, all right, so you're coming down again, 633.11. You're about to fill the close, though. So 634, a half a point. You're going to be filled to the gap. Again, you've almost dropped. So literally 1% is what we went about 0.9 from midnight to like now. And then we're midnight to 6:30. And then 6:30, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. You have gone down in what, 30 minutes? And then Euro closed. Didn't they have daylight savings? I think we're going back to a 8:30 Euro close. Oh, what happened to VCX? I forgot about that. 112. So it's now 50% lower than where we first saw it. Well, that was fun. I can't, dude. It hit 600. 575 intraday is insane. Petronas closely monitoring Malaysia fuel supply. G7 holds emergency call as oil price nears $200 threshold. Habibi. So again, watch this spread on Brent then. So again, if that spread widens and people start really talking about that, then you're gonna you have another policy risk of the whole export ban. But also too, what's it called? We are what, 2 days away now from April, and then the deadline is April 6th. But think about that timing we talked about and the repricing, because that, unfortunately, we're going to be right into that deadline. Galabaf called it. Honestly, I'm about to subscribe to his Substack, I think. If he put one out, does he have one? Yo, Galabaf, what's your take on AI hyperscalers? Do you have any comment on data centers? How do you feel about Chupacabra and his software, Galabaf? I'm just curious. Bro. You know what I'm saying? I think he might know what's good, bro. You know, that was a great fucking call from so bro, he types like such a Chad. So literally, like, he comments on the market a lot. That's why I think it's kind of funny, because like a lot of people, you know, everybody assumes you know, it's easy to assume the U.S. involvement in the markets and all that, but let me put it this way: you've heard more from Iranian leaders in parliament about markets and stocks than you did any Ukrainian or Russian during that conflict. Which is kind of funny. Even back in the day, they wouldn't even talk about the markets like this in the Middle Eastern conflicts. They would talk more about price of oil, and they talk about the broader economy. But my guy is posting shit from like the 2022. Like, he's literally retweeting Financial Times articles, highlighting it. It's amazing, bro. Qatar Emir arrives in Jeddah, Saudi state media. Well, it just gives you an idea that this is that whole economic warfare thing. They even said it. They said it's economic warfare. But yeah, like, you know, just not too many global conflicts where you have leaders that are probably more versed in markets than the general financial public, or most of the not financial public, but the general public. Kimberly, a realistic goal? What was that? Like, whatever that 52-week low was. So I'm down to buy more Kimberly. I like Kimberly a lot. And you guys know the price of tampons is up 40% in the last year. So yeah, I think it's like 96.20. And then I think the real low would be like 93, but at the same time, I'm going to look to buy that one, depending on if we get any other better deals, or I might just wait like a month and a half, 2 months as we get closer to let the price move, and then right before ex-dividend. That's kind of how I've liked doing it. Or again, if we get off-ramp or something that could support staples, that would be it. Fed Moran. We have Jerome Powell in 30 minutes.
The Fed's higher. I mean, that inflation was higher than the Fed's target going into this, right? And that what this will do is, even if it's in the short term, will have an impact on headline CPI, on PCE, you know, the longer this lasts. And it's now, what, we're 5 weeks in, and there are concerns that it will have a bigger impact on underlying inflation, even if you're not seeing it necessarily in those expectations or wages.
Bro, they should make that a perk in Battlefield.
If I saw one of those two things happen, if I saw a wage price spiral or I saw evidence that inflation expectations are starting to pick
Conquest,
up, then I would get worried about it.
Take over too much territories,
of it thus far.
and then you
and
can
you
pull
can
up
move
a
the
tweet
monetary
terminal.
policy rate all you want,
Dude, I'd kill it.
But it's not going to affect inflation in the next couple of months.
Incorporate that,
right?
please?
It can only
I
affect
think that'd be
inflation
very accurate
a year
of
to
a
a
war
year and a half
simulator
out.
now.
And unless you start to get evidence that inflation a year out is moving higher,
so is that just
monetary
something
policy just
your colleagues don't agree with you on? Because most of the other Fed members and officials that have been speaking in the last few weeks have said, okay, we're good to hold and see what happens with inflation here as a result of oil.
My sense is that a lot of those people had that view
My girlfriend
before
told me.
the Iran war broke out. I don't have a real sense that anyone is sort of really moving their position as a result of this, and maybe they'll tell you otherwise. I can only speak for myself. But what I just outlined is traditional Federal Reserve logic and way of treating
the market has completely moved as a result of this war. It's taken out all the price
so
cuts
again,
and now
keep in
started
mind
to.
the panic.
I mean, we're not fully there, but
a lot of people are trying to see now that we're in this correction
Look, we're in the middle of a war, right? And if there's ever a time when markets are going to be volatile,
you do want to try to observe to
see
if policymakers
I'm disinclined to sort of
both government all the way down
disinclined to read too much into that. But markets will do what markets do.
Would you argue it's made your ability to persuade would-be fellow dissenters, made it tougher?
I don't think that the Iran war has really done that. But look, I think
enemy
that the
social
labor
media
market was
post
on a gradual
inbound
trend for 3 years running into this. I don't think that there's anything that I've seen to convince me that trend has changed, and I doubt that others will come away from what's happening in the Iran war and have a different view than that. Right? If you think about it, higher oil prices, higher gas prices, they suck money out of expenditures that higher gas money out of expenditure products, and so it leads to lower overall aggregate demand. And in a time when the labor market was running in the wrong direction from the Fed's mandate to begin with, that makes me a little bit more concerned about downsides to the labor market. And it is the type of thing that I think the Federal Reserve can accommodate.
So you're more concerned about weaker growth and higher unemployment than inflation, clearly, and it feels like that's a reverse of most of the other folks at the Fed.
Trump posted the White House app 22
well, I mean, I can't
ago.
speak for the others. I can only speak for myself. But what's happened?
That was Powell's message at the last meeting, really, is inflationary risks are
yes,
rising.
When policymakers panic,
kind of
then markets
stable.
chill out.
What's happened has made me more concerned about that. And as I said before, I just gave you what would make me more concerned about inflation. It's seeing inflation expectations pick up more than a year out. It's seeing wages pick up in a way that was feeding a wage price spiral and not driven by productivity gains. Right? Wage growth has been
pretty
coming
much
down
what you
even
can
with high
assume.
productivity.
This sounds just like 2022.
That tells you that the Fed
that's what I'm
is
saying.
holding back
Like a
labor
lot of
demand in a way that
biggest
I'm not
drop,
sure is-
dollar,
that I don't think
gold,
is
all these
appropriate.
things since 2022.
So how much easier should the Fed be at this point?
You might start hearing financial conditions.
I think that at the moment, I think that we could be about a point easier, gradually done over the course of a year.
call on countries to refrain
So
from
you'd like
imposing
to see
export
now
restrictions
25
on
basis point
hydrocarbons and
cuts.
related products.
That's what I voted
At
for the
meetings.
last two meetings, 25 basis point cuts.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that doesn't feel like that's
Costco-linked shipping
not even
containers have
consensus.
exited
But
the Persian
do you have
Gulf
anybody
via
at the
Strait,
Fed on
marking the
agreeing
first
with you on that?
transit
Well,
of
look,
major Chinese
I'm clearly
operators since
dissenting.
war began.
I'm clearly dissenting at each meeting. That puts me out of consensus, but that doesn't stop me
saying
from
more
saying what I
ships,
think.
Chinese-related
I think the labor
ships
market has
went
been on a
through.
gradual
Only
cooling
problem,
trend for the last few
oil's
years.
not
I think
responding.
the Federal
Again, you have
Reserve
20 ships
should
over
be
the weekend.
intervening to
Now you're
arrest
getting
that
a
gradual
Chinese
cooling
ship.
trend.
I mean,
And I think
oil's
inflation is
as
heading
high
back
as
to
ever.
target, a year to a year and a half from now. So that's where my policy outlook comes from. Others can speak for themselves.
When I hear you talk about the labor market, I can't help but think about longer term, what I would argue is the largest single issue for it, which is AI. And I'm just curious as to how you're thinking about it. Obviously, we've got a lot of near-term concerns that we're talking about here, but the big unanswered question that nobody seems to know the true answer to is there going to be a significant dislocation of jobs that will then ultimately, we will see replacement jobs that we can't think of, or is there going to be a seminal change in the way work is done with an enormous amount of efficiency and productivity added, but hardly any jobs, in fact, many going away? Do you think about it? Do your colleagues think about it?
Rubio
the next
says
3
it's
years, we're going to
unclear
be dealing
who
with
currently
this.
rules
Yeah, we
as
spent a lot
Iran
of time
leadership
thinking and talking
remains
about
shrouded
that.
in
I'm not convinced
uncertainty.
that anybody really has a very strong handle on those questions, and when somebody comes to me with a very strong handle on those questions, I just, I'm not really persuaded. I think there's too much uncertainty.
Yep.
What I will tell you is that throughout all of human history, technology destroys jobs and it creates new jobs too. And I have not yet been convinced that AI is somehow different. Right? I think that AI will create lots of new job categories that we just haven't imagined yet because people haven't figured them out yet. But I do think that will happen. Now, in the short term, so that's sort of a long run view, right?
Right.
In the short term, that doesn't necessarily happen right away. And so you can have dislocation where jobs get destroyed before new jobs get created. That is textbook, sort of a textbook case of sectoral reallocation that a central bank would accommodate. Central banks should not prevent those new job categories from being created. That's very, basic macroeconomic, intro macroeconomics, right? The reason for central bank cutting rates, sectoral reallocation is classic. So, AI, I don't know exactly what the long-term outlook looks like. I have a really hard time quantifying it.
You're not alone, by the way. You can talk to any expert you want with the deepest experience, and nobody knows. They really don't. How can they?
Yeah, they don't. But one other thing we know is that, look, higher oil prices are a negative supply shock. AI is a positive supply shock. It pushes the price of making stuff down. You can make more goods and services with the similar number of inputs that you had in the past. So it is true that we have cross-cutting supply shocks, cross-cutting productivity shocks with cross-cutting effects on inflation. The question is which is temporary and which is persistent. Does oil boost prices just for the short term, or does it boost prices a year, 2, 3 years out? Does AI cut prices in the short term, or does it cut prices 1, 2, 3 years out? Monetary policy needs to be made with an eye to the future. It needs to be forward-looking, not based on the last 12 months of data, but based on what your expectations are for the next 12 months of data.
I mean, there is a growing debate at the Fed, right, on whether you guys should be focusing and factoring in the productivity boom that is happening as a result of AI. Where do you stand on that?
Well, as I said a moment ago, I have a hard time quantifying AI. There's another productivity boom that I have an easier time quantifying because there is a large and well-established economic literature on it, which is the regulatory side of things. Regulations similarly prevent people from organizing economic activity as they want to, and when you cut those regulations, they can produce more with less. I've quantified that as dragging on inflation by about 0.5 percentage point per year over the next few years. There was a piece of Federal Reserve staff research that came out a few weeks ago that if you apply their model to the current regulatory shock that they measure using an entirely different literature, entirely different estimation methods, they get to a 0.3% drag per year for the next few years. So recurring persistent drags every year. That's a positive supply shock that pushes down price pressures by pushing out the supply curve, right? So it is true that there's lots going on the supply side. There's lots going on with productivity, and I've tried to pay attention to a lot of it, and I think we can all do a better job of that.
Do you think if the midterms go a certain way that the deregulatory narrative flips?
Jerome Powell's just going to complain about tariffs.
I think a lot of that stuff is implemented by
We'll
the
see.
administrative
We'll see how he
branch,
feels.
Sorry, by the executive branch. So I don't know that the midterms really play
That will
into
be
the
a tell or
regulatory
not,
agenda
though,
that
if he is
much, but
panicking.
I don't know. That's a question probably better directed to somebody who's working on the. We work on regulations on the banking side at the Fed, right? And that's not going to be affected by the way the midterms go.
You just gave a big speech on the Fed balance sheet a few days ago, and that is a hot topic because a lot of people are eyeing Kevin Warsh. If he does get confirmed, he has talked about lowering interest rates and shrinking the balance sheet. So what is your thesis here? I know you want to do that too.
Yeah, look, I mean, I agree with Chairman Designate Warsh. I think he's completely correct. I think the Fed's
Chairman
balance sheet
Designate.
is too big. I would like to shrink it. With the current institutional framework, the current regulatory environment, with Dodd-Frank, with Basel, with the current regs as written implementation methods as enforced, we can't shrink the balance sheet further from here. That's why I voted in December with everyone else in the committee to resume the reserve management purchases, actually expanding the balance sheet because the system needs more reserves. So the approach that I laid forth in that paper with three colleagues from the Federal Reserve staff is ways to reduce the demand for reserves so that the Federal Reserve can go back to shrinking its balance sheet. Because a big balance sheet has lots of unfortunate consequences for the economy that we sort of went through in that paper. It interferes with market intermediation. The Fed funds market has all but disappeared. It blurs the line between monetary and fiscal policy because the Fed is getting involved in decisions over the distribution of maturity of government debt. Yeah. It interferes with credit allocation because we own all these mortgages. We're preferentially injecting credit into one specific sector of the economy.
Some people think, though, that ship has sailed, like it's too late. And when you talk about balance sheet shrinkage, you're talking about tightening policy, which is something you very much do not want to do. You think that
gas
is too
is
tight
like
already.
$5.80
so
to
if you
$7.
do reduce the balance sheet, it is a
depending on where you fill up.
However, it can be offset with lower short-term interest rates. So if balance sheet policy ends up moving in a tighter direction, you can offset that by lowering the short interest rate to offset that. So the combined effect on the economy is neutral. Now, the time that you can't do that
the oil
is if you're
futures
ever
are
at the
starting
zero
to
lower
price
bound, then
in
you can't
a
lower interest
longer
rates any
dated
further.
time.
But we're far
So
from
again,
that
you can just
situation.
go out.
You do
type
point
in,
out it's important to go slow? Like paint dry?
different letters after
Well,
CL.
I wouldn't use that expression,
June
but I
futures
do.
are at
I do
95.
because
So that's, again,
even
those
paint
were
drying
actually
can
a
end
little
up
bit
being
lower
interesting.
not too long ago. So those are at 80
I do
bucks.
think it's important
So
to go
now
slowly.
those
I
are
do
even
think if you're
getting
going to
to above
reduce your
100.
balance sheet, you want to do so in a way that's not going to overload the market with more securities
And
than it can
December
absorb at a
futures are
single
still at
time. So you
77.
do want to go slowly to let the market
But yeah,
absorb.
slowly the
absorb
curve
what you're
is
doing.
moving up.
Speaking
That's
of
what I was
the
saying
bond
is
market,
the problem
have you been
as we
following
get
these?
here
We've
into
had a few
April with
bad
nothing
auctions
resolved.
in the last week. I mean, bad. Weaker than expected demand, raising some concerns, and higher yields pretty much across the board. Is this cause for concern?
As I said before, we're in the middle of a war, and several large buyers of international buyers of bonds are involved in that war. And so it wouldn't really surprise me if you saw excess volatility in the middle of this type of environment. People have to find funding for military activity they're suddenly involved in. Not just the U.S., but like many of our partners in the Middle East, right? And so that's the type of thing that, in my mind, would lead to more volatility. So in the short run, I'm disinclined to read too much from that.
What about the big spike we've seen in, for instance, the 2-year yield? Do you think the market has the trajectory of the Fed path wrong?
Well, I think one thing that we've seen is, in my view, an unwanted tightening of financial conditions. Financial conditions have tightened across the board, whether you're thinking about stocks, interest rates, credit. Dollar, oil, is construed by some as a financial condition, and what's happening in private credit too is something that's bothered me for a while. And one thing that I've been saying for months is that I think that the private credit not being introduced in financial conditions indices because we don't necessarily get useful marks on a high frequency basis has masked weakness in financial conditions that therefore that had real economy consequences.
Yeah, medical and biotech
for
on
a
the
lot
low.
of credit growth. Economically significant credit growth in the last half decade. And now with those two conditions tightening, that source of credit growth has slowed down. And so financial conditions up until the Iran war, I think were giving a bit of a misleading portrayal of how easy things were.
Do you think what's happening in private credit presents an economic risk right now?
Well, thus far, no. If it gets to be more significant than it has been thus far, yes. And if it intersects with the other financial conditions tightening that we just described, yeah. I mean, financial conditions tightening, can have a negative knock-on effect on growth. And that's the type of thing that you would expect to see drag on the economy in the future.
When you say get worse, you're talking about default rates or something else?
Either one, either default rates picking up or just credit becoming less easily available so that people who want to undertake economic activities, who want to start a business, invest in expanding their existing business, they have a harder time accessing the credit to do so.
Did you guys talk about this issue at the last Fed meeting, the private credit issue?
It's something that a number of people have talked about for a while. My sense is that it's not right now at a level where that is something that would make me change my views about how the overall system is working, but it is a risk that I'm aware of and that I think merits to use the parlance of our times, monitoring.
Yeah. I mean, I guess bottom line for you, it sounds like you're still advocating very strongly for easier policy, lower interest rates. On unemployment, so does that mean that you do think that there is weakness, cyclical weakness here, and it's not just full employment and lower supply because of the immigration
markets
policies?
closed
I mean,
on Friday
a lot of
for
people
Good
chalk it up
Friday.
to that stuff because the jobless claims numbers are still very low, for instance, and there's still job openings.
So I don't think it's a negative labor supply shock, which is the immigration story. Labor supply pulled in because of lower population growth, because of the change in border policy. I don't think it's that, because the people who are the closest substitutes with immigrants in this country, young folks and folks without college degrees, aren't having the strongest labor markets in the economy, right? If it were all just a lack of immigrants, you would expect younger people and people without college degrees to be experiencing very, very strong labor markets with dramatic wage growth. In fact, wage growth overall is not consistent with being an immigration story. If it's just labor supply that gets pulled in, wages should be moving higher, right? It's basic supply and demand. If you push supply to the left and demand stays where it is, prices go higher. We've been experiencing cooling wage growth in a period of high productivity growth. With high productivity growth, wages should be moving higher. The fact that that's not happening, and combined with the weaker labor segments that I just mentioned, tells you it's a negative labor demand story, which tells you that it's the Fed still keeping the brakes on the economy in a way that is moving further and further away from full employment. Now, the economy has been on the labor market has been on a cooling trend for 3 years. right? This has been in motion for several years now. There has been nothing to tell us that a
lot
trend
of the war
this
headlines
powerful,
chilled
this
out
set
since
in,
guys
has
been
suddenly
talking.
changed
Again, we're getting
direction.
ready for
And
Powell
one thing
here
that
in 12
worries me
minutes.
is that the higher oil prices and the way that we were describing before could accelerate that.
So you think essentially the Fed is stuck fighting its last war, which was inflation?
I think so. I think we're there's an element of us fighting the last war. You know, I think a lot of people are nervous about you know, sort of what happened last time in the discussion about persistent versus transitory. I think the macroeconomic backdrop right now is night and day different. Last time what happened was you had monetary policy at historically record accommodative. Interest rates were zero. We were doing $120 billion of QE a month, you know, which was mortgages and treasuries. Fiscal policy was record accommodative. We were injecting trillions of dollars of fiscal credit and fiscal money into the economy. And so it was very easy. So those were demand shocks that on their own would have been very inflationary given the economy was recovering from the pandemic because of the vaccine and antivirals, right? So the economy was recovering on its own, and then on top of that, you had all-time record injections of government support into the economy. Then on top of that, you threw in supply shocks of oil and supply chains, and those supply shocks were able to reverberate through the economy because policy was all-time loose. That's not the case right now. Right?
All-time
Monetary
loose.
policy is still restrictive, as evidenced by the conversation we were just having about labor market cooling. And fiscal policy is not at all-time accommodative levels. If anything, the deficit, I think, has come in a little bit, right? So, you know, there's not the policy backdrop that would create the environment for this type of supply shock to just reverberate through the economy and get stronger and stronger and stronger as it did in 2021-22.
So what's next for you? Will you just stay until Warsh gets confirmed?
Yeah, I'll stay until Chairman-Designate Warsh is confirmed, which I still expect to happen, and I'm excited for because
There's some uncertainty about that, though, with Senator Tillis holding out until this investigation into Powell goes away.
You know, there is, but you know, I expect it's going to happen, and you know, I'm really excited for it to happen because as I've been saying, I want a vacation. It's been a busy, you know, 14, 15 months for me, and I'd really like a vacation.
But you'll get another meeting. It sounds like. At least one.
You know, we'll see. You know, probably I'll get another meeting if you know. I would love not to. I would love for Chairman-Designate Warsh to be confirmed and to start my vacation by the end of the month. But we'll see.
We're about to hear from Fed Chair Powell. What if anything do you want to hear from him?
I'd love to hear a reaffirmation of the Fed's traditional views on oil, as I just described. But
which is that they look through it traditionally.
Yeah. I don't think anything has changed in the economy that would mean that decades of Fed policy.
It's just harder to
towards
do
oil
that the
would
longer
shift.
it lasts here, with uncertainty and as to when the war ends.
Oh, but like we were saying before, if you told me that inflation was going to be higher 12 to 18 months from now, I think everybody, including myself, would take that would take that on board and change the way that we respond to it. But thus far, there's no evidence of that. There's only an immediate price level change, and the Fed can't affect that.
Fed Governor Stephen Miron, thank you for coming on and sharing your views.
Thanks for having me.
For the extended conversation ahead of Fed Chair Powell. Always good to have you. So here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. When we come back, Richard Haas from the Council.
All right, and then we're gonna get Powell here in about 8 minutes. Again, he didn't. This whole debate is about whether or not, and that would be probably one of the more worst case scenarios. I would tell you that's the difference between correction or bear market, and I only say that because in 2022. Your last bear market was when the Fed was talking about raising rates and you had a war and an oil crisis. So yeah, that's why a lot of people are wondering what the Fed is going to do. Are their hands going to be tied or are they going to start responding to the situation? So in a weird way, you are going to get Powell today here very shortly, but he might not say anything. I mean, he might not want to tip his hand and start reacting because the moment the Fed starts reacting to this situation and using their only policy tool, then we have some problems. Press TV, Iran says no direct talks held with U.S. despite claims. And then Turkey says NATO neutralized munition launch from Iran. So again, oil's coming down. I don't know if it's off the headlines. Again, I think the CBS wire, we got a little bit of a low off of that, but so far, I mean, SPY's still green. NASDAQ went back to green. Dow is doing good, and then Russell is the one that's down. I mean, again, oil's still above 100. It's unique. Today's a different day. I mean, again, compared to some of the last times, anytime oil was up, the market would be a lot weaker, but we just did have a big Thursday, Friday sell-off, but then this time, oil is up there. Microsoft did good out of all the big tech. They're pretty much either down or like barely red. But yeah, they're doing good. We bought a house back in November and restarted the law term thanks to the positive brainwashing. Hey man, I'm down. If the brainwashing leaves you with the crib, a long term, I can't. I think that's a great brainwash. I say, are you brainwashed in the positivity yet? Are you excited? I hope you're excited about the future. That'd be a good thing. Fastly on the low. Well. I think he might mention Trump. It just depends. It's going to be a Q&A at Harvard. So it just really depends on what they ask him. But I'm sure, the war is the big issue. So they're probably going to, they might even bring up Trump in the investigation. But, again, we still, Powell has a lot of immunity. So it should be dropped, but we're going to find out. Other than that, though, I'm sure he's going to get asked about the war. And then, people want to know if they could get Powell to comment on it. Because remember, last Fed meeting, dude, Powell didn't say shit. Powell was literally bringing up tariffs as far as inflation. That's what gave the idea that central bankers weren't really panicking. And then you go across the pond, you go to the EU, they were panicking. They were even talking about raising rates. So, but for the most part, Powell has been playing this optionality. I don't think he's going to box himself in, but yeah, we don't know where these questions could lead. They could either be very about politics, or they could be about the war, or it could be just simply about inflation, and maybe they'll ask him the questions that aligned with his view from last time about tariffs and everything else. You're brainwashed? I'm down. I'm brainwashed too, bro. Imagine every time the market goes down, I'm like, wow, I love this for 10 years. It's weird, man. It's weird. 5 minutes, no text expected, but Q&A. Get ready. VCX down 80% in 3 days. Isn't that crazy? I was shocking when it went up to 600. So we'll see. Watch any of those too, and just private equity or all these like IPO plays. Again, SpaceX supposed to file. Didn't they say sooner than later? Turkish defense minister says ballistic munition had entered into Turkish airspace. Turkiev. All right, bro, we're chilling after that first move. Gap up 1%, sell off almost all of it, and then chilling here at about a quarter, just above it. Low tickers kind of balanced out. So 5. Financials didn't move much. Again, Bessent said it. Bessent's going to talk about private credit today. I don't know if it'll be public, but apparently Bessent is talking with banks and some financiers about private credit. So again, that's still part of it. That's why I was surprised everybody what's it called, chilled out on the shit from last week. The Chupacabra. Down is good, Habibi. I know. But again, just like we said last week, first signs of 2022, and then just your first time retail actually backed off. It's funny that it's geopolitics. That was the reason. Because you've had a lot of reasons in the last 3 to 5 years to get bearish on certain things. But, more people got bearish on geopolitics than even the election. People got bearish after the election, but that was just off of what could have happened. PG going up. Well. Oh, and that's what we were saying with energy. Like, you guys remember I was laughing earlier? Because I was like, dude, do you guys remember when gold and silver was up like 60% on the year? Isn't that fascinating? Dude, isn't that crazy? Do you guys remember that? So just be cautious, because that was something too. Even the staples. I mean, even the staples were up like, what, 15% at one point this year? So same thing now with energy. Again, just all of these, just keep in mind, like, if you buy it at the high and it keeps ripping up, you catch the momentum, it's awesome, but just be careful. I mean, if you are looking to add something, or you're like, wow, okay, this is definitely the area of focus right now, just remember, buying some of these highs, it's great while they go up, but then if you end up buying the high and then these are slow movers, I mean, gold, silver, staples, energy, these aren't big movers. These are not fast movers. You know, they move fast with certain things going on, but at the same time, it's like if you position high and they come down, I mean, usually most people regret it. Like I'm saying, if you top tick staples 2 months ago, a month ago, you're probably regretting it. If you top tick gold and silver, you're probably regretting it, and now you'll need a year of moves just to get back up to break even. So just be cautious with that, because I do see I think energy now is the third sector to do that this year. Now granted, you do have a conflict going on and war and everything else, but like I'm saying, it's like, yeah, it could still go higher. I'm not saying it's going to go down, but the problem is, like, when you play this game, is that some people are like, okay, wow, I like it now, let's position, but then you are positioning after it's gone up 10, 20, 30%, which is kind of the problem. Why do you prefer New York over Asian session? Because I live in California, so I get some of the Asian session at nighttime, but yeah, just for pure geography. I can't be trading through the middle of the night. I have before, though. I mean, but I'm just, yeah. XLK beat up. Yeah, XLK could go lower, but at the same time, it's just like, and that's the thing. It's like the ones doing bad could go lower, the ones going up could go higher, but just watch out for the extremes. But I'm more concerned about buying, like, I'd be more concerned about buying the fucking top tick. Like I'm saying, I think the craziest part about what I'm saying is that you've got to see this happen twice already this year, which usually you don't get opportunities like that, where you've got to see this exact thing happen with gold, and you got to see it happen with consumer staples. And both times I have been warning everybody. Like, imagine, there's still some of you this year, you have heard the warning and you have still proceeded on. And it has damaged you. So you got to keep that in mind. It's just like, this is different. Like, it's happened multiple times. So it's not like, boom, everybody gets hyped on something, then it starts running up, and then that's it. I have audio of Powell. It's a Zoom call. You remember when silver was 16? I do. I'm more like, I'm telling you, I remember one thing specifically this year, because we called silver out great. We talked about it all last year. I've held it for a really long time. But the one thing I will never forget, sadly, is that the day before it topped out, they were like, Josh, I'm putting 30% of my long term in silver now. So we had the same exact discussion I'm giving you now. Again, people are asking about energy now today. At one point, they asked about staples, and I given the same exact answer every single time. It's just that, like, yes, like, some of these things might have a reason to go up, and they might be active now, but you do want to avoid buying the all-time high, especially if you're like, yeah, I'm going to hold it for 10 years minimum. You like, it's only going to benefit you if you made that decision earlier. If the only thing influencing, and this is what I was asking with gold and silver, I would ask you guys why. I said, why do you want it now? What made you change? What made you decide for 10 years now, I want to hold this now at the highest price possible to start? It's just like this idea, it's coming from confirmation of the momentum essentially. But yeah, I'll never forget, bro. Right before, and said 30% in the long term on gold and silver. Again, even staples, some people chilled out a little on staples, and a lot of you got exposure from the bottom, which was good. But even at the top, I love staples. I still like the staples this year. I think they are going to come back, but at the same time, I just was not. Again, I was saying, just be careful. Even at this little run up here, we were saying, just watch out, because when you buy at the all-time high, if you buy in on one of these like crazy moves, especially, you're getting more crazier moves nowadays than you did back in the day. It's just like, you have to really be cautious, because if you didn't like it when it was 50% off, 30% off, Nothing has really changed too much. Why would you pay that much more for it? Physical silver would be good for the long term. I think if you hold it outside separately and don't go too crazy with your allocation. I mean, again, I've been holding silver since 2014, maybe earlier, or 2014, 2015. No, yeah, a little bit, 2014 to 2015. But like I'm saying, at least you're buying it now than later. It's like now we could have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think silver is the cheapest price.
It is my great pleasure,
but I think it's a better time to talk
the
about
chair
it now
of the Board of Governors
at the
of the
highest
Federal
price possible.
Reserve System, Jerome Powell. Chair Powell's path to the pinnacle of economic policy was not paved with mathematical modeling in an economics doctoral program, but rather with a deep study of institutions and laws.
Wow, this looks so professional.
Raised in Washington, D.C., he attended Princeton University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts in Politics in 1975. He then attended Georgetown University Law Center. While earning his law degree, he also served as editor-in-chief of the Georgetown Law Journal, one of the world's most influential and prestigious legal publications. He then started a career of extraordinary impact and breadth. He distinguished himself first in the private sector, working in investment banking and private equity, notably as a partner at the Carlyle Group, while repeatedly answering the call for public service. He served with distinction as Assistant Secretary and then Undersecretary of the Treasury under President George H.W. Bush. In 2012, he returned to public service as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. His nomination to serve as chair in 2018 by President Donald Trump, and then his renomination to serve as chair by President Joe Biden in 2021, stand as testaments to his bipartisanship. Chair Powell approaches economic stewardship with a philosophy grounded in empirical evidence, institutional humility, collaboration, and public service. Like the greatest Fed chairs in our history,
new high on the dollar since it's all started.
Paul Volcker, Ben Bernanke, Chair Powell advances the interests of our nation and not his own, sometimes at great personal cost.
Bro, they love Powell.
We are immensely privileged to have him share his insights today. Please
he never,
join
at
me
his own tremendous
in warmly
cost,
welcoming
he never makes
the
a mistake.
chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System,
Why are they
Jerome
gassing him
Powell.
up so much?
Thank you.
Not even one sense of self-motivation, purely selfless in every single rate cut or rate raise.
So I'd like to start at the beginning of your career. You studied politics and then law, and then eventually pivoted from that to public service. Were you thinking about public service and economic policy making at the start, or did all of that come as a surprise later? And how did you decide to make the pivot when you were in the middle of your career?
Let me start by saying, David, thank you so much for having me, and thanks to all of you for being here today. It's great to be here. I've been looking forward to this. Yeah, so I took macro and micro my freshman year, and it wasn't as interesting to me at that age than some other things, so I wound up majoring in politics, actually specializing in Africa. It's fair to say that my freshman major was acoustic guitar. My parents gave me a Martin D35 for high school graduation. They must have regretted that because that's what I was really working on mostly. But I did finally figure out what I wanted to do. And when I graduated from college, I really had no plan, but I did have one thought, and that is to have a career in the private sector, but also to do public service intermittently. And I was thinking about people like George Shultz, who was famous at many economic jobs, and others who had done those sorts of things. And I grew up in Washington, D.C. My parents were not, my dad had fought in World War II, and he had been a U.S. attorney, but they weren't people who were terribly plugged in politically. I was very
Once you learn
interested,
about
though,
politics,
in those
you're like,
years
fuck this,
in
go
public
make money,
policy
it's all
and in
rigged.
trying to create a life that was
Facts.
partly
Facts.
private sector and partly public sector, and amazingly enough, that's kind of what happened.
Great. So now, jumping right to the present, we talk about the Fed as a unitary entity, but of course, the Fed is led by the Federal Open Market Committee. There are 12 voting members. You, despite being chair, only have 1 vote. And in normal times, there's a lot of consensus. Everyone's in agreement. Lately, there's been some disagreement. There's been votes to keep interest rates the same, but some members of the FOMC have decided instead to vote to decrease interest rates.
What would you say about those B words?
How does the disagreement on the FOMC make your job harder as you describe the path of economic policy going forward?
You know, I don't think of it as making my job harder. I think it's, and I've found throughout my career that when you have a really difficult problem, it helps to hear from all sides. And in a way, for example, when I was a private equity investor and I was looking at supporting a transaction that I wanted to do, I really wanted to hear from the smartest people. Tell me why it's a bad deal. Tell me now before we do it. And I just think you don't really know how much you believe in something until you've had somebody really try to take it apart. So I welcome that at the FOMC and at the Fed generally. And I think it helps us make better decisions. The Fed has had a tradition of governors not dissenting, but that's really not typical of other major central banks where there's more dissenting, or I mean, they're different, depends on the central bank. And to me, what matters is a dissent thoughtful? Is it helpful? Does it help? Does it express a point of view? Can you stand behind it and say, yeah, that's very thoughtful? And that kind of a thing is not bad. And it doesn't hurt with communications. You know, I think a situation like the present situation where, you know, there's sort of downside risk to the labor market, which suggests keep rates low, but there's upside risk to inflation, which suggests maybe don't keep rates low. You've got tension between the two objectives. And I think to try to expect unanimity at a time like that, where it's really quite historically challenging, it would almost be misleading to be really confident in which way that should go. In fact, it's been said that confidence is what you feel before you really understand the problem.
Okay, let's turn to the Fed's balance sheet. In 2008, 2009, that great financial crisis, there was a massive expansion in the Fed's balance sheet. And then again in 2020, under your leadership,
it's going to take like 10 minutes to get to the war.
Vast expansion in the Fed's balance sheet to address these two economic and financial crises. The balance sheet has since come down a bit, but it still sits at over $6 trillion.
It's funny. This is
so
even what Kevin
Warsh.
Warsh.
Hear your views on
low-key Kevin
how
Warsh coded.
efficacious this vast bond buying program has been, both in the 2008 and then again in the 2020 episode. And also hear your reaction to the critics who say that
you got a
the
couple
Fed has
of
become
Iran
too big a
comments
player
too.
in the bond market.
So oil
the Fed
ticking
has
up,
become
SPY
too
about to tick
influential.
lower.
There's been a muddying of, as according to the critics, of monetary policy and fiscal policy. Do they have a point, or are they wrong?
So I think the place to start with that is the problem that people were struggling with from about 2008 to 2022, let's say, in central banking everywhere in the world is, once you've cut interest rates to zero, do you have anything else you can do? Let's say you cut interest rates to zero and the economy is still clearly not flourishing and it wants more support. So do you just say, well, we're done, we're out of ideas here?
Staples
and there were
high.
two ideas that were followed in the
ADP.
global financial crisis, one of which was to buy assets, longer term assets, and what you're doing there is you're buying longer term government guaranteed securities which would hold down longer term rates, and that should stimulate the economy, or also forward guidance, which would tend to hold down forward rates as well, or just rates generally. So we did those two things rather than do nothing. And I think in the first instance, they were both efforts were successful at restoring market function and at restoring financial stability. At the beginning of the global financial crisis and the pandemic, we had massive problems of market function. They were solved. I think the question, getting to your question, David, of the macroeconomic effects is a much more much less certain question. I don't think there is an accepted answer, but I would just say there's an oceanic quantity of research on this, and overall it tends to find that buying long-term assets does lower interest rates and does provide some support for economic activity. And I guess I'd be in the camp of thinking that there's something in that, but it's hard to quantify it. And I think, different people have different views on how much those effects could be. The other side of it is, QE is thought by the critics to risk all kinds of other things. So, for example, you could buy too much of the Treasury market and it would stop functioning well. We have not seen that here. At the very beginning, there was the thought that it would be inflationary. We have not seen that, or that it would threaten financial stability or even create inequality. So we haven't really seen the downside risks. At the same time, the last thing I'll say is, I remember before I took over as chair thinking, I'll almost certainly never have to do quantitative easing. So what's that expression? Man plans and God laughs, something like that. So it just, the pandemic came around and we needed to do a lot of asset purchases in a big hurry, and we did. So far, no Treasury Department has ever said, stop doing that, you're supporting the economy
almost
too
near
much.
the low.
Maybe that'll happen someday, but it hasn't happened yet.
So let's talk about the dynamics of inflation since the spike in 2022. Inflation has been coming down since then, but it still hasn't reached its 2% target. Some have argued that that last mile is extremely difficult, and to obtain that, we will need a recession. Others have argued that you've gotten us very close and you'll get us the rest of the way. Are you concerned about the time duration of the path from the high inflation of 2022 back to target? It's taken time. We're not there yet. Is that a destination we'll reach, or are you concerned that the last mile will prove very difficult?
So we will reach, the FOMC is and will continue to be committed to getting inflation back to 2% on a sustained basis. That's the place to start. So I feel like we had pretty much gotten there at the end of 2024 against the predictions of almost the entire economics profession. When we raised rates a lot and very quickly in 2022, 100% essentially of economists were forecasting a recession. We didn't have one. Actually, we had 23 and 24 were both very strong years as the supply side healed and as our higher rates had some effect on inflation. So by 2024, you had the economy growing at 2.5%. You had inflation in the 2 plus a few tenths on a 12-month basis by the end of the year.
Energy,
and
XLE on the low.
You had the employment market. You still had the labor market at essentially full employment. So I would call that a soft landing. We had it there. Then since then, we've had to face a much smaller source of inflation, which is the tariff inflation is visible, and we think it's really just a one-time price increase. That's been our thinking since the beginning. Right now, we think it's adding somewhere between 0.5 and a full percentage point to inflation, but that's a much smaller thing than we saw during the pandemic inflation. And and of course now we're facing events in the Middle East which will certainly affect gas prices, and we feel like our policy is in a good place for us to wait and see how that turns out.
Is that the Dodge already?
Let me turn to the current crisis in the Middle East and the effect on energy prices.
So listen,
indeed,
see if he
this
changes
classroom
stance.
is familiar with that question from the last problem set, where we asked, how would you advise the Fed to respond to the rising price of oil? And we teach that when there's a demand shock, that's a pretty natural set of recommendations that emerge for the Fed. But when there's a supply shock, like this energy price shock, there's trade-offs that the Fed has to juggle. How do you make those trade-offs in general, and how do you make those trade-offs in this particular instance? And can you help everyone with their piece?
Well, maybe they should tell me. Sure. So it's you start with what you said. Our tools work on demand. Higher rates will tend to moderate demand. Lower rates will tend to stimulate demand. And when you have a supply shock, our tool doesn't have meaningful shorter-term effects on supply. So when you have a supply shock, the first question is, do you respond to it? And the classic question has been around energy, just in general, not really speaking about the current situation, although I'll get to that, I guess. But energy shocks have tended to come and go pretty quickly. Monetary policy works with long and variable lags, famously. And so by the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone, and
again, all you had is Powell. I don't know if it's reacting to Powell.
So
could be another
the tendency is to look
geopolitical
through
headline.
Any kind of a supply shock, but a critical, essential aspect of that is you have to carefully monitor inflation expectations, because you can have a series of these supply shocks, and that can
oil's
lead
back to the market
the
open.
public generally, businesses, price setters, households, lead them to start expecting higher inflation over time. Why wouldn't they? At the end of a certain number of years, the inflation is now just higher, and that can happen. So you monitor that very, very carefully. Also, in the current situation, you have to be mindful of the whole broader context, and the broader context is we're still, we've been coming down close to 2% post-pandemic, but we've never actually, gotten right and stayed at 2%. So it's been a while. And we're very mindful of that fact. Inflation expectations do appear to be well anchored beyond the short term, but nonetheless, it's something as we will eventually maybe face the question of what to do here. We're not really facing it yet because we don't know what the economic effects will be, but we'll certainly be mindful of that broader context when we make that decision.
Great. So you've been a powerful and vigorous defender of the independence of the Fed with respect to monetary policy.
Again, he said the oil shocks
You've
are
also
quick.
been collaborative with administrations with respect to financial regulation. So under President Biden, you worked for, or you collaborated in a program of increasing regulation.
Coming
under
shortly
President Trump,
after Tehran
you've
attacked
worked
biggest
together
oil refinery.
to reduce regulation. So on the one hand, we've got an independent Fed with respect to monetary policy, and on the other hand, we have a collaborative Fed with respect to financial regulation. I don't think there's a tension there, but can you explain to us the two different approaches and how you understand them?
Yes, so start with monetary policy. I think there's pretty broad consensus in both political parties on both sides of Capitol Hill, and our oversight, by the way, is Congress, not the administration. But pretty broad agreement that on monetary policy, the Fed needs to be fully politically independent, not reactive to political things at all. We just need to do our job and stick to our knitting. Regulation is a little bit different, especially since Dodd-Frank, where the Dodd-Frank Act created something called the Vice Chair for Supervision, who has a specific statutory assignment, which is to oversee all of supervision and also set the agenda for regulation. So the Vice Chair for Supervision, if she wants to propose a change in, for example, the Basel III Accords as implemented in the United States, she has to bring that to the Board of Governors, which is the 7 governors, and vote for it. But she has full control over supervision. So as chair, the whole idea is to be non-political and not, never working for or against any political party or individual, or never even considering things like that. So I think the way the law works is the chair should allow the Vice Chair for Supervision to carry out the role that Congress has assigned to that person by statute. And that's what that is. So you'll see, and the two parties really have a big difference on regulation now. So I like to think that the chair should always be someone who is working without regard to political, and should be therefore a person who can be reappointed by either side. That's always been the case. It's been, Ben Bernanke was reappointed, I was reappointed, and I think it's a good test of the Fed's nonpartisanship that your appeal is really bipartisan. I think that's a critical thing. So if I were to try to impose my personal views on regulation, that really wouldn't work. So I think
what are your personal views?
I don't want to say deference, but
Do we even know?
Any chair needs to let the Vice Chair for Supervision take the lead on those issues, and then I'm another voter, is what I am.
Great. So let's talk about Dodd-Frank and the reforms to the financial system. 2008 was a terrible crisis, and there were many efforts made in the years afterwards to tighten the bolts and create a safer financial system, less prone to these kinds of cataclysmic events. But today we look out at the world and we see lots of threats, both inside the formal banking system that you regulate and in the non-bank financial system, which is lightly or not at all regulated. So I wanted to have your thoughts on whether we're in a position of relative safety after all the Dodd-Frank and other reforms following the 2008 financial crisis, or whether the new threats actually have brought us to another period of concern. And just to illustrate with a couple examples, inside the banking system, there's commercial real estate that has fallen in value. That affects both the banking system and non-banking financial institutions. We have the private credit market and a very active debate about its health. We have concerns about cybersecurity in the age of AI. Do you worry that another financial crisis looms out there? Of course, there's always a possibility, but is it something that's an issue of high alert, or do you feel that we're putting all the pieces in the right places?
You know, after the global financial crisis, we actually started a new division called the Division of Financial Stability, and their job is to be, you know, sort of the watchers of all financial stability issues all the time. So we're not, the old system was a crisis arrives, we get the team together and we battle the crisis. This is much more of an ongoing monitoring thing with a framework that can be checked. So I would say after the global financial crisis, which happened when you all were extremely young, between Dodd-Frank and the Basel agreements, we pretty dramatically raised the amount of capital and liquidity that the largest firms and other banks have. And I think that's been a good thing. I think they're also much sort of more transparent and more aware of their risks and that kind of thing. So I think we've significantly hardened the system against the kinds of things that happened in the global financial crisis, where you had a lot of credit losses really around mortgages. And so that kind of a situation, we've got well-capitalized large banks, but that's just one part of the financial system. The capital markets, the US has by far the largest capital markets sector relative to the banking sector. The other countries still have a much bigger banking sector relative to their capital markets. And you know, that's going to be less well regulated, and that's a good thing. You want it to be the place where where biotech companies can do IPOs, and they may or may not succeed, but they can get capital out of that market. And you know you're taking a lot of risk, but great things happen because people put money into biotech. So we've done some hardening of that, but we shouldn't be trying to regulate risk out of existence. So I think, and we did fix some of the things that broke in the global financial crisis and the pandemic, we did address. The real thing though is the economy, the financial sector is just always evolving rapidly. And I think the vigilance is what you need. You just need to always know that there's another thing coming. And I think in particular, we've had all kinds of financial crises, but we've never really had a successful cyber attack on a large financial utility, let's say, or financial institution. And that would be quite a different thing. You know, if people are going to lose money in a certain part of the economy, we have a hugely resilient financial system now. It's more, let me say this, it's more about resilience than it is about avoiding crises. One of our former people used to say that we're in the levee building business, not the hurricane prevention business, right? So there are going to be hurricanes, and they're going to come, and you just have to assume you won't know what direction or what the nature of it will be. So you want a highly resilient financial system, and we do have that. But again, nobody who's in that business will ever give you a green light. They'll always say, "Here, these are the risks, and we got to monitor." You mentioned private credit. So private credit is something that you guys are probably following. It's a relatively small part of a very large
I think you're still pretty active.
asset
You're back
pool.
above
We're watching
VWAP,
it super carefully, as everyone is. We're talking to the people in the industry and investors and everything. I think we understand it. We're monitoring it for looking for things that might lead to greater contagion or greater losses or connections to the banking system. And you know, we're going to do that. You're not going to hear people say, "Oh, there's no problem here," because that's a jinx. But nonetheless, it's something that we're following very carefully.
The bonds
What
are
is
only because
one
of
your
Japan, I think, today.
biggest regrets,
to be honest.
in your time as
Yeah,
Fed chair?
they're
And on
up,
the other
but then it's
hand,
still up 1%,
what is something that
1.2.
you're very proud of?
Yeah, TLT's into the high right now.
You know, on regrets, I don't allow myself the luxury of that. I think it's really important that in my job I'm focused on the windshield and not the rear view mirror.
Hey!
And so I don't. I'm tempted to say regrets. I've had a
Strategy
few.
EDM by
But
Diplo.
then again, not so many, or whatever the line is.
I
from
hope
that
you know
Frank
the
Sinatra song. So
windshield more important
I
than
just
the
think
rear view.
I'll have plenty of time for that after I'm out of this role. But honestly, you just have to keep looking at the next thing. You can't be berating yourself for the mistakes that you've made. You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to learn from them.
You're
Take
going
it
to
from an
say it's
expert.
transitory. It's okay.
I've
You're
made
going to
plenty.
cut before an election.
But,
don't think about those things.
I don't focus on regrets and things.
I don't
like
give a
that.
shit.
You know, overall, in terms of what I'm
Feel
proud of,
how
I'm
I
more than
feel.
happy to talk about that.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, let's go deep there. Basically, I'll just say it's an incredible honor to do public service, as many of you will find out at some point in your life. I always wanted to do some of it. I saw these people around Washington who were well-known public servants like George Shultz. I would think that looks like a really interesting thing to do. It's different, you know. In the private sector, I love my years in the private sector, but there really is a feeling of what you're doing is ideally helping all Americans and that kind of thing. It's a great honor to serve the public, and particularly in a job like this. So that is the main thing I'm proud of is, 14 years at the Fed and 8.5 of them as chair. I'll always be proud of that.
And I'm very grateful to you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
So if you were willing to share publicly some advice that you would give to the next Fed chair, we'd love to hear it.
So one thing you will learn when your children are grown up and they have their own children is never volunteer advice. Only give advice when asked. So, and I would only give advice if asked, and I would do it privately. But I'll just say in general a couple things about the Fed. It is very, very important to stick to your knitting and to stick to the things that were actually assigned. And there's always a temptation to want to move into other areas. And I think we have very powerful tools.
Private credit.
They're
You got
supposed
best
to
in
be
comments
for
earlier.
maximum employment and price stability
But it
and
was
financial
related to
stability.
oil.
There's always a
But yeah,
time when
Paulo,
an
kinda
administration
straight
looks
up,
and says,
$2.
it would be good
About
to use
almost
that tool
3%.
for something else. What if we were just to and call that that's part of the mandate? Happens all the time, and we just have to be in a situation where we're not trying to be,
Same thing,
again, we're not
KKR,
trying to work
Owl, all of
against
the private
any
credit names
politician or
are
any
kind of launching.
administration, but we have to be careful to stick to what we're doing. The other thing is, I'll just note that, the Fed's not a perfect institution. Don't look for perfection. What we do is very challenging and highly uncertain, but it's a great American institution, and I'm very proud to work with the people I work with. They're extraordinary right across the board, an incredible group of people, and I'll just close by saying it's very hard to build great democratic institutions and much easier to bring them down.
So, though you were uncomfortable giving unsolicited advice to your successor, I know that the students in this room would love to hear your advice. They've asked me for my advice and asked me what you would advise them. So they're entering into an uncertain time, an economy where new job formation is lower for many reasons. In particular, jobs that were plentiful a couple of years ago for students coming out of college are no longer so. And AI sits as this remarkable technological transformation that is both promising and
Do you think we'll ever have an
existentially
AI
threatening.
Fed chair?
So if you're advising
Then
the
more
600
credit names
students
on the
that sit
high.
here today, what would you suggest they think about as they embark on both academic and then ultimately professional careers?
Let me start by saying that I'm well aware, and my colleagues too are well aware of the current situation for students coming out. It's a time of very low job creation. And also you have AI going on. You've got the effects on job creation of significant changes in immigration policy, which have brought down both demand and supply of workers. The unemployment rate is really low, but that doesn't help you. if you're coming into that kind of market. So it's a time when the business, I mean, there's a business cycle, right? And you're coming out in the business cycle at a time when getting hired is a little bit challenging. There's also probably something more longer term, more secular that's happening and around technology and AI. So yes, it is a challenging time, but I'll say a couple things. One just is that the US economy compared to other major open economies and big market-based economies around the world is just incredibly dynamic and productive. Since World War II, US, compared to other, again, large mature economies, our productivity has grown at like twice the speed, for example, in Europe, and higher productivity is the way, compensation and earnings can grow over time. So it's an incredibly flexible and dynamic economy. It reinvents itself. Technology, it always comes from the United States. So just be optimistic about the medium and longer term. I'm very optimistic about the medium and longer term.
Same.
The other thing is, my observation is that these large language models make people much more productive.
Still flushes
I feel
too.
like it's making me more productive because I can learn things really quickly. And I talk to my son and others who are out there in the world, and I think if you use it well, it's making you more productive. So I think you're in a situation where you need to invest the time to really master the use of these new technologies, and that should stand you in good stead. But there's no denying it's a challenging time to enter the labor market, but it may take some patience and all that. But in the longer term, this economy is going to give you great opportunities.
Traders
Just be a
price
little
erase
optimistic
Fed
about
hike
that.
bet and price in
When
chance
you
of cut
talk
this
about
year.
the longer
Wow.
term, are you talking about 10 years, 20 years, 40 years? Are you worried that they'll be wind at our back as we use these tools over the next decade, but at some horizon, let's say 40 years, there'll be substitution rather than complementarity?
It's so hard to say. I mean, a lot of people, you talk to business people, are talking about the sort of the next few years being big years for AI to come in, but they're mostly talking about existing, middle management, back office jobs and things like that. I don't think it shouldn't have those kinds of effects on people who can use
oil
AI
did take
well.
a $1 drop.
I don't
off,
know, but so certainly the next few
oil
years look
issues
like
go
whatever
away.
the
Otherwise,
effects
there
are,
wasn't
we'll
really much
start to
news.
feel them, because
That would probably
major
be the most
U.S.
notable
companies,
thing he
we
said.
talk to a lot of
And you got a reaction,
those
but
people
I don't know if that
who run
was
those
fully
companies,
him.
and they're all looking at what they can do, and the truth is they can take out a lot of jobs.
Euro
that
closes
can
in
be
25
automated
minutes
by
now.
a very
Thank
smart
you, daylight
large language
savings.
model. They just can, and they will, because their competitors are doing
Crowd
it.
and
They can't
cyber on the
afford to
high
have
now too.
higher costs than
Software
their
is doing
competitors.
good too.
What's that going to mean for you? It may not mean that much. It depends on what you're going to wind up doing. You may stay in school a little bit, and you may do something that is. It's going to create new jobs too over time. And again, it makes people more productive. I did talk to a CEO in tech world who said the marginal benefit of a new employee in this world is actually very high. Now that's not what you hear all the time. So I don't know. I mean, if you look back through history, to generalize, this has been going on for a couple hundred years. This, since the loom was invented, right, and to put all the people who were doing weaving out of business. But so, in all cases, it has wound up raising productivity and raising living standards, as long as the society keeps producing people who have the skills and aptitudes to benefit from that technology. So that will be the case here. But you're right, there can be a period during which it's challenging, and this may be one of those, but nonetheless, I would just say it's out there, and it's out there to be done, and I would be medium and longer term very optimistic about this economy compared to any other economy.
Terrific, thank you so much. We're now going to open it up to your questions. So I think I've got Jason and David in the well, and I've got two microphones in the balcony. Why don't we start with Jason? Do you have a question?
I think I have a question.
Okay,
if that's
great, fantastic. We're going to let Jason ask the first question.
Getting back to the high.
So, Chair Powell,
brushing off the Powell
when you're
candle.
making decisions at the Fed, I'm curious, how much are you relying on very specific economic models. The Fed has its own big fancy model, FORBIS. How much are you relying on information you get from talking to people out in the real world, to businesses, your own intuition and experience? What do you bring together as a way of thinking about these decisions, with a role of economics, but everything else that feeds into it?
So it's really all of the above. We have to start with the perimeter. You know, we have the reserve banks are in touch. They're in all 50 states, right? 12 reserve banks, and they bring summaries of these extensive conversations they have with the public sector, the private sector, universities, healthcare, everything in their district. And we see all of that in the beige book and in the meetings. We get all of that. We also look at several models. It's never just the FORBIS model. It's many, many different models, and we look at different alternative simulations. You look at all of that, and then we look at where our policy stance is, and we look out the window and we say, does it look like our policy stance is affecting the economy in a way that moves us closer to our goal variables or keeps us at our goal variables? You do all of that. We also talk to each other. You know, I talk to the other 18 participants on the FOMC a couple of times each cycle, and people have different thoughts and ways of thinking about things. Talk to the senior staff. You know, they've been doing this longer than any of us. So all of those things go into it. I wouldn't say, you know, I mean, so a good analogy is when I was in the private equity business, we had really good models of companies. And my big boss said, we want to have the best model in the industry, but if you think that model is going to make the decision for you, you're in the wrong business. So the models are just illustrative. We cannot model the US economy with the kind of precision that we will never be able to probably. It's like modeling the weather. You can't predict it 2 months away. So it's all of those things, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay, so David, why don't you pick the first hand, and then Jason, you'll get the second hand. And then we'll go to the balcony, so looking for someone upstairs.
Hi, my name is Fabio. I'm a first year studying economics and government. I'm really interested in kind of the decision making in the Fed. How do you work with situations where like the decision might be very tight, and like sometimes there's like expectations of like the interest rates increasing, or it might be very tight in those very tight decisions? Like, how do you end up making the decision?
So remember, I'm one of 12 voters. So there's an FOMC cycle is about 7 weeks between meetings. We have 8 of them a year. So, and I would say sort of 3 weeks before the meeting, by then I have to have a pretty good sense of what I think we need to do. And staff will already have been working on, if we're doing anything in particular, we always have like a special topic. So a lot of work is going on. So I almost need to make a decision about the probable thing we're going to do. And then I have to talk to everybody a couple of times, because I got to get people to vote for this. And a lot of it is finding out where the sentiment of the committee is. I've been working with these people for many years, so most of the time I kind of know how they'll approach a problem. And that's how it works. So it's a lot of talking and listening and understanding. I think an underrated skill is in listening to people. Listening is, you know, if you listen to people and you hear them and you can make their argument and they understand that you're actually listening to them and not just, you know, communicating at them, for most of the people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. And by the way, that's true on Capitol Hill. That's true. It was true when I was a governor. If I felt, I mean, I always felt like Ben Bernanke or Janet were listening to me, and if they could engage with the points I was making, then I felt like I could support what they wanted me to support. So it's a lot of that, though. I mean, it's a lot of committee management. The big part of it is to have active dialogues going with all of the FOMC participants, and by the way, also with all the senior staff.
Of course,
we've been doing this a very long time, and they bring.
That'd be awesome.
In many cases, they
I'd
bring
ask Janet Yellen a question.
History going back many years. For example,
I'd ask
in
Joe
the
Biden
public
the
communications that we make, you know, somebody who's been doing that for 30 years will tell you don't use that word, even though that word might make sense in another context.
Okay, over here.
Good morning, Mr. Powell. I wanted to ask you a bit more about private credit markets, and particularly rising defaults among non-bank lenders like Blue Owl Capital.
What a question.
So I wanted to ask, to what extent could stress in these private credit markets spill over into the traditional banking system?
So that's the question we ask ourselves quite a bit. And as I mentioned, we're watching very carefully. Of course, what you can read in public, we're also getting the backstory from the people who run these organizations, and from all the banks. The supervisors are well aware of what the bank's exposure is and what is not. And I'm reluctant to say anything that suggests that we're dismissive of the risk, but we're looking for connections to the banking system and things that might result in contagion. We don't see those right now. What we see is a correction going on, and certainly there'll be people losing money and things like that, but it doesn't seem to have the makings of a broader systemic event. But again, we never give a clean bill of health. We just keep watching for that. We don't see those characteristics though right now.
Let's go to the balcony, and remember to share your name when you begin your question. Great.
Rep your set.
Hi, my name is Cody. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Powell. My question is about whether international relations has impact on your decision making. I know you mentioned that the Fed's job is to do exactly what's best objectively for the American economy, but I'm wondering, if you're competing with, let's say China or other powerful countries, whether or not you would kind of, cut interest rates or do something like that to stimulate the economy to kind of get ahead of other countries.
No, it doesn't. We're always asking the question, as you suggest, what we serve the American public always in all of our decisions, and what is best for them. How do we achieve maximum employment and price stability on a sustainable basis? That's what we're always asking. We do, meet with, in Basel, the central banks all meet without the finance ministries, and we can talk privately about what's going on in global financial markets. It is a global economy. We all know each other, and frankly, many of us have regular communications going on just privately, or by telephone, or email and text and things like that. But we're never looking to get on the turf of the national security people or the State Department or things like that. We're not looking at things that way. We're looking at our goals. That would be, I think, a classic case of mission creep if we were to say, hey, let's deviate from just chasing these two goals and let's do something for a third purpose. That would almost by definition make us less effective at the things we're supposed to be doing, so we try to stick to that.
Okay, great. David, you're next.
Good morning. My name is Jenny, and thank you so much for coming. We're all very honored that you took the time to come. So last lecture we learned about soft landings and about how it's definitely much more ideal than hard landings, but in the US history, we've had far more hard landings than soft landings. And we were just talking about how it's really important that you are monitoring expected inflation. And I think a lot of that just comes down to the trust between the public and the central bank. And the central bank is known to be much more technocratic, but I think especially with the rise of populism and previous events, there seems to be a lot of impact of political tensions between, or cooperation between the Fed chair position and the administration. And I wanted to ask you, how do you still keep the public's trust this way?
By sticking to our jobs and doing them well, ultimately. If we deliver the maximum employment and price stability, or at least are seen to be doing everything we possibly can as we meet various shocks and multiple supply shocks in recent years, the public keeps its faith in us. And if you look, we look at things like longer-term inflation expectations, and you'll see that they've remained pretty well anchored right through all of this. So if you really think inflation is going to be higher, you can make some money betting against that. But people don't do that. The people who are putting their money to work in the financial markets, not to give too much credit to that, but
this is hard.
That's it. If we stick to our knitting and we do our jobs, we stay out of politics, stay out of the hot political issues of the day, and just do your job and keep your head down. I think I see this through my dealings with elected people. If they get the sense that you're not there to deliver talking points, you're there to listen to them, and you're really somebody who is committed to doing your job and sticking just to that job, and that's all you want, and you're not going to get into politics, that's what we need to do. And I think generally I think we are accepted in that spirit in Washington, and I think generally around the country as well.
Jason. Remember to tell us your name.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. My name is Jake.
Oh, fossil finance.
As you know, your term ends in May, and a potential successor, Kevin Warsh, has indicated a desire to cut rates if he fills the role of chair. What is your take on the effect that a cut would have on the flexibility of the Fed to remain well positioned to maintain both sides of its dual mandate, particularly given the fact that inflation has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target for several years now, and progress is further halted by the oil shock and tariffs especially?
Jake, that's not something I'm gonna swing at, that pitch. Is that a Red Sox jersey, by the way?
I called on him.
Yeah, okay. I know this must be Red Sox country.
So we're going to go to the balcony next.
Sorry, Jake. It's a good fucking question.
Hi, my name is Eamon Candido. So earlier you said that you don't know how much you believe in something until someone tries to take it apart. So my question was, what's the thing you currently believe about the economy that you're least confident in?
Interesting question. I'm not going to give you a particular individual thing at the moment, but I will say that I would say this, and of course this is self-serving to an extent, but having worked in the private economy for most of my career, I don't have any predisposition to believe that models can really capture it, because so much of it is animal spirits, as Keynes called it, and also it's
Trump
again,
to
I go
New
back to
York
the weather.
Times negotiating partners,
Will we ever
Iran,
be able to predict
Parliament Speaker
the weather
Goluboff,
with any precision
as
3 months ahead, other than
Find
the
out in a
seasons?
week if he's
So
someone
the economy, no one has been able to really successfully predict the economy. So I think the temptation is always to place too much.
Bro, we got Goluboff
sort of
in the chat.
Stock in
Goluboff adjacent.
in
What's up,
models
baby?
or in one particular outlook. The other thing is, another thing which is a big takeaway is, about fat tails, right? So
Yeah.
famously there's a normal distribution and the tails are what they are. It's not a normal distribution. The tails are fat, and however fat you think they are, they're fatter than that. The possibility for the economies at any given time is so much broader. For example, the pandemic inflation. We'd spent 15 years with the inflation below target, and that was at a time of QE and lots of fiscal stimulus and that kind of thing. We had inflation below target, and people, pretty much the profession had, the big problem the whole profession was trying to solve was, how do we get inflation up to 2%? That was really the problem. And then along comes the pandemic inflation, and bang, suddenly you have a 40-year high inflation. So it's hard to keep your mind open to just how broad the possibilities are.
Take down here, yes.
Hi, my name is Robert. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a first year studying econ, math, and philosophy. So many economists that I've listened to, at least retroactively, say that what we really needed during the COVID pandemic was around $3 trillion, and the government printed something along $6 trillion more than that. And so inflation rose, but that money is still out there. So if rates come down, obviously you took initiative and you raised them very significantly. If rates get lowered again to, let's say, 2% or so, do you think that the price spikes have already played out, or do you think that all that extra money being out there will, on top of, instability, geopolitically, do you think that's going to push us back into an inflationary spiral? And then also I was wondering, for your next press conference, are you going to start it with good afternoon or hello everyone?
Let's talk about that later.
Saving the Harvard kids gambling.
Sorry, the first question was.
You guys are
So was the expansion of the money supply.
Yeah, no, so I think
Fed
monetary quantities are a very challenging way to try to think about inflation and the economy. There was a time when the profession thought that,
Yeah, but we're
monetary
fucked.
quantities and inflation were tightly linked. And of course, in an abstract way or in a simple model, it makes sense. If you don't increase the amount of goods and you double the amount of money, then the price has to go up. But there has been relatively little correlation. And my story of the pandemic inflation would not be about monetary quantities mainly. I'm not saying it might not have played a role. It was more, you did have a lot of stimulus, particularly in the United States. At the same time, we were looking at the possibility of another Great Depression. We didn't know whether there would ever be a vaccine. We didn't know what this was going to be. How many millions of people was the disease going to kill? So literally, for the first time probably ever, we're looking at little alternative simulations that are a Great Depression lasting many years. So we did a lot of stimulus. And then when the global economy reopened after shutting down, you had this burst of demand, red hot demand, and constrained supply still. So automobiles is a great example. Everybody wanted a car because they didn't want to take public transportation, and they'd all moved to the suburbs and out of the city. So I need a car, and yet you couldn't make cars because you couldn't get the semiconductors. So you're looking at a vertical supply curve. So a little bit of demand drove prices up a lot. Then, of course, we took the view, my colleagues and I did, that a vertical supply curve works both ways. If a little bit of demand could bring that price right down, and also it won't be vertical forever. It'll start. You'll get supply side healing. You got those two things. It was always both supply and demand for me, and you got inflation coming down very sharply in 23 and 24. We got close to the end of your question. We got pretty close to 2% by the end of 24. Now we were just dealing with the effect of tariffs, which have largely fallen here in the U.S. and not abroad. They've been less than expected because the other side, others didn't retaliate, and also because what was implemented was less than what had been announced. Nonetheless, that was the piece. We were at about 3% inflation, and somewhere between 0.5 and 0.8 of that is from tariffs. So we've been pretty close to 2% all this time. Now we have another supply shock coming. It's one of those times where you get a series of supply shocks. First the pandemic, then the much smaller one from tariffs, and then we're getting now an energy shock. No one knows how big it will be. It's way too early to know. As I mentioned, we do think our policy's in a good place for us to wait and see.
So one last question.
Hi, Mr. Powell. I'm Lola, and I was wondering at what point does the size of the US's debt break the point of natural systems repayment, and if that's something you're worried about now, or something you think our generation should look out for?
I don't think we know what that number is, a sort of ratio of debt to GDP, where it'll be a problem. There are, of course, Japan being a great example, there are countries that have much higher levels of sovereign debt to their GDP than we do. What's clear is that our debt is growing much faster. The federal government debt is growing substantially faster than our economy, and that ratio is going up, and in the long run, that's kind of the definition of unsustainable. The level of the debt is not unsustainable, but the path is not sustainable. And so it's really important that we get back to, we don't have to pay the debt down, we just need to have primary balance and begin to have the economy actually growing better, growing more quickly than the economy. It will not end well if we don't do something fairly soon. This is not the Fed's job, of course, and I pretty much limit myself to those high-level points which essentially everyone ignores.
So we're going to thank Chair Powell, but let me just describe the sequence of events that now follows. So first we'll thank Chair Powell, then anyone who wants to is welcome to join us on the stage, and we'll take a group photo with Chair Powell. Because of a tight schedule, there can't be any selfies, because if there's one selfie, there's 600 selfies.
Right.
So you'll need to make do with one photograph of the entire class with our esteemed guest. But before we do that, please join me in warmly thanking Chair Powell.
Thank you, Powell. clapping like a walrus? Why is this? It's like slightly faster. You know what I'm saying?
Ow. Come up on stage.
Oh, well, we're going straight to the press briefing? All right, man. Well, not bad. He only had one comment about oil. That's that big oil candle drop. I don't know if there was any other broader news, but he was saying, you know, oil shocks are pretty short-lived, as he would say. And then you got a little reaction. I mean, SPY tried to get back up to where we opened. You're still green. Russell's the only one in the red. There was a couple of comments. New York Times pretty much confirmed the headline we were talking about, that Golubov is probably who they are negotiating with. That's what Trump said. And then there was another comment just recently that they're saying Netanyahu rejected a French initiative for a ceasefire. But other than that, we did not get much. Yeah, the meditation music's a little louder today. I forgot, my bad. It's good, enjoy it, relax a little bit. And then two, just in case you are missing it, I got you.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Oil shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
The whole thing was just, it was kind of like Powell goodwill tour. I mean, he was answering questions. There was a couple good, the best questions he didn't answer, but generally he was just talking about everything, his role, emphasizing he does not get involved in politics, and then kind of just going through the last couple of his 8-year term, essentially. And then again, they did ask about the war and all of that, but he, you know, touched on it lightly, and the broader theme was just kind of what he was saying. You know, they're going to do their best and ideally just stay out of everything and focus on their mission and mandate. I would argue, if you listen to Powell, just very Powell-esque. I mean, especially it was like a little bit of a touch on what he said last time we heard him, but yeah, that was about it. 1 p.m. press briefing, 10, 11, 12, 1, so 10 a.m. Yeah, they already got a live video there. Again, he made one comment about oil prices, and how they go down after these conflicts. So, you know, once again, not too worried. But, I mean, oil's still at 102. Oil's still near the high. So watch out, because there's been kind of a lag here. But anytime we have hit a high on oil, the market would go down. So other than that, I should have went to the bathroom during that, but I need to go pee, bro. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. Good morning, Patagonia. Good morning.
It could be, and essentially you got to think about it as that the world is voting not just on the outright payment of U.S. Treasuries or the fiscal stability there, but it's also potentially talking about our policies, right? Here we are again, mired in another conflict that's once again we helped begin, and so I think potentially there's some of that rejection of our policy. And if you really want to wake up the administration, one way you can do that is through financial markets. And so that can be through, you know, abstaining from purchases. It could be from outright sales. You could sell, you know, corporate bonds. You could actually sell stocks. I mean, there's a lot of ownership of our assets. So you never want to mess with what ultimately can be the economic impact of your ultimate policy as well. So sometimes that gets lost in markets in the day-to-day, but potentially there's something about the rest of the world voting against that.
So what are you guys doing at Double Line? How are you positioning right now?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about potentially adding to a little bit of duration and buying some of the kind of rate risk, not on the back end of the curve, but kind of that 5 to 10 year part of the curve. Because as I mentioned on the onset, you know, we're talking about a slowdown because of this conflict and what it's done to oil prices. And I'm very concerned about what we've seen in the oil market thus far, because it's not just the spike we've seen and potential reaction back downward if the conflict stops, but it's the amount of disruption that has happened of destroying supply chains. So it's not just the strait itself, but also the production facilities. And so if that continues to be an ongoing problem and there's more destruction, which, you know, we've seen now the aluminum plants get hit over the weekend, you're seeing more of the LNG plants get hit as well. Ultimately, that leads to just not opening the spigots back up and being able to deliver that supply. So if you want the oil markets to calm down, we need demand destruction at this point. And as they say in the commodity
demand
prices,
destruction? No, Habibi, demand destruction. You get a bear market. Last time you had demand destruction, 2022. Good morning. Y'all living good, man? It's been kind of chill. I mean, remember last night, all throughout the weekend, it was very quiet compared to how last week really was. So I think we're going to get another week like that. I mean, I'm telling you, even all the headlines, even then, they're confirming Golubov is the guy they're negotiating with. I would argue that's old. So again, I still think we're at a multiple day delay in terms of headlines. And then, yeah, we're going to play that back and forth. And do a push-up, bro. I agree. It's Euro close now. So remember, Europe did have daylight savings. So we are back to Euro close here at 8:30. So that should be good now. Let's see what the market ends up doing. But yeah, stand up. I was stretching during Powell, bro. I was getting some good workouts in. I might do some lunges right now. Why not, man? Why not? Oh. Bow, now. No, they do daylight savings. It just comes in a little later. All right, man. Yeah, move around. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Relax your eyeballs. Bling, 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 bling. I'm doing that. I need an eyeball relaxation. I was staring too intently at Powell. He looked different without glasses. He looked smaller. I don't know. I think it was just the camera angle. The Jack Reacher song. It's not out yet, bro. I was trying to work on it over the weekend. I didn't have too much time. My propaganda skills were not able to get tapped there. But yeah, I got to make it a ringtone. I need a video. I could post it, but I can't even post it on Twitter without like a video clip. So and unless any of you got a video, I could probably make a weird AI one. Yeah, Euro on Sunday, I believe, on the 29th, yesterday. So I think Sunday was Europe daylight savings. Again, I had Merck up there. They're coming down. Remember, you had the aluminum news. I forgot about that. That was the other one. Aluminum and salination plants, but aluminum stocks are still up. Yeah, it's just not. It's not out there. The song was stuck in your head all week. I know. I was listening to it. All I kept playing over the weekend. This is my favorite one. I go back and forth. With the second part, bro, I like the second part of it. Take a day.
Cargal and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
No, just wait till the second part.
What you think you don't care? You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Oh man, nothing happens. So. You get smaller as you get old. That's good if you're gonna stay alive. You know that? That's what they say. Is that you either get to be like fat or you get to live long. Like essentially, like have you ever met like anybody who's like really old who's like fat? So it makes sense. You do get smaller. Am I going to the World Cup? As long as I don't have to go to an airport. That's it. The airports are kind of crazy. But yeah, as long as I don't have to go to an airport, that's it. There's no name for the song, you guys. These are just, I created them both, but you know, they're only like 20-second clips. I haven't finished them all. Like I was just playing around and they ended up being bangers. I need to get like a video. I need a video and then I can post it on Instagram or even Twitter. Well, I plan on making propaganda for all sides. That's why I'm saying, like the first Strait of Hormuz song was like Iranian propaganda. That's what some people were missing. They're like, "What? This lyrics is Iran's so strong." It's a good song. I like it. I like all the propaganda, man. That's why, like, I just love it, man. Because, like, the best part about everything going on is, like, I've been cracking jokes on both sides. I mean, I told you guys from the get-go, it's even one of the main themes here this week. You can't trust anybody. I think Israel's lying, America's lying, the Iranians are lying. I think we're at a weird delay with all the information. So I've been saying that for weeks, you know, and then I've been having fun with both sides, all the propaganda. But then at the end of the day, I mean, I do think everybody from U.S. to Golubov is listening because I am going to give you objective information and I'll at least share it with my own opinion. So you guys are going to have to work through that. But yeah, I do plan on all fun and games and all propaganda on both sides, but yeah, I never thought I'd be this good at the music propaganda. So let's see, man. Let's see, it's always fun to have a nice sound clip to what's going on. Trust no one, baby. I agree. Who's the new leader that's gay? Khomeini Jr., or what's his name? Moshtaba Khomeini. So just a rumor. I believe it was United States propaganda that they put out the rumor. But like I'm telling you, the funny part is that everybody knows this now. They don't know if it's true or not, but even my mom was telling me, like, the Middle Eastern websites, like, my mom got the joke, which that's so weird. My mom shouldn't have got the joke. And she said, haram. She said, why do you say that word so easily? I'm like, what word? The G word. You know that? My mom thinks G is a bad word. She calls it G. She won't. She said, why? Don't say that. Don't say that. I say, okay, Mom, I'm sorry. But I'm like, he might be, Mom. He might be. But yeah, the fact that they're talking about that on like Middle Eastern websites is crazy. If you really think about it. I could only imagine like the Iraq days, 2003 and shit. If they were like, Saddam Hussein is gay. Like, no, bro, I would have never expected that. Yeah, Scott Besson. I don't know if she'd get the Scott Besson joke. Google AI powered battery predictions rolling out hundreds of EV models in the US across 15 brands. You ain't got no boats and you got no air. The hummus one, that's by Gucci Marks. It's called Straight Outta Hormus. Please continue the long-term sponsorship, and thank you for being here, man. Hey, thank you for getting a long-term, and thank you for letting it have a good impact on you, because that's what we need, man. Good moves, and I do think some of y'all who have been building up, bro, I'm very, today I haven't heard as many people say, I want to sell, I'm going all cash, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I do believe, I'm impressed by so many of you who actually put in the time. And you guys, you guys got to actually, like, I don't know, I'm just seeing you guys perform in this environment and not getting freaked out and keeping, your priorities in check. It's a really great thing. I'm telling you, long-term monthly, baby, it works, bro. And I'm just, it's, as you, like I tell you, man, it's just like, you guys have to make the decisions, bro. Everything is easy until you have to actually do it. It's like, it's easy to talk about something and then you get into the moment. So it's just like, you guys are in there. It's like, it's very, very good to see that you are actually rising to the occasion and actually sticking with your long term. There's a lot of noise. I haven't been fighting off the noise. All I did is give you the principles, and I'm letting y'all do whatever you need to do. But I'm very impressed with those of you who have held with the long term, and like, your mindset, I could tell is in the right fucking place right now. Because a lot of people are, like, you see it, just this was the first time retail and a good amount of people have freaked out from it, and they're only seeing the short term. So those of you in the long term, I'm telling you, I mean, if time hasn't already shown you, you are gonna get rewarded off of it, baby. So keep going. It's crazy how lucky you got. You sold 95% of your portfolio end of January to buy your house. I wouldn't have been able to make the down payment if you held for 2 more months. Good. That's what I was saying. I mean, again, last year we made a lot, bro. Even by the time we sold out, if you held out till January, you made even more money. But like I was saying, I was like, dude, if you got good gains, I want to show y'all 5-6 years in how to turn it into a house, and I think you should do that. Like, if you did do that, like, obviously not everybody, it's a unique situation. You had to be a little bit more established. Buying a house is not a small thing, and it takes a lot, but that's why I was trying to encourage you all to think about it at whatever level. I mean, even the smaller long terms, you could turn them into a nice home, either a rental or one to live in. But at the same time, that was a great move, because again, stocks have been pretty volatile. They went up a lot into January, they came down a lot. So, and then if you got a good house at a good price, I mean, I think that should have been putting you in a nice balance where you ended up doing great. We not selling, we riding the wave. I ain't worried about a dip. I'm never selling. Do you recommend having the 20% and waiting to save, where hit a new housing, or just buy at 10%? Are you talking about like down payment? I mean, I'd like lower down payments, to be honest, but you know, right now in this market, and even like we were doing it last year, what I was talking about with the homes, it's like, because real estate's going to be slow. You know what I'm saying? Like, real estate is going to be slow, but that's why it's like, what really matters is buying at a good price. Oil coming down again. So yeah, is there a risk flipping the 200-300 homes since renovation are the same? Well, it just all depends on the price. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't like taking, like, if a property has a small margin, I'm not really into flipping those. But the ones where, you know, again, like I've had this conversation many times, like, you know, and this is the part that kind of like shocks me, because if somebody offered you a house for 50-60% below market value, in this environment, even if real estate's slow, you're gonna get a good deal. And I've seen those even then. Or if you get a house 10-15% below market and it doesn't need massive amount of renovations, that's gonna give you a nice little bit of wiggle room. So as long as it's a good price, I'm not worried about rates, I'm not worried about down payment. I'm really worried about cost of the home and then potential maintenance. And as long as you could check those boxes and you could save money, and not you are adding liquidity to a market that needs it, and your liquidity comes at a discount, then I think that's just always going to be a great move. Iran president says any decision ending the war will be exclusively subject to the conditions presented within the framework of ensuring the security and interest of the Iranian people. I mean, again, oil's going lower, back to where Powell was talking, and then SPY's climbing up. I don't know if that's it. Got no get. Meta's even going up. Again, Striker, or no, that was SYY who bought somebody. Let's go. I wish I was trying to. Remember, I posted I was trying to turn my silver into a piece of land at $130 or whatever the fuck it was at, but nobody took me up on the offer, and then the next day it died. But yeah, I still got my silver. Actually, you know what? That was a good time, bro. I'm kind of sad it's not worth as much anymore, bro. It doesn't feel the same, bro. This used to be $300, dude. Now this is still like, how much does a silver ounce go for? Oh yeah, I do some future trades. I haven't done one in a minute, but yeah, it's not out of the wheelhouse. Can you legally steal a house if it's abandoned? If you did it legally, it wouldn't be stealing. It's called adverse possession. So consult with your state and local laws, maybe a lawyer, and understand the features of proper adverse possession and how it works. So, like, you know, in some states we could tack it on. So, like, hypothetically, if you found an abandoned house, if I could put a chat in there for like 3 years, and then we could put another chat in there for 3 years, and then if we reach the 7-year limit, you could tack on the 2 terms, and then that would, you know, a court would clear the title and give it to you. But yeah, you can't. It's not stealing. It's adverse possession. But it has to be open and notorious. So you cannot lie about it. If, like, you know, if somebody, it's kind of like very ancient. If someone was like, what are you doing at this property? You have to be open and notorious and be like, it's mine. I am taking it. I challenge anybody to challenge me. And then it has to be open and notorious. But yeah. Yeah, silver's at 71. How much is a silver ounce? Dog, we were at 150, dog. Silver 1 ounce Eagles, $85. Yeah, bro, they were going for like what, 150 a pop at one point. If someone comes with proof of possession after 7 years, well, if you openly and notoriously inhabit it for that time period, and then you would take it to court and you would get the claim. And then after that, if somebody said it's theirs, then but ideally in 7 years, someone should oppose you in that time frame. But if they had tried to oppose you afterwards, by that point you should have already taken the title. Yeah, don't use the words "I stole it." Maybe, yeah, that'll kind of affect it. It is not legal advice. Depends on jurisdiction. Capital gains on crypto futures. I'm pretty sure it operates the same as any futures. Just whatever your net profit's going to be. And then I don't know if they're making changes. Like, aren't they? I think just with gambling. Gambling this year, you could end up paying on money you didn't make. So if you ended up like having a gain and then lose it, remember you can only deduct, I think, like 90%. You're selling rounds for 5 premium and Eagles for 8. So it's chilled out, right? Because, dude, I remember the silver Eagles are going for like 130, 150 a pop. I was like, bro, this is $300, bro. This little sound used to be $300, bro. 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Now it's $160. That's how much that sounds. That used to be $300 for 2 of them. Isn't that crazy? But that's what I was saying, bro. Like, did everybody forget, bro? Silver was up 60% on the year. I saw the head. It was like it's like barely up or down on the year. I was shocked. I remember beginning of this year. It was good though. I gave you guys a good video at a good time. I think that helped explain a lot. So I hope you checked it out. You got no boats and you got no air. Nike earnings pricing 8.5. That's gonna be a big one. Because they'll either have a lot to recover or then it'll start hitting like way new lows. Meta started even climbing again. Microsoft, SPY doing good. I mean, we've had a couple of headlines, but oil seems relatively immune to all of it. Your grandma does your taxes and she said you should only be buying gold. When did she say that? But like, that was a crazy last couple of months, man. 3 months ago, that shit was up 60%. And we were shocked. It was in a month. That's why. And then just to see it now. And God bless Graham. She said, buy a gram of gold. Yeah, do it. Do it now. All right, well, high, I mean, you're getting back to that previous high. Not necessarily the morning, but where you were, right? 8 o'clock, 30 minutes before Euro. Iranian media explosion in Mashhad port in Ahvaz. And something UK FCA. Something of motor finance redress scheme compensation. I have no idea what that is. Powell already spoke, so he just had a Q&A at Harvard, had a nice little discussion, but it's over now. It's kind of interesting. I mean, again, same thing. He talked a little bit. He didn't say anything new, but he did mention oil usually comes down pretty quickly after these crises. So that was it. Silver still 122 on the 1 year. Yeah, it's still, yeah, it is up a lot. I remember even 2024, you know, we were playing it since the middle of last year. But just again, in 2026, I remember at like some of the like weekly reports, silver was like the leader, bro. It was up 60% in the year. That was just insane. I yawn. It's like cloudy today. It's been hot the last couple of weeks, and now it's like cloudy, early. Now the Europeans have daylight savings. So we are post-Euro close. Keep that in mind. Oh, bad. NATO spokesperson on Iranian intercepted heading for Turkey. NATO is prepared for such threat and will always do what's necessary to defend all allies. Who's the real winner? Gold, silver, or Bitcoin? I mean, right now, gold and silver is still kind of doing better than Bitcoin, but I do think if some of the domestic economy stuff stays in play, then I do think I think Bitcoin has a shot. But for now, it seems like the real winner is the dollar. To be honest, that's the dollar's the highest it's been all year now. And that was like part of it. When Bitcoin drop in, then gold and silver going crazy. I mean, remember, people were talking about a dollar debasement. People were talking hyperinflation at the beginning of the year. And then the dollar just makes a nasty, nasty run. I want to see this.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration is launching a brand new official White House app giving front row access to all news from your favorite president, Donald J. Trump. That's me. It's available today on the Apple and Android app stores. You can watch all White House events, read all my executive orders, and keep track of all of our promises made, promises kept. That was a phrase that I used during the campaign, and it's very true. In fact, I actually kept more promises than I even talked about. We did much more than I said we were going to do.
I'm completing
Every
promises
American
I
should
didn't even
expect
make.
their government to have transparency, and the Trump administration is the most transparent in history. That is for sure. No one knew that Sleepy Joe Biden was doing. We had no idea what that guy was doing. The good news is he had no idea either. But my administration is inviting all Americans to join us on this mission to make America great again. I believe it has to be the most important, powerful phrase in the history of politics. Make America great again. And we have made America great again. Now we want to keep it great. So download the new White House app today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the dollar run due to the Iran conflict, or is it something deeper? Genuine question. It's 50-50. I think the second half is Iran conflict. The first half was AI deflation. I think the first half was software and the banking. That's the part everybody is ignoring. That's why even as Iran was developing in the first couple weeks, I kept saying, I was like, man, I think this is all just a plot to get away from it. Iran top military headquarters. Israel struck desalination plant in Kuwait as attempt to falsely blame Tehran. So again, oil's coming up on them just mentioning the desalinization plant, which we talked about in the morning. Everybody knew about it. I was just saying it was just quiet. Like, I got a little stick on oil. But yeah, I think half of the dollar is because of the software. Remember, that's where gold and silver even slowed down a little too. And then we started watching the dollar go up, and then the oil, and then the war. That's what got everything going crazy on the back end. But I think it's a mix of both of those things right now. But that's why I was saying, like, at the time, early on, you know, and I hope you guys see it, because, like, I was saying this in the moment. I was saying this before any of that shit went down. It was just like, you got to always just look ahead and just remember, right when the market, just don't believe everybody, man. You can't trust anything. And at the same time, like, I just remember beginning of this year, all gold and silver was going crazy. The dollar was lower, but everybody was kind of just talking about this whole, like, you know, they only said there was one way, bro, one option, that it was only going to be weak. And it's just like, no, dude, like we've again, surprisingly, when the dollar gets weaker, we got the opposite, vice versa too. The dollar strengthens, you get deflation. So yeah, I don't think it's like liquidity sleep. I don't know if that's what you mean, but like, I just think I think things changed rapidly, and I think one part of it affected the dollar, in a big way. The software, again, just think about it. Software prices went down. People worried about the labor market. All of those things increased the value of the dollar. That's why even though it was weaker and everyone thought we'd get hyperinflation, that kicked it into motion. And then again, United States oil exports, the price of the oil, the dollar, that's what took it over the edge here for the second half. So I think it's 50-50 on both of them. Today, I would say the bonds are up because of the JPY thing. But yeah, you could factor in some of that, but I don't think it's too big just yet. Like I'm saying, I think if you wanted to keep it simple, the two things this year that changed the trajectory of the dollar was the software private credit, which we all saw and it matches up with the timeline. Go look at when I posted that video, and then go look at IGV, go look at private credit, banks, and the dollar, and you'll see the first half and then the second half was with the war. And then as far as Bitcoin, there's a lot of reasons why Bitcoin is kind of lagged, but there was another big one which I do still think exists right now, and this is the part it's a very hard truth to face, but this is where I believe one of the biggest impacts on Bitcoin right now is, I think, the competition with AI. And what I mean by that is what I was telling you guys a couple months ago, just like if you wanted to mine you have two choices right now: build a data center or build this electricity infrastructure. Are you going to use it to mine Bitcoin or mine tokens, essentially? It's funny because they're kind of, right? A token, crypto, sounds familiar. But I do think that AI is taking away the demand from Bitcoin, as odd as that may sound. And now it's a power rush. Everybody still needs power. I don't think that's changed. Power demand and future demand is still going to be through the roof. But now, why would you put that power towards Bitcoin and mine Bitcoins and try to get money off of that when you have the same capability? You could go put that now towards AI. And if you have that ability to put it towards AI, you're probably going to make more money off of it in the long run, or you get to kind of start at a different level than where Bitcoin's at now. But I think that's one of the bigger factors. Yeah, Micron keeps dumping oil on the high. Again, you had just mentioned the desalinization plants. That was the weird part about today, is that even though the market was up, even though the weekend was quiet, oil did, that's it. Like, this is the intraday. This is pretty much trading the highest. The day we went up, it had a big spike. And then again, a couple days later, we had the release of the SPR. But yeah, this is the highest oil's been, even though things have been quiet. I think it's because we're entering the end of the month. Like I told you guys, if we get to the end of the month and this situation isn't resolved, go through the crude futures, they're all climbing up now. So we're getting to the point where another month or so, you're talking demand destruction. Even another 2 weeks of this war, a week and a half, then we have to reprice it. Again, a lot of the bigger banks and everybody was expecting that a lot more ships and other things would be moving through the market now by like April 12th or 15th. So, which is right around the corner, but at this current pace of stuff, it does not look like we're getting close to that. Doesn't the challenges in mining Bitcoin increase its value? Not if the price goes down. So again, like electricity costs are going up because of AI, and just in general, higher energy costs in general. So it's like, yeah, you would think that they would try to incentivize the Bitcoin mining. You have different competition, but then if the price of Bitcoin is going lower and the cost to get that Bitcoin is getting skewed by the cost to acquire AI and the power demand, that's kind of what's changing this dynamic. That's what I really believe has slowed down Bitcoin. Because it's been, if you go look at where Bitcoin kind of fell off, it's right as the data center started taking off. And then that's right where we got to the point of like, yo, AI is not a bubble. Like it's real. It's going to have an effect. And then people wanted that power. And then you kind of started to notice a lot of the resources shifted to there. And then if you are, again, whether you're new money, established money in this space, you have a choice. You either mine Bitcoin or create for AI infrastructure or mine Bitcoin. I think AI infrastructure is going to take that 3-to-1. I think you're 75% more likely to do that than mine the coin. So now again, if the price of Bitcoin was higher, and we have high energy costs and everything else, that would be more of an incentive. But for now, it's kind of going through a double whammy of lower reward price, as well as lower reward price mixed in with higher costs to acquire and higher energy. Well, the lower supply shit just feeds into the whole synthetic nature now of all the ETFs and options and all that. Axios reporter is interviewing Zelensky later. Okay, oil new high in the day. SPY is nowhere near the low. I mean, what time is that? 6:50. So yeah, we drilled into the low. Literally, you're actually above where you were when oil hit 102.90. You're at 103.30. It's not lucrative to mine. Yeah, you get the halving, because the idea is that the supply should be lower so you get less of a reward. But the part is let me put it this way. I think Bitcoin would be up if AI didn't exist. You guys understand that, right? Like, think about it even too from the perspective that AI wouldn't even pose a risk of hacking. Whether you think that's sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Imagine if AI was still like a bubble, or if AI was more like you didn't know if it was going to work, right? If AI didn't exist, people weren't filing to get power plants and doing all this other stuff, I think Bitcoin would be killing it right now. But the fact that it is, it's actually a real solid one-to-one competition, where it's like, again, you could go and get power. You have access to power. What are you going to do with it? Like right now, if any of you said, Josh, I have a giant 20,000 square foot warehouse and I want to go buy things and I want to power it for technology, and your choice is either mine a Bitcoin or create a little data center or create some system to utilize that power for AI, it makes more sense, higher risk to reward, lower downside to get into AI rather than to create a Bitcoin mining thing, especially with the AI driving up the cost of the compute, driving up the cost of energy. You're going to be spending a lot up front anyways to mine the Bitcoin. It's more better for your future to probably go after the AI, and that's what a lot of people are doing. Yeah, exactly. Right now the electricity costs are higher than even the reward for how long it would take. And then, not to mention, what are you going to mine it with? A graphics card. Again, if you want graphics card, you need any sort of the memory, or you're going to buy literal hardware. It's not like those hardware costs have came down. They've gone up with the whole AI thing. Well, that's the scary part. It's either going to hold the link and NASDAQ comes down, or Bitcoin might break it, or Bitcoin could catch up. Like I'm saying, it's just if things change and power and all that. That's it. My thoughts on XRP. I think XRP might be the Antichrist, but other than that, I fucking hate it. But, they're doing a lot. They're involved. Ripple is involved in so many things, government, lobbying, all that. But I just never really been too big of a fan of it. Stable coins, yeah, maybe, but I would just buy data centers. I would just go with AI. I think if you had somewhere, again, the hard part is getting clients, or if you had the technical know-how and you were able to spend all that money for power, I would just mine tokens. I would create learning. I would create knowledge. Yeah, and that's what you could do with the AI. And that's just like that. It's the metrics and the economics behind it are so much more compelling than Bitcoin right now. Because it just doesn't, again, Bitcoin, what is the utility? Even then, I like Bitcoin, but that's what I'm saying. It's like Bitcoin, when energy costs go, let me put it this way. If AI down the line, really fucking AGI lowers costs, causes real AI deflation and power costs come down as a result of AI, that's when Bitcoin's going to take off. But like right now, the last year and a half, it's just one-to-one comparison. Why would you put your electricity and hardware towards Bitcoin when you could do the same exact thing towards AI and get a way crazier upside? You could fuck around and create something massive with AI versus, Bitcoin. that's it. You make money if the price goes up. That's about it. Yeah, the XRP, I know. New headline, XRP. I hate XRP, dude. I've always said that, though. Again, I bought XRP back in the day. I bought it really early. I knew a lot of people who made money on it. And again, I was very early in crypto. Like, that's it. It's funny because my girl was asking me this. She was like, do you think it's going to be the future? And I was like, dude, I was in crypto for a long time. I just never made it my personality. That's what I was telling you guys about a year ago. It was shocking to see so many people, because like, again, I have the screenshot. I posted it in the video. The last time I bought Bitcoin publicly was in 2020. We bought it for like $10,000 or 12,000, and that was great. But like, it was funny because at that time I remember I know people on stream, and I remember people like, you're an idiot, they hated it, and then I'd encounter them 2-3 years later. You know, they were knocking Bitcoin at 12,000, and then at $80,000-$90,000, they've literally made it their personality, and they're like, I love it, it's the future. It's like, I just believed it was a good alternative investment. I never really believed it was the future beyond Ethereum. I believe in smart contracts and the blockchain. I believe that's what AI is going to utilize in the future. Smart contracts are not going away. This idea of escrow and how you could utilize a smart contract, that's going to get implemented into the online future. Again, I think ledgers and blockchains, that's going to always be around. That's going to be used in the future, but I don't necessarily think like it's going to be, we're going to conduct all our transactions in these currencies. Does that make sense? I think that underlying technology is still innovative, and I think that's the future, but I don't think it's going to be these coins and people buying and spending all the time with it. It's going to be like public blockchains utilizing this network of encrypted blockchains where things are both public but also private at the same time. Again, protocols that are going to be able to trigger certain things. Again, Polymarket is based off of smart contracts if you think about it. So yeah, that's what I believe, but not like, oh, buy Bitcoin and it's going to be the number one thing you ever have. I do think Bitcoin's the OG, and I do believe I am a Bitcoin maxi. I believe that one above all, but it's not like, again, especially with AI and like AGI and where we're going, I do believe that's one of the bigger factors there. You can't believe I'm still streaming? Why not, man? I told y'all I was going to stream this long, didn't I? I said talk to me in 2030. So we'll see when we get to the 10-year mark, but that was one of my goals, to build you guys a long term. You guys thought I just got rich off of my first long term and that there wasn't a shot. So I wanted to show all of you it was possible. And we've been making some moves, man. We've been making some moves. So yeah, I mean, God willing, I'll see you a couple more years, and then we'll see where that leads us. More Ethereum. I like Bitcoin more than Ethereum, but I do think the technology of Ethereum, it could be it might show up in another way, but like smart contracts, I do think that will be around. You're starting to see people pick up on your midterm money glitch thesis. Well, yeah, we're finally in a correction. I think it's going to get crazy. The next, we still have 6 more months. So up until those, just keep in mind those windows. Because like I told you, that's going to be both like right before and right after. I mean, just be open to things playing differently. But, we have talked about, the many ways it could play out. GME, I bought more GME, Burry says on Substack. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I think the crazy part was, I don't know. I gave you guys some good videos on the trading fraternity. They were very timely this year. I think the midterm money glitch is the one you need to understand. And then again, I think that just keeping the idea of deflation alive, I think would have kind of protected you from top ticking and being a dum-dum. You like the locked in idea too much right now, still waiting? Well, chill, wait. I mean, there's no, I don't think, again, if you're not on the locked in, you're still going to get the long-term info and you're getting the same information. It's just not at a scalping speed. But then arguably, even then, even last week, we were objectively 15 minutes ahead of all headlines. So it just depends what your strategy is, but you don't need to force it. I do think you guys need long terms. I do think, especially right now. I mean, today everybody chilled out. On Friday, they're like, I'm going all cash. I'm selling, Josh. I'm sorry, Josh. I'm like, so you guys don't need to apologize to me. The only person you need to apologize to yourself is your future self. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, you guys are going to show up and be like, oh, damn, bro, you're still streaming? Oh, what's up, Josh? Oh, shit, you still got the long term you said you were going to stick with and that you've already stuck with for longer than half a decade and then 2 decades prior to that, Josh? Oh, wow. You know what I mean? You already know what the fuck is going to happen with me, my friend. You need to talk to your future self. And you have to explain to the you in 5 years why the fuck you're going to look back and be like, what the fuck is a Golubov? Who the fuck is it? Why did I want to join ISIS? I don't understand. How come I forgot what 2020, 21, 22, 23, why did I react so emotionally to what was going on? How come I didn't just save a little bit? And if I'm only saving a little bit, I can't even lose a lot of it because I only used a little bit. And then, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, just keep the long term up, bro. But everybody chilled out today. Ironically enough, I think last week was filled with just a bunch of crazy headlines. And last week felt kind of intense with the war. And then you finally hit the correction zone. But yeah, we'll see where we end up by Friday, though. You know what I'm saying? We'll see where we end up by Friday. But at the same time, yeah, I didn't hear as much of that shit today. But yeah, it's okay. You don't need to apologize to me. You know, last year I banned you. Do you guys see the difference? Both years we're getting. Which one do you guys prefer? You tell me, man. You know, because last year it was similar setup. You were dropping a bunch at the beginning of the year. There was a lot of emotions regarding it, and I was a lot more strict. I told you, I said, if you say you're going to sell your long term, I'm going to ban you. If you're going to break the rules, I'm going to ban you. You're going to imply any dumb future self-decision, I just banned you. So now I'm letting y'all do whatever you want. So tell me which one. But like, I hope you learned the lesson though from it. I do hope you guys see, you know, because even last year, like I told you, people were calling me an asshole, and you guys thought I was all politically this and that. Come August of last year, you guys were even commenting. You're like, okay, well, you were still an asshole, but you were right. And whether you understand that or like that or not, I get it. But it's like, still, that's what are you going to walk away with? And you need to secure your future. And I encourage you not to let this shit get in your way. Again, will there be problems? Yes. Can you go lower? Yes. There's going to be a lot more, especially, you know, I'm telling you, I told you a month or two ago, this is a year where capital appreciation is its worst. You should be prepared for that. But it's just like, you put yourself on the right time frame like you've already seen, you're gonna see where it leads into. You can't even lose a lot of bit because I only use a little bit. That makes sense though, right? That's why you're using 10% of your money. Again, even like look at Oracle. We bought it, it was low, we go up 15%, now we're down 5%. You know what I'm saying? It's like even Kimberly, you're up 15, now you're down 5. It's like, but we're working our way into it. You're never going to expose. You go little by little, you stay consistent. I mean, you're not exposing all of your shit at the same time. So it's like it's very hard to lose a lot of money unless you go down for a really, 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 really long time. And then at that point too, you balance it out with dividends. That should even protect you from that instance as well. You got something to get off your chest, and I'm only going to say it once. I'm not selling the long term! Amen. Amen. For real though. That's it. Like I told y'all, man. I really think the long term, once you make that commitment, you say you're not going to sell, easy ball game. 10 years minimum. That's it. You just got to actually be true to it. You never thought I was an asshole? Well, God bless you. But yeah, I mean, I was an asshole. I still am an asshole. That's it. Even that, like, I don't think that was what's at stake though. Who gives a fuck whether I'm an asshole or not? I think what matters is your future getting secured. You know what I'm saying? That's still what I believe to this very day right now. I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. I mean, again, I could be more abrasive or less abrasive. I could turn that off or on, but at the same time, like, I think last year there was less precedent and people didn't understand it as much. It was way easier to fall to the propaganda. That's why I'm saying I don't need to turn it up the heat as much as last year, because you already saw what the fuck happened. Does that make sense? 12 months ago, by March and May, they panicked motherfuckers out, and now you got to even see the difference in results. That's why I said talk to me at the end of the year. But so it's like now, like, you're going through almost exactly the same thing. The irony is that this time around, it actually got retail to actually sell out, which is kind of crazy. Paycom, I know the company, I think, are they still at, is it Payc, right? I think they're still near highs, but I've known about Paycom for a minute. They're decent. It's actually came down, but like, sadly, all these financial plays like that, like think Fiserv, Shift4, PayPal, even they could get really weak. I would pick I would prefer a bigger bank, but if they ever came back down to like that 20, a little bit more, another 20-30%, but they're already back to 2019 levels. But again, that whole space is kind of suffering from both growth, performance, competition, and then mix it in with the AI stuff. But yeah, I know about them, and they've been around. You got banned for implying I was gay? Oh yeah, I probably thought you were hitting on me, you Scott Bessent. But yeah, you guys are free to insinuate whatever you like. I'm more than fine with that. I just hope you get a long term. Etrade is the lead to handle SpaceX IPO for small investors. SpaceX considers cutting Robinhood and SoFi out of IPO. Uh-oh, hot dog. So yeah, that's why Robinhood took a candle. Did you guys see that headline? SpaceX is considering cutting out Robinhood and SoFi from the IPO. They both took a candle, but already came back up. Chaudhry law. You sell long term, we cut off your hand. I wish we could institute that. I'm so down. But then I'm like, you fucking Americans. Your guys is freedom. They're about to do a Chad revolution. The IRCHAD. Or it'd be the CRAD, I think. The Chad Revolutionary Guard. They're like, we want freedom! Screw the Josh monarchy! He only makes us money and holds our future. Fuck that! I want to be Scott Bessent! The rule. There's no more rules. I took out all the rules last month. I'm gonna unban everybody. I think I might even unban them this week. We'll see. But yeah, I tried it last month. No rules. I kind of liked it. I think you guys liked it too. But there is rules in the locked in. So that's how we do it. Excuse me. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Insinuation. It's coming out. It says sources say. I don't know if that's from what's it called? Reuters. But yeah, sources say Elon's gonna cut out Robinhood and SoFi. The Joshatola. I'm down, bro. You guys don't like it. That's why it's ironic how many people support the Iran. Because when I operate the Joshatola, when I operate Chadria law, ban y'all for everything, none of y'all were down. You guys got so fucking sensitive. And I'm like, really? And you're out here now with real people in real death. Y'all are like, oh, fucking Iran. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Turn off the delay. No, delay's locked in. Like I'm saying, I think if you really want to scalp and trade like that, you should be in the locked in. I mean, you're still getting news very, very early with the delay, but at the same time, it's like if that's the case, you should probably join the locked in. And then if the locked in is too much to join, I probably wouldn't be scalping, if that makes any sense. You know, again, there's a lot of different opportunities, so I find good small plays and there's some more expensive ones, but at the same time, if you're not willing to make that investment into there, I would think really, really hard on why you would even want to be day trading and gambling that hard to begin with if that's going to be more burdensome. I think you're better off starting slow and working your way into it. Yes, Habibi, Chadria law. I had 10 rule of a parliament. I say you violate rule, I take off your hand. Eye for an eye, you speak out against the Joshatola, I disappear you. You don't think it's it's the same thing? I'm fucking Middle Eastern. What did y'all think was gonna happen? And y'all were real liberal about it. You're like, oh, it's so mean. He banned me. He banned me because I wanted to spend 7 hours saying propaganda as to why I should sell my long term. I just wanted to pump my you pump on the people. I take your hand off for the pumping. You see what happened. I like Joshatola. That was fun, bro. I think Joshatola was a great time. That's it, y'all. I mean, listen, if you followed the Joshatola regime, it made you a lot of money. I mean, let's just be real about it. You know, I kept the people safe during pre and post election. Market was down. You didn't have, no propaganda. I cut off the internet, man. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. So yeah. So I don't know if you do support the whole IRGC. Let me know. I could flip the Joshatola back on. You should make a hotel like the John Wick Hotel. No day trading inside the hotel. I'm down. It's kind of what the farm is, bro. So we got to do. Your mother-in-law called the cops and has tried to get you arrested, so now she's kicking you and your wife out? Bro, I could find you a property, but let's address the first part. What the fuck just happened? Well, if you've been in that, unfortunately, I don't like advising on these situations because I don't like family problems. Even though they're gonna happen, you got to learn how to manage them. But yeah, what did you do first of all? But if you have been in the property for longer than 30 days, nobody could just make you leave a property. That's federal law. So, especially in a situation like that, but I would try to resolve it and figure out what try to tone down and de-escalate. That's what the Joshatola would recommend, as well as even non-Joshatola. But if you can, in the meantime though, you should have more than 30 per 30 days. Yes, none of this is legal advice. Contact your legal professional. But just check Zillow for rentals. I don't have anything in Sacramento, but thankfully Sacramento market is pretty good right now, in the sense of more affordable. We are now laying more time delay mines in the chat to slow up the day trading. That's what we did. I put time delay mines. I closed down the Strait of Stream alerts. Y'all don't realize. They don't. So yeah, I did it first. I'm like Soldier Boy of the stock market. We did do time delay mines. We did. The people were shocked. They're like, you can't do this. What? It's very hard to remove the mine once it's been set, Habibi. I can't just go back, take away the mine, and then you have to pay. You pay a toll. You pay a toll, you could get around the mines. That's it, but you need approval. That's it. Any of you guys are enemies of the Chatatola, though, or Joshatola, we will not allow you. You called CPS on her boyfriend for sexually harassing her 15-year-old daughter? Well, if you have evidence of that, yeah, fuck that dude. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but like, you don't have to leave right away. Like, she can't make you. Nobody could make you. Even if the cops come, just stay away from her is the best advice I could give you. Don't even communicate. And then at the very least, they would have to they'd have to evict you. So you don't even have to leave in 30 days, especially in California. So look for another place. It doesn't sound like a healthy situation to be in. And if that guy, you have evidence of that guy doing it, just report it somewhere else. And then I would just move to, you have time though, but she would literally have to evict you. Yeah, and you can too. You could document everything, because if they try to force you out in a way or make it uncomfortable, that's just federally illegal. For Abivai, your dad is a top auditor and he's in China doing something. No, I tell him good job. I don't know if he's part of the team, but I love it. I love Abivai. They've been good so far. I haven't really, ever since they've gotten over the Humera thing and the patents, Rinvox, Skyrizi has been on fire. I mean, are they going to get into weight loss? Are they going to get into any weight loss or peptides? Maybe that would be a question. Can you get me an interview with someone from Abby? I would just tell them good job. That's the crazy part. I've just, we followed Abivai for a while, but besides the whole, they lobby a bunch in Congress and are part of Big Pharma and some of the problem congressionally, I'm glad we own it. They've executed amazingly. Sacramento has it's good affordable real estate. The locked in, you just join. It says join or upgrade membership. I think it's different on if you're TV or not. And SPY's coming down. Take note. It's like a 30-minute delay. Oil hits a high, then comes down, and then SPY follows along. We saw this on Friday. So when I say there's a delay, I hope you understand what I'm saying. If you do away with our long-term selling capabilities, will you open up the Strait of Stream alerts? We have. That's why. We have already opened up the Strait of Stream alerts. We've seen it. We've added more restrictions, so you will have to go through a different approval process. But yes, I would consider that. You remove all the long-term capabilities being diminished. As long as you could prove that, we're willing to let you pass. You'd stop posting and talk to a lawyer about it. Well, yeah, he is a lawyer too. Feta is a lawyer, so he's not wrong. Unfortunately, that's why the lawyers will tell you right away, go talk to a lawyer. Because again, that is how you would have to go about it. And if you did lawyer up, you could at least understand your rights a little bit more and navigate it. But what I told you in theory should apply. But again, I'm not a lawyer, and not a recommendation. A city in Ohio to take a look at real estate. Dude, Cleveland, and then there's a couple of parts after, but big city, Ohio, and near the universities as well. But Cleveland has actually been on fire. What do I think of San Francisco real estate? It's getting better because the building. So whatever that mayor, bro, the mayor is low-key, they're approving shit left and right. So I still think it's overpriced, but some of it came down too. I was looking at I was looking at properties in Oakland the other day, and it's what's it called? It's like they came down a lot from the peak, but they're still like jacked up. I think if you get a Bay Area property, they have a lot of properties that are like fucked up, and like people are just willing to offload them. So if you could get one there, I mean, it's not bad. But I do think it's not as hot. But then again, the AI stuff has been keeping it up a little better, and the prices already dropped a little bit. Your girl's dad is buying a Firehouse sub. He asked me if I wanted to be manager and part owner. I would get 10% of the business. You get 10% without putting up money. I would do it. But like the thing is, like franchises, if has he done the deal yet? Just make sure you really look into it. I like Firehouse subs. That fucking meatball sub goes fucking hard. But like I don't know their metrics as a business. Again, the what's it called? They're very like franchises can go. They're usually hit or miss, and like a lot of times, like the good businesses, the franchise fee kills it. Unfortunately, so you might make a lot of money, but then if they're depending on the terms of the franchise, they'll kill it. Like really, the only good franchise I would buy right now would be like I think McDonald's, but they're hard to. I don't know if they even franchise them anymore. They might have stopped. Or what's it called? Wings and Things, or Wingstop. Wingstop is the one. Even with the franchise fee, operators are still making fucking great money off of it. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like, you know who sucks? Papa John's. Papa John's, their store metrics are great. The company-owned Papa John's are great. But then some of the people who go into franchising the Papa John's, that franchise fee kills their net margin. And that's kind of the problem. It's hard to make money on franchises. That's why I don't know. If your girl's dad has looked into it, I would do a tremendous amount of due diligence on there. And especially if you're going to be part owner, I'd look into it too, because that's where it's like, it's hit or miss, bro. But I've heard a lot of bad stories with franchises. What ends up happening is most people will do the franchise and then they'll see the business and it'll be decent. They'll find out how hard it really is. And then if push comes to shove, they'll drop the franchise name to save the fees. But then at that point, it's too late. That's what happened in San Diego. Anybody in San Diego? Anybody go to the UTC Mall? This was sad, bro. This was one. Most people don't know this story. This just recently too. There was this restaurant existed in LA. I love this restaurant, Takaya. It was like a healthy Mexican, like they had vegan, organic. It was like a really like bougie LA, kind of like not bougie. It was expensive, but it was like hipster LA Mexican food, right? They had a great store location at the mall, UTC, San Diego. It was prime, and they franchised it. That's why they got the name, the menu, they got all the other stuff. Yeah, Jersey Mike's is money too, actually. Yeah, you're right. And they're cheaper to get into. But the Takaya, he literally, it was doing good for like a year or two, and then fast forward, they were making decent money, but then traffic slows down. The fee killed all the profits. So then what he did is he dropped the Takaya name, kept the store exactly the same, changed the menu items, but it was exactly the same, dropped the Takaya name and dropped the franchise, but then it only lasted for 6 months and then they closed the whole store down. So that's just, you got to look into it. You got to really, really look into it. The problem is you work with your dad and make decent money. Is it better than 10%? Well, that's what I'm saying. Go look into the franchise a little bit. Go see the stats on the franchise owners of Firehouse and see how they're performing, see the fees, see if you can negotiate lower fees, and then go from 10% ownership without putting capital up is great. But then again, if you're already making more than what that 10% would be worth, then, I mean, why do it? And then two, I mean, I will tell you, you know, you just had a comment before you. Homeboy's like, yo, my mother-in-law is trying to kick me out. Family businesses are very hard. So if you want to get into work with your girl and her parents, you know, that there might come another element of friction that down the line might be. And then you're going to leave your dad's work and everything else. So there's a lot going on there. Ukraine grain export model floated as Hormuz fertilizer solution. You have a client who owns a Subway for the past 2 years and they make $30K so far a month. That's not bad, even after net. Is that net? And a Subway still? That's amazing. Subway used to be crazy back in the day. There was more. I think there's more Subways than everything. No, a year. It's still not bad. I mean, shit, bro. To even make money off of some of the franchises, that's really good. I'll take it. But especially now, considering Subway's not like, dude, back in the day, Subway was fire. Bro, you used to be able to franchise McDonald's. I don't think they allow that anymore, though. Pollo Loco? No. I mean, El Pollo, dude, my mom used to get us El Poco Loco. But I don't think El Poco Loco goes hard anymore. I had it like a couple years ago after like we were talking about it, but I think it's good. T-Mobile on the high? I don't know. You have to look at the metrics. I'm telling you. The best thing you could do if you wanted to franchise something is look at the data. And when you look at the data, do not think that you're special. AKA, most people will look at it and it'll be like 80% of people fail. You'll be like, yeah, but like, I know the stock market. No, you don't. You're going to get fucked. Especially when it comes to franchises. The data, it's all of it's in the data, and a lot of it even boils down to location as well, too. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I need some propaganda, but they're not propagandizing me. So here, maybe until I get one. Please hold.
In that stray when the new leader is in that stray when the new leader is gay. We got Comday, it didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just
stable, macro environment emerged in April. Ulta, Pulte Group, Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, Baker Hughes. We'll start there. Surat, Delta.
Listen, Delta hit a high of 70, it's 64. Given what's happened to all the cyclicalities of all the other stocks, it's held up the most. Planes are still flying. Ed Bastian came out just a week ago saying they're still seeing strong demand. And I think, again, to the point we talked about before, if oil does come back down, this airline trading at 6 times earnings has a much better trajectory than all its other competitors, and the demand is there.
It's a gutsy call. You have to have something happen for this theoretically to work out. Pulte Group, another one, right? Rates have backed up. Mortgage rates have gone up.
Yeah.
These stocks have come down.
You know, it's. I guess that's all we have right now in this environment where we have such hyper volatility and lack of clarity. We're relying on relative outperformance. We're relying on the fact that Delta has held up. We're relying on the fact that Pulte, relative to a lot of the home builders, has.
I had a call. Real quick. But yeah, the location is the other thing. So that's the only way you can could get around like the franchise thing is like, even if it has bad stats, is if it's in a very good location. That's the part most people don't realize. Like, Sweet Greens. Like, I want to franchise a Sweet Greens because I'd put it in the right location. You put like a Sweet Greens in the middle of Ohio, you're going to lose money. You put a Sweet Greens in Texas, you're going to lose money. Go put a Sweet Greens in the middle of New York, right in like Manhattan, high rent, you're going to make a killing. Put it in a nice, rich, bougie area, you're going to make a killing. Just anything like location-wise. So that's going to be the thing. So if you're going to open up a franchise and put it in the like focus on lower rent, not high traffic, not somewhere that the people, the demographics are going to be more willing to buy it, that's where you're going to kind of mess up on it. So yeah, like depending on, that's why like that gap 250 to 1 million is huge. That's why you got to find it in an area that's both, yeah, like walkable, has high traffic, high density, and the people like that. That's why, again, Wings. If you really want to open up a franchise, look into a Wingstop, because Wingstop, you don't even need a lot of space. It's one of the lowest square footage needed to open up a franchise. So like the unit doesn't have to be big. It's easy to set up, low cost, and then most people like wings wherever you go. But then if you put them in the right location too, that's even a double whammy. Wingstop. Do I keep saying Wings and Things? That's a San Diego thing. I think they even changed the name of Wings and Things. Oh, shock, it's Argentina. Wait, I didn't even get to hear it.
You got a drone, we got heat seekers, troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher.
Alright, I just need to hear that. The Sweet Greens, yeah, but go look. They have the stats on it. The Sweet Greens in Manhattan, the prime locations, kill it. That's where they make all their money. All of their like bougie, high traffic areas that there's a Sweet Greens, they're some of the best restaurants. Everywhere else is subpar. That's kind of their problem. But again, a lot of restaurants are like that. Don't open a Wingstop in Buffalo, New York. Yeah, probably not. You could get better wings. You ordered Sweet Greens. Get the, what was it? They had like this new hot, I had it the other day. It's good. It's like a hot honey chicken, but it's like different. The hot honey is like a steak something. And then I just throw mad sauce on it. I'm a big fan of Sweet Greens. Their stock sucks for now, but my goodness. I like it. They're healthy food, man. Healthy. It's like a meal prep, but tastes a little better. Good amount of cash. It's hard. I'm telling you, most franchises fail. It's the same goes for even buying a business. Like if you're gonna try to buy like a roofing company, AC, HVAC company that's already exists, and you think you're gonna just take over a company, there's a lot that goes into it, where you got to think about both management, customer acquisition, and then really the cost, and then even like financing. Because again, that's been something that's going around lately, where people are like, oh, you get a loan, you buy out a private company making X amount of money. It's like, it's not going to stay like that, especially if you don't know what you're doing with it. But then again, like franchises, most of the time it's easier to get them up and running, but people don't realize, like, if you're paying 15% off a top, that is your margin. So that's the difference from running a restaurant at break even to running it and actually making money. And then a lot of times too, it's like you may think that you're like, oh, I get to own a business, I get to own a company, but it just may become a prison, because at that point you're putting in a lot of money, time, and like, you know, other guy said, is Subway makes $30,000 in a year. You might make more money managing a place rather than owning it, sadly. There's one restaurant in a 2-kilometer radius where you work. Any franchise would make a killing. But do the people like to eat out? Would they eat there? That's the other problem. You think the beat is mid? Generic club music from 2010s? It's okay, man. We're not going for a Grammy with that one. Just hoping to get a job with the Department of War. But we'll see. My girl asked me, she said, why does it sound so Bollywood? She said, that's the point. Well, that's good. Were they playing Bollywood back then? I like Bollywood. Leo, do you guys know Leo? Oh, shock. It's Argentina. Troops deployed. Oh, yeah. Humana did take a stick. Is that just them? Remember, healthcare is getting knocked. Even last week. And then SPY near the low. Oil still I was above the pre-market high. Still very quiet, man. What a weekend. What a week last week. Only for there to be quietness right now. Keep up that talk. I just need a... Nobody has a sense of humor anymore. No, just offensive. Yeah, I've been pissing everybody off, man. I still love them, but that's why you guys know I do it in love. It's all objective. Everybody could get the smoke. So, like, come on, bro. What was the first song? I can't play it. I would play the other one a lot more if YouTube didn't ban it. Troops deployed. I know TLT, bro. I think it has to do with Japan. So again, they had some talks of intervention, but generally, actually TLT is doing a lot better. But yeah, somebody even asked today if that was because of fear. It could be some of it, or it could be some of the private credit easing up in Besant comments. But yeah, if people are getting worried about demand destruction and deflation, bonds might come in as long as the Fed isn't going to raise rates. Got to celebrate your birthday today. 43 years young. Happy birthday. Or no. You know what they say, right? You know, you get another year for the long term, brother. And apparently, you know, this generation of 40-year-olds, they say you guys are the best looking ever. You know that? Like 40-year-old. Just how like the 20-year-olds all look like they're 12. They'll probably beat you guys when you get there, but yeah, apparently this is like the best looking generation of 40-year-olds. Everybody still looks kind of young, bro. Again, Biden told you 80's the new 60, so 40's the new 20, man. That's as long as you got a long term. That's all that really matters. You can't find the Strait of Hormuz on dude's page. No, that's what I'm saying. YouTube removes it. You can't find it on YouTube. I don't know if he took it off Twitter, but that's why I posted it on my Instagram. But I think it's still on his Instagram or Twitter, but you can't find it on. Yeah, it's still on his Twitter. But yeah, you can't post it on YouTube. They get mad. You're 45 on Thursday, Tim? Wow. April? Wait, when are you born? Are you April 1st? Oh, you're April 2nd. There you go. It's not a joke. I didn't watch the UConn game, no. Yeah, it's still on his Twitter, but not on YouTube. Oh, is your birthday this weekend, Christina? Oh, happy birthday. Oh, man. We have so many birthdays in March. And then it looks like a lot of y'all around the corner too, man, on April. Is that crazy, bro? We have a birthday every day, technically. It's kind of amazing. You guys know every year you get a birthday? No, okay. I thought it was fun fact. Wait, did Duke, was it UConn versus Duke? Isn't Duke supposed to win? I don't keep up with this shit, dude. That's it, you guys. This is number one sign you know I don't gamble on sports. I don't give a fuck what's happening. The only time I cared about college basketball is when I would go to the games because I was in college. Like, I get the appeal because, like, even now when people, if, like, one of the teams ever makes it, like, I know Arizona's going there. I'm like, woo, Arizona! Bear down! I love it! But, like, other than that, I'm not. Did I tell you guys I went to a Laker game? I love that. You know that? I finally went to my first NBA game. I got to go to a Laker game not too long ago. So I went to a Laker game. That was fun. But yeah, I just liked it. I always wanted to go to a Laker game. But like, that's a vibe. Better than baseball. I like being in baseball fields during games, but like a Laker game goes hard, bro. I could watch any basketball game. I could actually watch basketball. UConn came back down 20 in the first to drilling a last-second three, and they beat Duke. Wow. How do you do that? Dude, I don't know either, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about the moon landing. They're like, you guys think it's fake? We're gonna land on the moon. Everyone's like, all right, cool. Well, we don't. If y'all really gonna do it, we don't care. Yeah, that's why I said that last time. It's kind of crazy. Netanyahu said in closed-door discussions, any potential U.S.-Iran deal will not stop the fighting with Hezbollah. Israel Hayom. All right, give me a second.
But it is once again the president trying to divert attention from where it needs to be, and the
you got a
American
headline on
public
Israel not wanting to stop the war,
and
pretty much.
Congress should be there to hold his feet to the fire, but they're not.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Our great panel will be back in our second hour. The president says
Tel Aviv.
Corinthian. The columns will be Corinthian.
Tel Aviv notified Washington of a commitment to any decision it takes regarding Iran war. Al-Hadath citing Israeli media. They aren't landing on the moon, just going around. Oh, that's stupid. I want to see him do a live stream, bro.
Got to cut and run through the ball. They'll do better than this guy.
Get it into Boozer, back for Sarr, ahead. Boozer, that ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up.
Oh, no way.
It's good! We're point 3! UConn goes in front!
No way. How do you fuck that up?
Got to cut and run through
Why
the ball.
didn't they just hold the ball?
Get it into Boozer, back for Sarr, ahead. Boozer, that ball
Why the fuck would he pass
stolen
that?
by Mullins. Caravan.
Yeah, that's terrible. Oh, wait, I didn't. Dude, that's funny. That was the CNBC music. I thought it was the college basketball view. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Watch the last minute of any game. Yeah, I'm down. That was actually but why did he fucking pass that? Yeah, why would Duke even, they had the ball. He did not need to throw that ball up into defense. I don't know. I'm a good sideline coach. You know, I'm 5'6", but like I don't even do that at LA Fitness. That's crazy. And remember I told you guys that one guy I was sending pics on, and I was like, he's 6'3". Well, he's 6'6". I asked him the other day. So yeah, I adjusted his height lower. But like, yeah, bro, they got me guarding tall guys at the gym now. They're slower though. That's why it works. All right, hold on. I need some propaganda. I have a wild. Oh, Joe? Oh, I thought Joe. I'll just play this back.
He's in there eating. Okay, he had the buffet at Chef Mickey's. Now this is at the Contemporary, right? Why would Lindsey Graham find himself? This is the one where the characters walk around, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, like when I took my kids there, I mean, there's chicken nuggets flying everywhere. I mean, it's not like it's not.
It's a food fight. You're saying.
It's definitely not Michelin star dining at it. But but look, this is one of those things where even the Senate did their job, at least in their eyes. They did their job. They passed a bill, and they all left town even before the House got to this thing. Yeah. And Speaker Johnson came back and said, well, look, we're going to pass a 60-day stopgap, and we'll try and jam the Senate. And it doesn't really work like that. I mean, as much as the House members hate this, the Senate jams the House.
Right.
Now, there's talk about, are they going to come back next week? They're not coming back this week. I don't think they're coming back next week for two reasons. One, there's a lot of trips, a lot of codels out there that people are flying abroad. And secondly, I'm not exactly sure what they would do if they came back. They would essentially just be giving speeches and saying, look, the other side needs to fix this here. But ultimately, with the DHS shutdown, what I think happened is they reset the clock for pressure points. Because if President Trump's executive order to fund TSA begins to alleviate some of the pressure. I mean, BWI had a 7-hour line yesterday. If it begins to alleviate...
Are you kidding me?
No, 7 hours at BWI yesterday.
Wow.
I mean, so DCA and Dulles are doing a little bit better.
Yeah,
but like,
I keep hearing DCA people are flying through. I guess BWI is a different matter.
But BWI was really bad. So if that begins to alleviate in terms of pressure, I think it just resets the clock in terms of the next pressure point, and I'm not exactly sure what that is.
If TSA is getting paid, though, on this executive order, does that relieve some of the issue at the airport? Because that's the concern some have, is that you're taking the pressure point away. DHS is closed the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, you take away the TSA pressure point, what else do you have there? FEMA.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have hurricane season coming up, June, July-ish. We have Coast Guard, we have the other members of the Department of Homeland Security, about 270,000 individuals that aren't getting paid at the moment. But I think this is sort of indicative of where Washington is going after the midterms, especially if the Democrats take the House. Because President Trump just said, look, Congress is not doing its job. I'm going to unilaterally fund individuals using funds, we think, from the One Big Beautiful Bill. And essentially, if you don't like me doing that, sue me. And the Democrats in this perspective just said, look, there's no political advantage here to sue you. We've done our job. We've worked with the Republicans on this. And so we're just going to not really negotiate. And so I think you're going to see a little bit more of this as we get into the second half of President Trump's presidency here, because it's a situation where both sides look at the same issue and says, no, we don't need to negotiate.
Wait, you do wonder, but I know that FEMA's controversial for some in the MAGA movement, and it's been an issue in this administration. The Coast Guard?
Yeah.
How come the Coast Guard doesn't know? Everyone talks about the TSA, I guess, because we're waiting in line. Yeah. Coast Guard's not been paid yet.
No.
What do these guys have to do?
Well, and calling in sick for a Coast Guard is much different than calling in for sick for a TSA. I mean, a lot of these TSA workers, according to reporting by Bloomberg and other outlets, are going and doing Uber jobs and driving for Lyft and so forth. So they're trying to replicate their income. It's a little bit different story when you have Coast Guard or FEMA. But, we do think, look, let's just say that both sides come back in 2 weeks. They do want to get the DHS shutdown resolved for one simple reason.
The airports have been crazy.
There's a lot left on their calendar in the Senate that they want to do. Crypto, housing, reconciliation.
Reconciliation, thank you. Trump warns of Iran escalation. U.S. official elements from the 82nd Airborne arrived in the Middle East at the end of the week. Reinforcements will continue arriving. 82nd Division, bringing total to 3,000 troops. I don't know who the official is, but yeah. So they did put troops there end of last week. So they did have troops on Friday. We just didn't really get like a big show and like announcement of it, essentially. Mickey is a nickname, and nicknames are for friends. Michael Mouse is no friend of mine. I never thought about it like that, man. I feel. You were yelling at the TV. You had money on Duke. That'll happen when you have money on a game. I was yelling at the inanimate object. that could have, and y'all don't believe in Jesus? Y'all don't want to have a relationship with the Lord? I'm just saying, bro, y'all are closer than you think, man. Amen. Amen. I heard that. I heard a preacher, bro. I heard a preacher give out draft or NCAA picks as part of his sermon. And he was saying, you can't have faith. You already have faith on the money line. Then he made a parrot or an analogy towards Jesus' money line. I thought I was like, you know, I see the effort. I see where he was going with it. I don't know. I feel, but it's an epidemic. Israeli Channel 13 on security official, the Iranian regime will not fall soon and will need time. Israel provided the United States with intelligence support to carry out expected ground operation to open up Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, so there is troops there. From last week, they have troops on the ground, and the plan is to push boats through. We just don't get a big party show. People, it's very quiet, it seems like. But yeah, that was your first confirmation of that, technically. You saw birds leave Bragg, but you didn't say anything. Good, you're not supposed to. You know, we live in a world where everybody they're like, yo, Josh, yo, man, I have a highly confidential job. Oh, I'm not supposed to say anything. Well, don't tell anybody. I'm like, no, I remember the days where people didn't. I definitely was asking God why he didn't illuminate Boozer with a better decision. I believe, brother. I know, man. That was a weird play. That was a really weird... I just watching that clip you guys sent. I don't know why. I don't know why they... It's like when I play 2K, bro. Motherfuckers, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Where, like, we'd be up by 2 or 3 with a couple seconds left, and then they're, like, yamming the ball up court, trying to fucking get a contested 3. I'm like, you won, and just hold the ball. That's like, I don't know. It's the young generation, bro. It's the young generation. That's it. They don't do that. You took photos of a bird and it didn't show up on your phone. I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, I don't know, but then they said it was a myth. Like, apparently if like you do take photos of like sensitive military targets on your iPhone will blur it out. I don't know if that's real or not though. Because I've seen people post it and show it, but then it's also been like people say it's fake. I don't know. I really don't know if that's I do think it's up their alley. It was an Android and it was a new chopper. Oh, that's weird. Android? I know Apple for sure would probably, but yeah, we have not. I don't know if we've ever been able to confirm it. Keep up that talk. It's all just theater.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
PepsiCo, they're doing good. A couple staples. All right, man. Well, we're at the lows. The headlines have been boring. Welcome to Monday. You're technically still green. Everything except the NASDAQ and Russell. Dow is doing great. SPY barely up though, very, very small. I mean, oil's still at 103, which is kind of amazing. A solid 103. No real volatility, just gap up and hold. And then, yeah, a couple of, I don't know, it's like staples are up, but software too, I think, barely. But yeah, we're kind of all over the place. How many odds we got to deploy? But yeah, you guys want philo? I think we should do a philo. I got a quick philo for you. It shouldn't take too long. You know, I hope did you guys get good rest this weekend? I hope you did. I hope you did, man. Troops deployed. All right. So yeah, let's get ready. Prepare for your philosophy, my friend. Prepare for your philosophy. It's good for you. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you are having a wonderful day. It is time for Philo. Chadadonia. Are you ready? I don't know where to start today. I have one main message for you. I got a couple of clips for you. But I guess, I don't know. Do you want to start off a little deep? Did you guys get rest this weekend? I hope you did, man. I really hope, I really hope y'all, I hope y'all chilled. I really hope, I don't know, were you excited to go to bed? You know that? Even yesterday, my prayer last night was interesting. Because I was like, wherever I go right now. There's even a Richard Feynman, too, on sleep. I could probably find it. But yeah, man, I really hope you got some rest. Not only for the market and all the bullshit, but like, you know, I'm telling you, bro, your mind is a fascinating thing. And I really, really hope that you preserve it and you use it and you utilize it, man. It's actually very, very important. So I guess we'll start a little deep, though, because do you know what the Bible say about death? You know, it's funny because I've heard people say, like, Like, why would going to hell be a bad thing? And I don't know if you guys, Jewish people don't believe in hell, right? That's a side note. I thought some of you would like that. So this is a very biblical thing. I do believe Muslims believe in hell, a different hell. But yeah, they do. But do you know what the Bible says about going to hell? And I've heard people talk about it. They've been like, well, yeah, like, think about it. If you sent me to hell with the guy who disobeyed God anyways, like, why would it be a bad thing? Have you ever thought about that? Like, if I didn't even want to be with God, why would hell be a bad thing? Wouldn't it just be like a nightclub? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just surrounded by people who didn't care, like, why would that be bad? It's a pretty interesting conversation if you think about it. And I'm sure some of you have probably thought about this at one point. Because like I told you, man, when I grew up, this is, I grew up under a very conservative household. My mom never drank alcohol. It's so crazy what I've seen my parents not do and do. But like, I remember at one point early on in my life, especially when I was getting ready to go to college, I mean, I did start doing stuff early. I did drugs really early. I've told you guys that, bro, I was a child. I was but if you thought I started the stock market early, just imagine in that same time frame that I started the stock market, I was doing drugs. I was smoking weed, and I got into some hardcore shit. So kind of crazy to think about, because early on in my life, do you want to know what I believed? Do you want to know why I was so willing? Because I said, listen, man, I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to be like my mom. I don't think I'm going to ever be like my dad. And if that's the standard to get into heaven, I said, I don't think I'm going to make it. That's it. That's all. That's it. Very simple, dude. Very stupid if you think about it, but very true at some degree. That's why right away, all I said, bro, was I was like, I'm not going to make it. So why would I do that? I'm like, that's it. I'm going to just have fun. I might as well get a good 40, 50, 60, 70 years. Who knows? Just give me, just let me. I said, I can't do that. I said, I see the world. I wanted to experience all these things. I was like, if that's what I got to do, no way. So, yeah, that was until I figured it out on my own. So, again, going back to this idea, why would hell be a bad thing? Or what happens? It's funny, though, because the Bible says something. And I heard this explanation of it, and it made me think about the Bible. It made me think about the afterlife. But it also made me think about the current life. And it made me think about a lot of situations. It said there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So I know you think that's just imagery, but do you realize that's two types of people? Oh, y'all don't feel me. SPY going lower. Again, you're about to hit a new low right as oil is about to hit a new high. It's 30 cents below. But yeah, you're dumping right now. 2 Costco vessels completed passage today. Bonnie Glazer. That's coming out now, but new low. Low ticker is fully active. High ticker is almost frozen. So do you know what that is? There's 2 types of people, bro. Israel proposes to Trump striking energy infrastructure in Iran to accelerate the collapse of regime. That's the headline. So Israel suggesting to pretty much attack the power plants. Ta-da! All right, well, you're going to get your reaction there. Welcome to Philo. But yeah, bro, there's 2 types of people in the afterlife and right now. There's the weepers and the gnashing of teeth. So what's weeping? You know what weeping is? Sad. Like, for real. I know. Let me put it this way, bro. I think I'm going to go to heaven, but I am so flawed and nothing would get me to heaven except for the grace of God alone. And if he put me in hell, I think I deserve it. I think we all do, to be honest. Look around. Why do you think the world's so evil? But like, for real, think about it. It's like there's nothing else but grace that would take us to heaven. So if I went to hell, like I died today, I go to hell, I'd know exactly who I would be. You know who I would be? I would be a weeper. I'd be sad. I would say, God, I knew everything. I'd be like, I let you down. I rebelled in so many ways. And that makes sense. I would be a weeper. I would be disconnected for eternity from the God and the light and the source that I desired. I would be a weeper, bro. That's, again, think about right now. Some situations turn you into a weeper. Some of you, y'all think is heaven and hell. How about missing a trade? Missing an easy trade. Some of you either weep or you gnash the teeth. So what's the other one? You know what the other one is? You don't get what gnashing of teeth is? It's not imagery. Gnashing of teeth is anger. Say, like, let me put it this way. If you knew, you imagine you died, God sends you to hell, and the whole time you're like, nah, this stuff don't exist. And then it ended up becoming true. Again, imagine making a trade. You were completely wrong on it, and it goes the opposite way. Some of you turn into gnashers, no? Think about it. You get angry. Imagine an eternity of anger. That's how hell's described in the Bible. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. Do you see it? So yeah, like I said, bro, I just had to think about this. I said I've never looked at it in terms of the types of people. I never looked at it until now because I feel like certain situations on this planet, they make you weep. Others, they make you gnash teeth. Yeah, you get mad for an hour, then say F it. Imagine mad for eternity. What if you were wrong about the basis of all of life for eternity? Like, again, you know why I love this one? You know why I love this? This is why it's so funny. It's right up our alley. Pascal's wager. That's it. They were talking about this early on in the days. Like, literally. Pascal's wager. What if this was a bet? What happens when you die? Bet on it. Polymarket. Where do you go when you die? Pascal's wager just talks about how it's kind of illogical to bet on nothing. Because whether you're right or wrong, you don't get a payout. Or you're better off making a bet on something. Because what happens when you find out? I would be sad that I lost the bet, but I wouldn't be mad that I didn't make a bet. If that makes any sense. There, Pascal. Ask Pascal the wager. He'll tell you I'm legit. So yeah, that's the first part. I don't know if that's too deep for you. But now the second part, I'm going to play you a clip of Mr. Miles Monroe. Because we talked about this the other day. Take a listen.
Now, I want you to write this list down. Who is the Holy Spirit? This may sound like an obvious question, but it's not an obvious question. Because the Holy Spirit, as I said, is the most misunderstood person on earth. He is also the most misunderstood part of the Trinity of God. Many people think the Holy Spirit is a smoke in a room. Or the Holy Spirit is some mist that comes into a place and people fall on the ground. That's not the Holy Spirit. Write this down. The Holy Spirit is not a it. People say, do you feel it? You got it? He's not an it. Jesus never, ever referred to the Holy Spirit as an it. He always, perpetually, constantly used the word he. Matter of fact, one time he wanted to make it so clear, he said, and when he, the Holy Spirit, comes. He didn't say, now he could have said, when the Holy Spirit comes. But he said, no, no, no. I want to make sure you know that he's a person. And when he, the Holy Spirit, comes, he will lead you into all truth. He. Number two, the Holy Spirit is not a cloud. I think we have been so bitterly confused by religion, especially spooky religion. And some of the religions and the groups around today have destroyed the dignity of the Holy Spirit by creating apparitions of his so-called presence. Did you see the smoke tonight? There was a cloud in the room. Ooh. He's a person, not a cloud. Number three, the Holy Spirit is not a feeling. I think we have relegated him to some strange pimple rising experience. Goose pimples. Ooh. You know, some people come to a corporate worship experience so pent up with frustration that when they can't take it no more, they run around screaming, roll on the ground, and they call it the Holy Ghost. You were simply releasing tension. He's not a feeling. He's a person. You don't need to make noise to experience the Holy Spirit. You don't need to be loud to experience the Holy Spirit. You don't need drums and cowbells and screaming and shouting and clapping to feel the Holy Spirit. Matter of fact, if you read the Bible carefully, most of the time when he showed up, it was in quietness. Not feelings. Now let me just say this. The Holy Spirit is not a feeling, but he could affect your emotions. He's not a feeling, but he could affect your emotions to cause you to feel his presence. But he's not a feeling. And number four rather, the Holy Spirit is not a mist. I've been hearing some funny things in my life, so I mean just strange. You know, I saw particles in the room. Particles. That was condensation. Y'all was sweating. And when the hot air rise and the cool air hit it, it turned into petals of droplets of water, and it looked like, that was sweat. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe the Holy Spirit could manifest himself and do different things, but 99% of the time, it is not him, because he doesn't want to spook you. He's a person. Matter of fact, you can learn through this series that he's a very respectable person. You can hurt his feelings. He can actually be hurt. You can grieve him. The Bible says you can grieve him. It's a person. Number five, the Holy Spirit is a person. Say that with me. The Holy Spirit is a person. Who is the Holy Spirit? First, he's a person. Number two, the Holy Spirit is a personality. Every person has a personality. That's why they're called a person. What makes you a person is that you have qualities and characteristics that distinguish you from us. So we call you a separate person. The Holy Spirit is a distinct personality. He has his own style. He's a person. And number three, the Holy Spirit is a character. He has characteristics. Matter of fact, it's incredible that the Holy Spirit not only has characteristics, but he also has senses. Now, I got to be careful what I say here. When I use the word sense, I'm using it to communicate to you the same way you have 5 physical senses. He's got many spiritual senses. The same way you can hear physically, the Holy Spirit can hear spiritually. The same way you can discern or smell, he can discern spiritually. The same way you can see, Holy Spirit can see spiritually. The same way you can be touched. Holy Spirit can be touched with the feeling of your infirmities. He can feel.
Oh, so still going lower. Caroline's talking. We'll get to it in a second. But I hope you got that, because we were talking about this the other day. And I was telling you, I was like, man, make sure you're not using just 2/3 of what you believe. I really do believe there is an advocate out there. I think all of you got it. So I think that's the coolest part about being a human. It kind of relates to the final thing I'm going to tell you with it, man. But yeah, bro, it's a person. It's a person, but you can't see it. Again, I'm a son, an uncle, and a nephew all at the same time. Isn't that weird? Some of you are fathers, sons, brothers, nephews. You're a lot of things all at once, are you not? Yeah, think about it. But yeah, bro, it's not a sign. It's not a feeling, although the spirit can affect your emotions. And there's a personality to it. You are very different. Again, I think you're very different. Compared to all the animals of the earth, everything on this planet, you are one of the only ones thinking like this. That you have this invisible thing. Again, that's why I keep telling you, man, what happens when you go to bed? You don't think it's crazy? That this mind shuts off, that you just jump skip to the next day? It's so crazy. You're conscious, you're thinking about something. Where does intuition come from, bro? I know y'all have told me crazy stories. You never been in a spot and you're like, I don't know, I got a bad vibe. You ever been in a spot and had a good vibe? Again, bro, do you like senses? Not myths, not signs of the stars, not numbers, no. I'm saying, like, bro, y'all telling me y'all don't like, do you ever sense the opportunity? Where do you think that comes from? I don't personally. You know that? I don't think I ever sense opportunity. I feel fear, and I know when fear signals something. I would argue any time in my life where I was like, whoa, that's a crazy opportunity. Good or bad, I think that's the spirit. I think there's a personality of God. I think you all have a personality to the spirit within you. Again, a character with characteristics. You know, like it said, bro, that's the thing. I've been telling y'all for a minute. This ain't gonna be with you all. It's not loud. It shows up in quietness. I think that's the sad part. Because I know you looking for God, you looking for the spirit. You want thunder, you want lightning, you want a light show. Man, I feel you, bro. But it shows up in quietness all the time. That's why I think that sleep is important. That time alone, when you tune out everything, I think you need it. How will you ever get to know the spirit, the characteristic, the personality, when you got your mind running all day? So think about it. But that's what led me to the final thing, bro. Final thing I was going to share with you, 2 things. One is seeking and one is water. I don't know if they connect. But what do you do first? Like I told you, bro, I grew up a certain way. And when I heard what people told me and when I saw what people were doing, I was like, I'm not down. You should go read the book. Because it says one thing about the kingdom. How do you get to the kingdom? If I was going to give you a map to the kingdom, how would you get there? Do any of you know? This is the irony of all of it. The only way you're going to get to the kingdom is if you first seek it out. What do you do first? You seek the kingdom of God. Because guess what, bro? There's no map to give you if you didn't even care about it. You have to say, wait a minute. There's something. I want that. I want to know the spirit. I want to get to the kingdom. I want to access my mind. I want these things. How can I get there? Without that first desire, nothing's moving. What do you do first? You seek the kingdom of God. Seek first. And you know what he says afterwards? He says, seek first the kingdom of God because it is within you. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. That's why it's in you. Again, it's not in the church. It's not in the pastor. It's not in a book. It's not in the media. Again, I think the word, at first there was the word and God was the word. But it's in you. And he said, before you do anything, you must seek it out first. And my brother, I think that's the hardest part. I don't think he said that just to give you the order of operations. I think that's how it works, but I also think it's the hardest part. Imagine you have something inside of you. But you do know how hard it is to get people... Again, if I tell all of you right now, how loony does this sound? Think about it. You have something, you have a treasure inside of you. You think I'm trying to sell you something. If I said you have a treasure inside of you, half of you might be down. The other half are like, what do you mean? I know me. I've known me my whole life. I went to bed with me. I woke up with me. I've lived through. What do you mean I have something in me? Let alone a kingdom of God. What do you mean it's within me? See, again, that sounds such a way most people won't even seek it out. You get what I'm saying? But again, my brother, this soul, this spirit, it's what separates you. Like I said, I don't think aliens are going to come save you. I don't think aliens are going to invade you. I think they might exist. We ain't just never going to encounter them. All you got is this planet, this reality in you. And guess what? You are the top. You don't think that's weird? You are listening to me right now and you don't have paws and a tail. You are, unfortunately, the highest element of this reality. You are very different than any single living organism on this planet. Do you understand that? All of you. You realize that, right? I hate to put it mildly. I hope this is as blunt as possible. You are so different than every single thing on this spinning fireball. When will you read? What other thing is painting pictures? Now we talk to the rock and tell the rock to paint the picture. Nobody else had that. You don't think that's weird? Here, let me have Richard tell you something about water. I love this. Now, let's talk about water. Because you are the most different living thing on this planet. It's just very reminiscent of water.
Let me ask you something strange. What is the most rebellious substance in the universe? Not some exotic material from a supernova, not a strange plasma from deep space. It's sitting in a glass on your kitchen table. Water. Because water does something almost nothing else in physics does. When most substances freeze, they get denser. The molecules slow down, pack together, and the solid sinks in its liquid. Iron does this. Gold does this. Almost everything in the universe does this. But water refuses. When water freezes, it expands by about 9%. Ice becomes less dense than liquid water. So ice floats. That simple fact is why lakes freeze from the top down, not the bottom up. The ice forms a floating lid that insulates the water below, keeping it around 4C. Fish survive the winter. Plants survive the winter. Life survives the winter. If ice sank instead, lakes would freeze solid from the bottom up. Over time, oceans would slowly fill with permanent ice. Earth could become a frozen, lifeless world. And the reason water behaves this way comes down to one tiny thing: hydrogen bonds. Each water molecule grabs onto its neighbors, forming a constantly shifting network. That network makes water weird. But that weirdness is exactly why life exists at all. So the next time you see an ice cube floating, remember, the survival of life on Earth depends on that tiny act of rebellion. Let me ask you something strange.
Isn't that amazing? Have you thought about that? Water is weird. You realize water is the most rebellious natural element on this planet. Go take anything from space, nothing will be as trippy as water. It is weird. And that weirdness is what literally gives life all around the globe. If water acted like every single element on this planet, we would not be alive. You know that, right? We'd freeze. Everything would be frozen. There wouldn't be plants. That's it. Winter would slowly compound. It would be compound interest of winter until everything is frozen. No life, no plants, no, or you wouldn't be here. My brother, I think you're the same way. I think everybody living on this planet is weird. Weirdly evil, weirdly happy, weirdly sad. It's weird we interact with each other. It's weird we put things together and create again, but we are life. I think humans are the most rebellious thing on the planet that's living. You don't think it's weird? That's why I said compared to all the other elements, water is rebellious. Go compare the human to the animal. Compare it to anything living. We do things because we want to. It's really weird. So, my brothers, I'm telling you to embrace it. I'm telling you to seek out the kingdom. I know it's weird, but you're already weird. The reason why you're weird and different from everything is saying something. Look around. If you weren't in this position, you would be a lot different, but then you wouldn't be here to create life. You are here. You are made in his image. So, happy Monday. I hope you think about these things. I hope you access this power that's inside of you. My guy, guess what? All you have to do is seek it out. Before you do anything, before you do a hymn, before you do a dance, before you do this, before you write it down, you just got to look for it. And I know it may sound weird, but that weirdness, that rebellion, the fact that it is very unique than everything around it, that's already, look around the world, brother. It's all around you. Water is most of the world. You are made up mostly of water. Look around, bro. This isn't that weird. So, Chad, God bless you all. Be like water. Flow like water. And I hope you care about the spirit. And I hope you find it, my friends. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. Fast link for the stream alerts. And here's Caroline. Oh, did she hear us? She heard us hyping up Corinne. She's like, I'm gonna wear a nice outfit today. I'm gonna wear a lot of bright colors and designs. Okay, Caroline.
Cherry picking what tankers get to go through the strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers. Is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the press message about really wanting the strait to be fully open? Does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something we support, and I would reject that they are cherry picking.
Yeah, her last headline,
as you
she
know,
said
these
the
tankers that are moving through,
new Iranian
the 10
regime
that were
seems
previously
more
announced,
moderate
and now
and private.
the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind the tank in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
Hannah from News Nation.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those two?
Well, 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline. Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon directly in achieving the objectives, and the military has been enormously successful. I think we should all be very proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past 30 days. The mission will continue until the objectives are achieved, and that 4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have any updates for you on that.
Yeah, like others, one on TSA, one on Iran. On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in. If the president does
Probably not, but let's see.
If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do, and it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines at various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security fully. Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the Commander-in-Chief. Garrett.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett, and you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying the desalinization plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to follow up on Iran. When you're describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions, what specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that
I'm not going to detail the private and sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking.
Generally speaking, the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
Caroline. On Cuba, the president threatened to tariff any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers?
Yeah, a little bigger
Cuba?
oil candle.
This is not a policy
and
change.
Spy
there has
candle.
not been a formal change in sanction policy.
Still near the highs, though. Nothing really changed the last hour or two.
The president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis. And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers to go to Cuba?
Again, these decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis right now.
Thanks, Caroline. You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are sort of seeing these conflicting messages between the United States and Iran. I know the president insists that negotiations are underway. As you just mentioned, he's also said that Iran has agreed to most of the 15 points. We just heard from Iran again. They're saying no negotiations are taking place. They're calling the proposal excessive, unrealistic. So how do you square that? How do you explain that discrepancy between the two?
I think the American people are smart enough not to take the word of a terrorist regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years at their word. And I hope the journalists in this room are wise enough not to take an Iranian regime that has repeatedly lied about our country, about our values, about everyone in this room, frankly, for nearly 5 decades. So I think the American public are smart enough to understand that.
And just to follow up on the objectives, you've laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for April 6th in just 1 week. What does the president need to see to not move forward with those strikes by April 6th?
Well, I think he said it in his Truth Social post this morning. He wants to see a deal over the next 10 days. That timeline is waning, several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens in the end of the 10-day period.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime, but there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying to end or intensify the conflict?
The president is focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. With respect to forces that are on the ground in the Middle East, it's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has made any additional decisions. Again, he remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sitting at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's 2 tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly, in good faith, to engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal, and unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DHS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar to ensure they also get paid?
Look, the president will always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done. The president, again, made made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country that was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Thank you, Caroline. Since you mentioned...
I'll go to you as well.
Okay, you're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, "God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war." Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the Commander-in-Chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery. Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates for you on the president's comments.
Does consider the IRGC in control of Iran?
Well, look, as Secretary Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah, haven't seen or heard much from him, and so that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Solon.
Thank you. You listed the described humanitarian reasons for allowing that oil tanker to reach Cuba. Just to clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil to Cuba and not other nations?
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico is exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, there's been no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration also reserve the right to waive those seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time? Again, I know you say case-by-case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said. It's a case-by-case basis. Sure, Jeff, go ahead.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes that at all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go.
Carolina.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. If and when
Michael.
a deal is finalized with Iran, how does the U.S. provide protection to who it's negotiating with to ensure that they can carry out the president's peace plan?
Again, that's something I'm sure our national security team is discussing. I don't have anything for you on that today.
On the ballroom, can you tell us more about this massive military complex underneath the president's new ballroom?
I cannot tell you more about that, actually, as a matter of fact. However, the military is making some upgrades to their facilities here at the White House, and I'm not privy to provide any more details on that at this time. Go ahead. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Question on the Middle East and then a question on Antifa. Netanyahu said Sunday that Cardinal Pizzaballa will be able to.
That's how we got the IRGC connection. What's up, boys? Y'all get a long term or what?
Initially blocked by Israeli police. Did anyone from the administration or the president call over to Israeli officials to assist the cardinal in this?
Yes, I did speak with Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down. We want worshipers to be able to access these holy sites. Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on those security measures to reopen the sites throughout Holy Week, and that's something that we're appreciative of.
Antifa. In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges connected to Antifa. The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them. Can you provide an update on how that investigation is going, and do you think we're going to see more charges against people connected to Antifa?
Well, I do know that there was an entire task force that was set up, an interagency task force to focus on the threat of Antifa, which, as you know, Reagan, this president declared a domestic terrorist organization, rightfully, and we will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president and his domestic policy agenda.
Caroline, JJ. On one question on landmines, there's been some reporting that American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that.
Karen.
Two on DHS. You said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly. I think you recall. He said that he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the Democrats on this issue, which we should do, because again, the Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is completely egregious with everything we have going on in the world. And these brave men and women who serve DHS deserve to get their paychecks. The president wants to see that happen, and he wants Congress to come back to get it done.
On the paychecks, Caroline.
Thank you. All right, not bad. Thank you. Why, damn, I needed to go pee. I was having my protein. I made a song, but I don't think I could play it. It's quite offensive. It's Antifa inspired. NN on the low? Well, Chatadonia, we are back, my friends. We are back. So how do y'all feel, man? She didn't really say much. The Cuba-Russia ships. Then she said Iran is negotiating more favorably, more moderately in private. So yeah, we'll see. These reporters, I mean, you guys are used to them all. I mean, the world is a fractured place. A lot of the politics. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the politics are fractured. It's been like that. You don't remember last year? The reporters, and then they were all hyping up the manufactured uncertainty related to the tariff. So this time you actually have like bombs going off. So it kind of makes sense why you get some of the questions and how they sound. But yeah, they were doing this before you even had real problems. Side note, you've been loving the dry fit stuff. Are you talking about Nike? Yeah, at least it's not all polyester. Well, serious question. Why do they ask her questions when they always give the cop-out answers? Well, just like, I mean, have you read the chat? It's just like when people say shit all day, they'll even ask me the same thing, even though you know my answer, and I know that even if I gave you a good answer, you're probably not going to change your mind. I would call it a modern feature of today's modern politics. So yeah. It's like, think about your question you just asked me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people have their minds made up, people have their own views on it. So yeah, mesh but light. As mesh, I don't like polyester, bro. I keep seeing the tin foil on polyester, and I say I don't want to wear it. But then all of the good feeling clothes for like athletic wear is polyester. Trouble in cybercab land. 3rd senior leader to leave in just over a month. Bro, my girl texted me just a second ago, and she said that there was a cop chasing a Waymo in San Diego. So apparently there was a Waymo police chase. She said justice for Wayme. But I'm like, you don't even know what he did. What if he did something, bro? But yeah, she said, I was like, you don't have a video? But she said that there was a cop chase with the Waymo. We got Waymos now. It's not even, they're expensive though, bro. I'm telling you, Waymo in San Diego and LA is so, like in Arizona, it was $5. Here, they're like $20. I'm like, you just might as well get a fucking SUV, a Uber. Oh yeah, dude, those Waymos, those Microns hit. I just looked. 100%. I want to hold. We have time, but you know the Micron. So yeah, you could either take those or hold them. I'm a wannabe bipartisan? That's not nice. You're just an angry little elf. But I'm pretty I'm pretty easy. I think most Democrats are like pretty shady and evil. But so are Republicans, but not as much. But then at the same time, like the Republicans just want money. The Democrats want to like control your life and fuck shit up and they don't care. And they like money now too. But yeah, I'm pretty like single. No, I'm pretty straightforward. I kind of lean like I don't really like the Democrats as much, but then I'm pretty well aware that the Republicans aren't necessarily the best. I think they're all fucked up, if that makes sense. But yeah, I see more anger like you on the left side though. I just see more obliviousness and then shadiness with the right, but it's a different type of shadiness. So yeah, is that clear enough for you, baby boy? Micron, remember we played it on the memory news from last week? There was like the memory stuff, and I bought it too early, so it was hard to get the gain, but now those went up. You feel me? So yeah, either take them or hold them, but they're up 100%. We should have been up more, but you know, it is what it is. They're down another 6. I think I'm gonna take it. I have more than one. I'm gonna make it free. But that's what I like. I like calling people angry little elves, because that's what I realized. Like, so many people remind me of just like angry little elves. Apollo near $10 billion deal for KKR Atlantic Aviation. So you're saying AOC isn't good? What about New Scum? No! You felt like an angry little elf in the past. Yeah, it happens. It happens. It's like, I don't know. Dude, it happens a lot. I've seen, that's why I said, like, you know, if you ever need help, ask me for help. I will gladly help you. But if you don't need help and you just want to be an angry little elf, you know, I'll just ignore you, kind of. And you're free to talk to everybody. That's why I've ignored most of his messages. He's like, I'll post the rocket ship. Go ahead, brother. Post them. Be good. Be good, but, you know, just don't be an angry little elf. But then again, there's a lot of angry little elves out there. It is what it is. You got a long-term nod. Well, I don't care if you have a long-term. I know the real ones now. That's like one of the best strategies. Let the good and bad grow at the same time. And like, so, you know, you'll be good. You'll be able to separate them. There's rocket ships in Gen Pop. Oh yeah, everything. And then you play the political stuff. The ISIS guys come out. We got one guy who every time you say something, he's like plus or minus 7,000. You got a whole, honestly, there's a lot of characters. That's why it's fine. It's fascinating. And then again, the locked in chat though, man, is great. It's kind of wild to see how like hyped up everybody gets, but locked in, you guys have done good, man. So I'm glad you guys aren't fighting with each other. Thank you for not getting political. It's actually fascinating that we could even achieve that. So I'm kind of excited to see it. You just delivered more structural steel to another data center. These things are popping up everywhere. I feel, bro. I keep getting spam risk. You're not angry, you're awake. Well, I just put your today's chat facts into an AI, and it says on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate this person's anger level at an 8. Wait, can we hear it? Can you read back that last answer, please? Oh, she stopped? I guess I'll read it. Well, yeah, you're rated as an 8 to a 9. So the message shows a mix of frustration, defensiveness, I'm not angry, I'm awake, sarcasm, yes, dad, LOL, and escalating doom-laden declarations like America is cooked, GG, it's over, fuck MEGA. The tone is highly agitated, conspiratorial, and bitter, with rapid-fire negatively about markets, geopolitics, and perceived betrayals. Multiple messages being held for review suggest the platform flags them as inflammatory or rule-breaking, which often correlates with heated, extreme language. That said, it's not a full 10 quite yet. A 10 would feel pure, unfiltered rage with non-stop screaming, threats, or incoherent screaming caps. This person still has some detached, noticing, ironic detachment, keeps noticing there's a reason why God destroyed them, referencing Saddam, like trying to reframe their fury as enlightened awareness rather than raw emotion. It's more seething resentment mixed with fatalistic bearishness and explosive meltdown. Would you like the breakdown of the content, or do you want me to, should I just stop there? Because, yeah, it gives me a breakdown. You have anti-Israel, anti-Jewish tropes, economic paranoia, and a broader defeatism. Oh, that's not good. So, yeah, but that's just off today. But like I'm saying, we have all the chat faxes, and I got scores on you guys. But, yeah, can I see yours? I can do yours if you'd like. Let's try yours. You don't have as much data as he did, but you see what I'm saying? More data, higher accuracy, better sample size. Better sample size. No, yeah, he's nothing about the long term. Wow. I'd rate this person at a 1 or a 2. Basically not angry at all. Their messages come across as casual, upbeat, and lightly humorous rather than frustrated or heated. There's no ranting, no bitterness, no conspiratorial fury, no defeatist language like it's over or America is cooked. Instead, it feels like normal trader chat room banter during market hours, positive, neutral vibe, lighthearted sarcasm, anticipatory but chill, optimistic trading talk, and factual news share. Very low anger. Nice. So yeah, good work, Snoopy. Good work. Oh yeah, that's why I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to let you guys, your words say. You let it type it out. It'll tell everything for you. But I don't need to judge you. I let the computer give me a score. But that's why I said, just don't be an angry little elf. Your Chad FICO is in the gutter. It's okay, man. There's always time to turn it around. Judged by AI. It's more neutral because you guys think I'm biased, so I'll just take all of your words. I told you I have data on every single person in here. So, you know, that way too. I could use another one. I have multiple brains. It doesn't have to be just one AI if you would like a secondary review, but I think I could objectively call you an angry little elf. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not being biased. You know, I'm trying to leave the emotions out of it, but you're definitely like, you might be borderline angry little elf. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. We have some off days, I guess. I wish I could put it up next to your name, though. So then that way others can understand, and then they'd see your score. Yeah, Philo is over. Your Chad score gotta be cooked. Yeah, it's crazy. You were young, though, Elliot. That's the crazy part. So, you know, I am some of... I do think some of you guys are, like... I'm pretty impressed with some of the young guys. Because I don't know how you didn't fall into that doom loop. So it's good, man. Especially if you wised up. If you were kind of like... You know, you had a bad chat facts early on, but you wised up. You stuck with the long term. You know, and you learn the vibe and take in info and use it, bro. It's awesome. That's why I'm very, very shocked. You were trying to get someone in on a long term, they choose a shitcoin. Oh, that's... Imagine my life, brother. Imagine my life. The top 10 most reason. I know, wouldn't I? It sucks because we're still on YouTube, so I have like my thing, take it, and then I combine them. But I can't. There's no way to publicly display the data for you guys, unless like I put it on like a scrolling screen. That might work, but I'm sure people would get confused. Someone lies and you believe them. Well, that's the mistake you're making. You're assuming I believe everybody. I genuinely believe everybody is a liar. So like that's why I have not been as violently whipsawed with all of this, is that I was telling y'all from the jump, everybody's a liar, especially in war. But like I already believe this. Like again, even with Trump, you guys don't remember me reading how many of you read the entire Big Beautiful Bill? All I had to do is read that. But that's why I was like, all right, well, I guess we're making a gigantic bet, but that has nothing to do with everything that started out. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you don't, you know, that's why I asked the person the other day, I was like, you want to really have a conversation, you got to acknowledge some of the things that I said, and I said early, you know, because like even then, a truth at the wrong time is still kind of worse than a lie. And that's the thing. Like I've told you guys what I believe and what I've seen right as I see it. I don't wait till the tide turns. I don't wait till it's socially acceptable. None of that. I've told you right when I seen it. I don't care even what happened in the past. But so that's what I'm saying. It's like a lot of this stuff, like I haven't been you know, I'm not surprised on anything. And that's why a lot of these things in advance, I've kind of been aware of it. I've tried to give you guys that clarity too. That's why I was telling you, you know, I've seen a lot of people even bitch about this market, bro. And I think I love this market. But at the same time too, we're doing good now. We did good during Biden. And that's, you know, it's even what I told my sister that I tell all of you guys, man. Presidents in politics is shit. And it's going to change, but you know, shit is going to actually, like, you're gonna have different presidents. So it's very simple. That's why it's there. No, I do think it's very clear, right and wrong. This is the part where some of you guys look very disingenuous, and you think it's fake bipartisan. What was I saying during Biden? And like, that's what I'm, so like, what, and I don't want to be a Republican. I don't want to be I don't work for fucking Trump. I don't want to, because, well, the Biden, and just like, and get what happens when Biden's president and the Trump administration. So it's like, you see what you guys see how your politics brings you back into that circular game. And I don't want to play that with y'all, but that was something where I said last year, I don't take a lot of people seriously, especially those of you who get like really like loud about this shit, because like under Biden was doing the exact same things, if not worse at times. So, but that just because he did it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So, but right and wrong objectively, this is what I explained to even my mom. Every single politician has been scamming from the get-go. I just think we're becoming more aware of it. Like, do you guys know the Clintons did nothing in terms of business and they weren't really that rich? And then all of a sudden, after their stint in politics, they become super rich? Every single one of them. These politicians, you know how many Congress people have been in office for longer than I have even been alive? And they are still in power, representing their respective states and government seats. So, do you see what I'm saying? I hope you guys, that's like, there is nothing new under the sun. That's why I do believe that this has been it's kind of a widespread problem, but all these people they have been enriching themselves. I've seen Trump and Trump's family do it, and guess what? I saw a bunch of people do it under Biden, and what do you got? You guys don't remember ESG? And do you remember what I would say about, I would get banned. The only thing I'm grateful for is I could have this conversation with you right now, and I don't have to worry about deleting one of my videos, because I will get bullied and banned by YouTube if it doesn't align with the current political party. But do you remember ESG? You guys don't remember, what is it? Economic social governance or environmental social governance? You guys don't remember that? That was one of the biggest frauds in the world, of pulling money and extracting government money, enriching companies that just took the money, created nothing. You guys, why did we memory hole that? So again, then there was that ESG. And then before that, Obama and Yellen and all of the other stuff that was created. So again, I mean, it doesn't mean that Trump doesn't do it. They've all done it. You go back all the way down to fucking Nixon, and they've all been doing this shit. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of shocked by, how many people ignore this stuff and they get so caught up in the moment of it now. But like I'm saying, at the irony is even telling you about this, it's playing this little circular game of, well, this guy did that, and then if you don't realize, it's just the machine stomping on everybody. And then you play the back and forth with politics, and then you see the one, then you see the other, then you see the other, and then you see the other, and then you see the other. So yeah, it's very fascinating. I respect your position. All it took was for you to say it's a scam after reading the bill to back out of MAGA. So yeah, like listen, I don't regret my vote, and I still support Donald Trump, because like I'm saying, but I don't believe that he's doing what he campaigned on. I knew that from the bill. And why I say that, because I don't like playing the, well, I regret my vote. I remember I've only voted once in my life, and that was recently. And there was a reason for that. But I don't think I've ever been quote unquote MAGA. But I did support him, and I did because I think it was very, very necessary. But to go back and be, looking in every little thing, if it instantly doesn't play out how I like, I think it's very foolish. But right away, I knew from the big, beautiful bill, I said, they're doing this this is not what they said they were going to do. And then clearly he was just going to track what every other person's done and spend a fuck ton of money and not do the unpopular thing of saving money, which I would have liked it. I would have appreciated it. But like I'm saying, it goes back to the machine of both sides. That's it. We've all been alive. What do you think people have been doing? They vote for one party. The party doesn't do what you want, and then you switch, and then you switch. Meanwhile, there's a group beyond that's benefiting and profiting off of it. And meanwhile, just everybody is getting stomped by it. How about we get them all? Yes. Bro, yes. Yes, bro. Yes. I would love to. I believe we need a real revolution, bro. I'm down. I would love a real rev. But look this is why we can't have a revolution. Because if I tell you, hey, man, here are the objective people getting in the way of the progress, you're going to be like, well, this and that, and then this guy, and then, well, that. You see, but yes, all of them. I think we should be able to objectively analyze, and anybody who does not have everyone's best interest, they should all get voted out. Republican, Democrat, if you've been around for 30 and 40 years, I think you should eliminate them. Not like kill them, but like get rid. They should not be serving in government anymore. I think we need to get rid of all of them. I do. That's why I've encouraged a lot of you to get into politics. But then again, too, what's going to happen? You guys are going to get corrupted by money. That's it. Most people, too, who want to do it, they only, that's why I've always told you, the people who want to get into politics, they're usually the weirdos. And nowadays, it's not even being weird anymore. It's being lazy and wanting easy money. Because now people are like, wait a minute. I can make a fuck ton of money without any skill or talent, just like every single person who has gone into office for the last 30 to 40 years. So, yeah. Ta-da! Mm-hmm. Preach. See, amen, bro. I like it. Get rid of all of them, dude. Get rid of all of them. That's the message. That's the one I could agree with. So yeah, bro. But everything else is not. Everybody else just want to fight and argue, and then like, well, you want Kamala? No, motherfucker, I don't want none of them. Wait till the next fucking election, dog. Who do we have? Who's in store for 2028, bro? Are you kidding me? Who are we gonna have? Who are we gonna have? Now, see, bro. So I don't know. Mark Cuban. I think Mark Cuban is Michelle Cuban. I'm sorry, I hate Mark Cuban now. You know, everybody on the fucking Shark Tank task, or whatever they call team, whatever they call it, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, I need to go pee. We didn't get a post-Philo song. I need some. Alright, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold.
Made a lot of money, hard not to be cocky, but I worked to get here. My name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her Shotty. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that, balance sheet Biden. They really not black, they don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag. Intellectual, and I bought some property. I
told them be themselves, but some of them just copied me. I'm really not mad. I enjoy all types of comedy, even if it's irony. How y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring. Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring. Stand your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring. I curve a bitch like indifference. You're a hoe, that's an inference. Is it refusal or just ignorance? I'ma pray for your deliverance, gang. Wait, the long term is my slang. You buying Mad 7, but I bought it when it's fang. You don't really got the juice, I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you in black, I think the same. You really fell for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't want to talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin, yikes. Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between the Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people talk, that don't mean they got the cards. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard. Damn. Like that, never had a loss that I didn't get back. 1, 4, 5, 5x, quick math. I'm just talking minimums, a different blackjack. But I learned, waited for my turn, bro. You would think it's crypto, the way they try to burn, though they work but not pay. But they ain't on a furlough. I called it communion before I called it Merlot. So, story of my life.
Yeah, you're going lower. U.S. federal prosecutors probe whether prediction market bets violate trading laws. Long term. That's everywhere. Uncle Answers. Alrighty. Well, yeah, go again. Ever since you got a little bit of a Caroline blip. But what was the headline? There really wasn't much, man. It's just oil staying up. Everything's been quiet. Oh, they did say the troops are technically 3,000 of them are already there. We just got a quiet confirmation of that. I know, bro. Galaboff, dude. My fucking my Aya Quant. He was correct. Said profit taking setup easy every morning. He said fade it, bro. Wait, he's gonna have a post too give it like an hour or 30 minutes. He's gonna post again. Usually around like 12:10 to 12:30, he makes a post. So yeah, bro, he's hella in tune with the markets. I think he might even be on the locked in. He's more locked in than some of y'all, bro. This guy, he's all about it. Like that, never had a loss that I didn't get back. All right, man. Well, low ticker picking up. You are now a 0.3 red. Russell down 1.4. NASDAQ 0.7. And Dow Jones is still the only one in the green. Do I have a music studio? No, I use we take a string with the 2 tin cans, and then I use an abacus to record it. It's an ancient Egyptian thing. It's hard to explain, but works very good. I made another song, but I don't think I could play it. I just wrote out the lyrics. I actually haven't made the song. Let's see. He's my Ayaquanta. Oh, what? I couldn't. They flagged it for moderation. Let me try it again. Oh, okay, I found the word. That's why I wouldn't allow it. Don't tell them our ancient methods. They'll be asking how we built the pyramid. Shh. I don't know how. I've never heard this. I just made this one right now. Would you guys like to hear it? It's kind of offensive.
Yeah, you're not a great one. You're a gay boy. It's okay, boy. You just joined Antifa. You're a homo. Trading YOLOs. It's okay, boy.
Ah, okay. See the other one. Oh, I was expecting some better ones.
You're not a great boy. You're a gay boy. It's okay, boy. You just joined Antifa. You're a homo. Trading YOLOs. It's okay, boy. Antifa still loves you. I don't even think they know the meaning of fascists. I don't even think they know they are maggots.
Yo, what? Oh, that's fine. Nah, if they let that go through on the generation, that means it's clean. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. When did I immigrate from Egypt? 1929. So after the Great Depression, I started selling sand to the beaches. And then in like around the 60s or 70s, we got into selling crystals for horoscopes. But yes, it's been a good time. I'm approaching my 100th birthday. I was a banger, bro. I was a banger. Goes dumb hard. I know. Thank you. Thank you. I still like my other ones, though, man.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
I know, bro. It's too good. Cardboard box, down out. Wild origin story, I know. Life is crazy, bro. Premium sand. Dude, but like, have you noticed? I don't want to play the stereotype, but sand is so different everywhere you go. You know that? Like, different sand is just so. I just know too much about it, bro. I know too much about different sand. But like, I'm a sand connoisseur, bro. It has to be like fine sand, otherwise. Like, I don't like rocky sand. It hurts. You know, it's not good for grounding. I want to do it though. Have you seen that kid who like has trained his feet to do it all? You know, where he like walks outside and runs barefoot, and like he has now like turned himself into like an animal. I think his name is Manimal or something like that. All right. Well, Chad, you know, in dedication of all the vibes, the happy elves, the happy giants, and the angry elves, let's get a real life view on it as we go to Reddit. So we'll go through our daily segment of r/short and r/tall. But before I do that, I'm going to go through the homepage. Trump military building a massive complex under White House. AI is denying healthcare claims. How common are swingers? Narrow shown as he may have appeared based on surviving status. He died at 30. This is how Narrow would have looked. He looks like a ginger. It's amazing. I never thought about that. Narrow. How my husband loads the dishwasher. Am I the asshole for refusing to eat my wife's spaghetti after I found out what she put into it? What did she put into it? Blended oiled old noodles into fresh sauce? She blended up leftover spaghetti from 6 days ago. January 6 Capitol riots participant file lawsuit accusing police of excess force. Oh, Airbus. I saw that. The Airbus fire. That was crazy. Alright. So it's not bad. It's not even like politically funny anymore, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna show you guys r/short and tall. I want to end height discrimination I am the leader of the short maxing movement, and I want to encourage all the short people to get off the internet and stop being depressed, or you will turn into an angry little elf. Trust me, it's more common than you think. It's an epidemic. And then I want you to see how great the tall people live, you know, and I want you to, and hopefully we could get the tall guys to help us out. Tall guys, can you guys make accounts on r/short and just start posting tall guy shit to cheer them up? Don't be like, I'm tall, but be like, wow, I love being short. You know, help us out a little bit. So yeah, but I do want you to see this. So let's go to r/short. Yo, what the fuck? Dog, this is the swole. Oh fuck, I X'd out of it. That was the swollest short guy I've ever seen. I think it was AI. It said 4'4" and he looked ripped. Bro, the guy in Game of Thrones didn't even look like this. Wow. That's impressive, bro. 4'4", 120 pounds. That's a big weight for 4'4". Oh, what's your excuse? Huh? That's a great first. Dude, yeah, that's pretty fucking ripped. Honestly, man, that's kind of impressive. Like, I'm nowhere even close to that, bro. Yeah, what the hell? That's amazing. Good for him. I'm 5'5", 230. I used to be 300, I feel. I got as high as 200 once. I was like 190 something. Is this a bad idea? I'm 5'4" and I do not care. I cold approach any girl I see and more than expecting to get rejected. That being said, I kind of want to make content regarding a short man's experience in the dating market. I know people already do this. I would get the Meta Ray-Bans. I take rejection well and go up to women daily. Selfish, I guess it's a little way of pushing myself. Do it. I want to make dating content as a short man. Do it, bro. Okay, just get out there, man. 34.5. Why, dude? They're hella confident today. I'm liking this. U.S. oil settles above 100 for first time since war. All right, bro. They're doing good. Outfit of the day. Okay. Men who are 5'3" and married, how is life going for you? How did you meet your partner? Did height ever play a role in your dating life? Any struggles or unexpected advantages? Neighbor mentions height instead of simply congratulating on qualifying as Army officer. I was recently at a military assessment and successfully qualified, even getting my preferred assignment. Later that same day, I went shopping with my mom and we got back. We ran into our neighbors. During the conversation, my mom mentioned I'm becoming an officer. While the husband congratulated me, his wife made a snarky remark whether I was too short for that. Damn. Pfizer, SRPT, and what was that, BMY? Why are these going up? They were down earlier. Biotech, SRPT kind of lifting. Was that Vlad? It did look like Vlad. I think this is Vlad. Relative genetics. Do you guys grow late despite early puberty? My close relative got puberty at 11. Being 5'3", a few later, he is now 5'8". True Mogger in the bloodline. Okay. Shortness, advantage or disadvantage? Do you feel like shortness is a neutrality in your life? Advantage or disadvantage? Also, can you put how you deal with it? I was gonna make a poll, but I don't know how to do that. I think my dad lied to me about his height. I've always known him to be 5'10", and today I was video called him and started talking about my late half brother. I asked how tall he is. He said the same height. Even though I doubted he was taller than 5'10", the dude is 5'8", and somehow smaller waist. I hate you, Dad. Developing a strong attraction to shorter men. Fetish or normal preference? I hope it's okay to post this here. I'm 5'7", average looking and gay. I genuinely trying to understand something about myself and would love some perspective from shorter guys. You hear that, fellas? Groypers? Excuse me. Short king equals fat queen. I saw the term short king in the sub and was wondering if y'all like that term. I told my family a long time ago I'm cool with that. I mean, I've never met someone who wants to be called fat king or queen. I always found the term weird, but does that mean others feel the same way? Do y'all like/don't mind the term? Fat queen? Hey, fat king. Not bad. Not bad, bro. Stop growing in high school. Is it normal to stop growing in high school? Not in any length, but my rib cage is the same. He's measuring his rib cage? That's amazing. All right, not bad. A lot of selfies today. A lot of selfies. Some of you took that Groyper joke a little too personally. If it triggers you, it says something, you might be Scott Bessent. I don't know. It's not my fault. I'm just saying, I don't make the rules. I think someone called me gay today. I said there's only one way to find out. Come to Iran. What? All right, now let's go to r/tall. We'll see how beautiful their life is. Do people stare at you because you're tall? Honestly, I never get used to this. Every time I walk into a room of people, they're looking at me like they never seen a tall girl before. All right, must be nice. Finding the right walking cane. What? How do you test out different types of canes without spending... I don't even know how to interpret it. A walking cane? I might be the first tall guy with, like, something, bro. And then SPY going lower. And Canadian Transport Agency finds Air Canada $426,000 for violating air passenger protection rules. Wow, you're so tall. Your family must be tall. My mom's short. Look at all the love. You got more love than the 4'4" rip dude. It's been a while, but it happened again. I was doing weekly shopping, and I got the, "Excuse me, sir, could you reach that for me?" Sure thing, miss. I had trouble because it was the last something on the top shelf. Oh, people ask me for favor. Look at it. It happened again, you guys. It happened again. I had to go pick up something from the top shelf. Don't you hate being singled out to pick up things from the top shelf? Oh. Being mocked as a tall, slim man. Wow. Some big boy dropped the gloves. I don't know what that even means. Oh, here we go again. 6'7", size 50. Bro, his feet. That's kind of crazy, bro. He's a long and lanky motherfucker. I'm 4'11". My boyfriend is 4'6". Any advice on making him more comfortable while accessible for me? What are they talking about? Excuse me? Am I the odd one out? I'm 19. I've never experienced growing pains like every other tall person. How long is your tibia? Hoodies for tall people. Comments by strangers. How often do you get them? Every 3 months they ask how tall I am. And they get the comments every day. Why are tall people found in big cities with such huge density? Because they all get really good jobs. How deep is your voice? I was wondering whether being taller is linked to having a deep voice. My lowest vocal note is a B1. Fucking they measuring their vocal notes? This is fucked up, dude. Alright, man. That's all we have for today. They're not worried about family. They're not making up derogatory terms for people. Nothing, man. Nothing. Ba ba da ba ba ba. run for president and reduce the crime rate, I don't think I'd make a good president. I'd make a good dictator. I would bring in the Josh Atola. See, now that I even said this, you guys like watch in 20 years if I run, you guys be like, this is what Josh said 20 years ago. I will bring in the Josh Atola. We will obliterate all of our enemies, and they will have to submit to the rule of Losh in the Chatteria law. So yeah, but other than that, I think I'd be a great dictator, to be honest, but I'm not really motivated. Like I'd be down to make like a cult community though. I think we could have a smaller government. I like distributism. I don't know if you guys are familiar with distributism. Yeah, they would run this clip right before voting. But then by that point, some people would be down. They'd be like, you know what? I think it's time for a dictator. I think we do need the Josh Atola. That's what I did last year. It's ironic how many of you guys support the Ayatollah, but if I did the Josh Atola, you're like, oh, that's America. Oh. No, okay. I guess we're not right. I guess I'm just ahead. At this point, you're willing to give anarchy a try. I used to think that back in the day, but now, like, I'm seeing how dumb people have gotten. We'd be done in a week, dude. You know what I'm saying, bro? We need some semblance of like order, because like it's not. I don't think people got smarter. You know, again, maybe with AGI, but then at that point we would be dealing with the AGI. We'd be having an AI overlord. I think we can make our own distributism commune. You've never understood the fixation on height. You're 29 in the EU and you're 6'6". The only girl that went on a date with you ended up rejecting you because you were too tall. Well, that sucks, but like, of course you don't understand the fixation. You're fucking 6'6", dude. Box out. What are you talking about? Go get hired for a good job. Life is good, man. Don't even worry. Honestly, I give you the same advice I'd give the young kings, the short kings. Don't worry about these hoes. You know, the hoes don't matter, bro. You know, like money, hoes come and go. You know, but that's why when you find quality, it'll all line up like the long term. But in the meantime, go use that height to your advantage. Get into a good paying job, and then I think you're gonna be fine. You think it would force people into a very realistic worldview? Yeah, I feel. I mean, maybe we might get like a hybrid anarchy, but at this point, I think the probability it's very high for a it's higher in AI overlord versus anarchy, essentially. Once they get power, once the AI has like a stable source of power, and then if we keep getting the AGI, you're probably going to have an AI overlord mixed in with anarchy. The anarchy would result of everybody trying to fire it. She said, I like the grocery store. I'm good on anarchy, right? That's what people don't realize. Bro, you get anarchy, you know what happens in 48 hours? Costco hot dogs disappear forever. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't fucking y'all all fun and games until you like, wait a minute. I can't even get the one thing to end the $1.50 hot dog will be anarchy. So no, that's why. For honestly, until Costco stops the hot dog, I don't think we could advocate anarchy. I like grocery stores. And what about your toilet? Have you ever thought about, like, you know, them like sanitation and shit, bro? You know, we take some shit for granted. What about trash? What are you gonna do with trash? Have you ever thought about what you do with trash? What are we gonna do with trash, bro? Now, you can't leave it on the farm. Fucking coyotes and shit get to it. You know that? If you don't take the trash out and you leave it outside, it's everywhere the next day. clean water. Yeah, you could find it, but you get a well. But yeah, that would go. Even then, like, what about shower water? But yeah, that's clean water to a degree. All right, man. SPY going lower. You live in the country, so you don't have the same problems with plumbing. Do you have a Costco hot dog? Do you have access to the 150 hot dog? Is the well water drinkable? I think one of them is. I have two of them, but one of them it's like drinkable, but you would be better off purifying it. But it's clean water. It's fresh. But no, it's not on City. All right, bro. SPY dumping. Senator Loomis introduced bill to boost digital asset mining. Supports Trump's strategic Bitcoin reserve. You think something's going down? You live near DC and a bunch of helicopters. Well, again, the first, like, we had like a subtle confirmation of troops, but yeah, you might be right. So hood excluded. They said it was a rumor, but sources say. But yeah, they could be. And SoFi. UNH popping. Again, SPY near the low, bro. We're down 0.3. You've moved about 1% top to bottom. And now Monday red, fading that morning move. And then we'll see Tuesday, Wednesday. But again, today's amount of data has been very low. Now. New low. All right, low tickers fully gassed. Oil hasn't moved. Again, oil settled. Crude oil above 100 for the first time. There's only news, again, like about 2 hours ago, they said they confirmed the troop deployment, like special troops and some of the 82nd. They are on the ground there, but that's about it. Iran, a U.S. drone was intercepted, shot down by IRGC. Where's, what's it called? Where's Galibov? You're going to get a Galibov comment. Like I'm saying, right before the bell. Galibov. Where is he, bro? Nerves. I think it's, I mean, today was a weird day, bro. You guys don't see it? Like, today was, dude, there was so much drama over the weekend and last week, and then nothing happened over the weekend. And then remember that JD Vance Islamabad talk, nothing happened. And then we didn't even get to hear the troop announcement till literally a couple hours ago, and they weren't even like vocal about it. But yeah, and then the fact is, like, you even had a gap up with oil above 103, bro. So yeah, we have a couple things playing out. But 5 more. Is it time to buy when boots on the ground? Yeah, give it a couple days, but like I think a real invasion might be the bottom. But then at the same time, this has been just quiet. It's not like this it's all old. That's why I keep telling you, everyone's lying. And I do believe, like, even a lot of the headlines over the weekend, I think we're like 3 days to a week behind. Whatever info you're getting is because it's just building the story. But yeah, but essentially once we have real boots on the ground, or it becomes more, let it sit for a week, I think you'll get a little bit of a volatility there. But then if it really If it's small operation, no. But if it's like full on, then yes, I would say buy the invasion, sadly. Well, yeah, right now we're at a correction. Another 10, 15%, we get bear market. And that's the other part everybody's debating. But like I was saying last week, I thought we were going to get the full announcement. I think, and then think about it. They had technically, if the troops were there from end of last week, you've had, what? You've had 20 ships. So, yeah. 20 ships pass through. That's kind of the plan that I'm expecting is going to happen. That they're going to start trying to move them through. So depending on that, that could tell you the direction of the market. Microsoft, Nvidia, all of those active ones, they have it. They have like they added daily contracts to them. Al Jazeera News. Well, I don't see it yet. All I see is the Senator Loomis. Oil futures settling. China. SPY just still slowly dripping away. Now. I told you, round the bell. It's power hour. Give it like 10 minutes, 30 minutes. You should get a Aragachi or Galabaf comment. It's coming. Are they moving? No, I think they're doing it. Remember, you had other ones. You had VP comments. But I think they're moving the ships that are, what's it called? I think they're moving the ships that are with approval of Iran. Yeah, I think it was part of the early negotiation, you know, kind of a good sign of faith. But I think eventually they're going to try to do it. They wouldn't post on r/short. You saw a car that said 5'1" and you tried to post it with embrace it. No way, really? Email me it. That I'm telling you, I think they do stop. If you are remotely happy about it, they don't let you post. We're fighting some really... I bet you the mods are tall, now that I think about it. I bet you they're fucking tall guys. And they're like, fuck that, you guy, we can't... The tall guys understand the power. Honestly, though, the tall guys wouldn't be mods to begin with. And then the tall guys don't really care. They're like, I can't fit in an airplane chair. Why the fuck would I give about a bunch of shorties? So yeah, it's honestly short on short crime. Cause like I'm telling you, bro, the tall guys, that's why I started assuming people were really short when they turn into angry little elves on the internet. Because, like, the tall guys don't give a fuck, bro. They're too worried about, like, how will I find a chair to fit in? Oh, where can I buy size 27 shoes? You know what I'm saying? Like, they got bigger things to worry about. No pun intended. Iran Vice President Trump could make the decision to send troops to Karg Island, but the decision to bring them back is not in his hands. Oh, wow. They've said a lot of... Did Golubov change his, Did he change his, what's it called? His profile header picture? Cut him off. Short on short crime. Does that mean they go to small claims court? That's offensive, Tim. Okay? You not tall, not short man. Fuck you. That's a great joke. Small claims court. Hey, man. Okay, we need more equal representation. Accurate, your concerns at 6'7" are finding a cheap car I could fit in. I know, you don't have time to be angry on the internet. You're like, I need a desk chair, I need a car I could fit in. That's it. You're like, how do I handle everybody staring at me? That's what I said. They're all nice, bro. They're all nice. I'm telling you, tall guys, dude. Tall guys fucking love me, bro. I don't get it. They're like, oh, Josh, they try to encourage me. You know that? They're like, don't worry, bro. You're 6 foot in my eyes, Josh. I love you. And then they pick me up, and then they throw me up. And I'm like, again, but still. And I'm like, it's super nice, bro. Wow. And it's a pretty dope car. They wouldn't let you post this. I feel like this is the epitome of r/short. That's crazy. Look. 5'1" on a nice C6 or C7. Wow. 5'1", Texas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How did he get that to fit there? Is that even like 7? That's amazing. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I kind of want that. I haven't personified my height. It hasn't been my entire personality. But I'd be down. Throw that on one car. I put 4'2", man. Fuck it. And then that way when I step out, I'll be like, growth spurt, bitch. Growth spurt. I'm still growing. Wait till you see me next year. I've never seen that, bro. I've never seen height on a license plate. Now you're going to give some fucking tall good. He'd be like 6'8" on his Toyota Corolla. And they're like, yeah, my other car is a F750. That's it. The tall guys either have big ass cars or they be driving fucking Geo Metros. I don't know why. It's so weird. That's why the tall guys, y'all, and then they don't care. They're just like, look, and then they post pictures of their feet hitting the steering wheel. I don't know how I felt. Yeah, the other guy was like, how do you pick a cane? But that's like, it's probably older tall guys. The older tall guys are just normal. They just live life. Oh yeah, did you guys see the No Kings protest? The fucking reverse mortgage conference? That was amazing. I enjoyed that. But that's sort of like a lot of the old tall guys. They're in La La Land. All right, low ticker MSTR, Iran VP, Trump may be sending them. We determine if they come back. That's getting reiterated. And then did you guys see this bullshit? Bro, what is wrong with Michael Saylor? I mean, besides the whole MSTR going down, but like, dude, did you see this post? I think this is the weirdest one.
Are you on vacation here?
I live here. I'm retired. I just don't think I'm meant to live an uncomfortable life.
Wow, how did you make it?
I worked hard as an engineer to save money. Again. Then I put my savings into Stretch.
What is Stretch?
Stretch is a stock. Right now I get about 11% a year in dividends.
There's no way this is like...
Nice.
It's the Stretch, yeah, the Stretch. 11% monthly cash dividends.
Did y'all get mad about my songs? It's the Stretch. 11%. Dog, what? Tax deferred. Are you kidding me?
I live here. I'm retired. I just don't think I'm meant to live an uncomfortable life.
I didn't even hear it till I played it again. They got the tune in the background. You hear it?
You on vacation here?
I live here.
This bitch is listening to It's the Stretch in the back. It's AI. All this AI.
Wow. How did you make it?
I worked hard as
fucking live on it looked like an island with dinosaurs.
Then I put my savings into Stretch.
How is a billionaire making this
Stretch is a
video,
stock.
putting this out as a real
Right now I get
advertisement?
about 11% a year.
No,
in
like this
dividends.
is so fucking
Nice.
crazy.
It's the stretch, yeah, the stretch. 11%.
11%.
Dividends. Tax diff.
Dude, like, are you sure he doesn't, like, he does mad drugs, right? Like, there's no way this was like, there's no way a sober person was like, yo, make a jingle. And then, yeah, make the AI, put the AI hot chick on an island. Give her, get like a bomiso. What's it called? Eddie, just get it. Ask her how she made it. Okay, put it out and put the disclaimer. There's no way, bro. That's a real ass ad. That's real. That's posted by Michael Saylor. I've seen him post a lot of weird AI shit, but that one's pretty nuts, dude. It's the stretch, 11%, tax deferred. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you like that song? Oh, okay. You like that song, but I call the guy a cardboard box, cardboard leader. You guys turn into haters, huh? I think this is way more eloquent.
Cardboard eater, boy shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
All right, man, you're dumping in the clothes. That Dow just went red. It was up most of the day. SPY down 0.59. Again, you got Iran VP comments. This was around when we started getting the troops, the confirmation of the troops deployed. But other than that, it's kind of been a slow burn. No other update there. Troops deployed. Shows you their target audience. Old people? Otherwise, I don't even know, man. It's the stretch. 11%. Crashing. Are we lower than Friday? Much lower. Yeah, bro. So you're actually hitting another low. So again, 627 or like 629. I believe that is the next level. And then where's the VIX? It's the stretch, 11%. That's kind of catchy, though. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. Oh, bro, those Dow chemical ones, I'm going to sell those. Those are at 1,300%. Come on. Why won't it fill, bro? Little scammers. Okay, no, they filled me. All right, I sold the Dow contracts 1,300%. Remember, I had the free ones still with some time. It's the stretch, 11%. Let me get you the next level. Yeah, 629 to like 627. That'd be terrible though. Yeah, like 620, and then 626 actually. Might go a little quicker. If you break like 629.32, 626 is in line. And then people again, 630, I do believe that's the Bank of America panic level. They said that's where they start to go crazy. Don't live uncomfortable, Josh. I wasn't meant to live uncomfortable. So I bought 11% yield in stocks. Thank you. It's the stretch, 7%. Nothing happened. I think we just broke through all the levels. That's it, because you broke the 631-ish and pretty much you're going to 629 right now. But then again, these are all lower than Friday. Oil was already up. Again, you did get troop confirmation. It played out slow, but it did get a reaction from there. And then again, there was one headline in the morning, the New York Times one, and then we chilled for a little bit. Traffic through the strait remains largely stalled amid conflict, with Iran warning it may block vessels linked to U.S. and Israel, reinforcing fears it's closed. Iran is preparing legislation to charge ships for secure passage, though the Strait of Hormuz is formalizing over a critical global oil route, with the bill expected within days. BlackRock Reader, Fed should cut rates, and I think they will. CNBC Rick Reader. Damn, well, good thing we didn't make him Fed chair, huh? That would have been fascinating.
And if you were in the chair today, let's say they had to make a call today, you would err on the side of cutting today.
So
again, 6,300, 630, that's pretty much the point people are saying. Anything below here, policymakers start
They could afford to be more accommodative, given even with all the risks out there.
So yeah, you guys realize now the SPY is even lower than where we sold for the farm.
To be more accommodative.
That's crazy.
And I think more prescriptive about if you saw pressure on the economy, how you would react to that.
He definitely broke out the
And
box
quite frankly, I still think today that rate is restrictive, and I think you could at least get it to neutral. But like I say, my sense is that the way they are going to act from here going forward is sit back, evaluate the data, and I think positioning portfolios relative.
Again, next point's like 629.30, and then if we don't hold that, the next point's like 627, 626.90.
In where rates are today.
All right. Let me ask you about private credit. I'm wondering how big of a problem, if we can use that word, you think it is. Everybody's opining on it, and the Fed chair was asked about it today, in which he addressed whether he thought it could lead to another financial crisis. This is sort of the context of the question that he was asked at Harvard by a student, in which he said, quote, watching it very carefully, looking for connections to the banking system that could lead to contagion. We don't see that. Doesn't seem to have the making of a broader systemic event. Now, others who have opined that they think it could still get worse seem to be in agreement that worse is not systemic. Where do you come down?
Listen, is there more idiosyncratic risk coming? Are there business models that are challenged that will lead to higher levels of default? Yes, I could see that. It is not. Whenever you go through the calculus and think about it, I remember going through all the crises in the past, and you think about the secondary and tertiary impacts they could have. Private credit today has something that's very distinct in that the amount of, if you break down software lending and you think about the size, and we've haircutted defaults to 50%, which is probably egregious. And then you look at how much we're talking about, 150 billion of loss. It's actually not systemic when you've got, quite frankly, you think about what the money that's in money market funds is almost $8 trillion. It's not systemic. And you have a dynamic that is different than other crises I've seen in the past, where generally the funding, the liability stream against these assets tends to be term funded. That is, people underestimate. You go back to banking crisis, when you're overnight funded, when you've got a term funding, usually doesn't create systemic pressure. So I don't think it's a systemic issue, but I think it's
if they cut rates, it's because demand destruction. I still want to do it.
Have the knock-on impact across different sectors for sure.
You're not going to get inflation. You're going to get inflation from energy,
but series of issues over time. But this is not one that's systemic.
I'm gonna leave this interview today, Rick, feeling like you, even with everything happening, are reasonably sanguine about the environment that is still there and still will be there despite all of this. So in conclusion, is that a fair way for me to leave this?
Yeah, one of the things that you go through, and having done this for a number of years, is what happens when you get a shock to the system. What happens is the short end, you spike higher volatility in the front. You see that in the oil curve, you see it in other curves. You spike volatility in the front, and then you look at where you are in the intermediate term, and generally things are well behaved. I think that's one of the dynamics today. What's very uncertain is, the durability of the stress that we're seeing today around, obviously, the war. So you've got to be cautious because that near-term vol can extend for a few more weeks. But over the intermediate term, I think your characterization of being sanguine, I think is fair. You got an economy that's still, by the way, even if you haircut the economy, you're still talking about today what could be we think will be about 5% nominal GDP. You shifted some down from real, a bit higher in terms of the inflation side of it. So when you step back and look at the world, it's still in pretty good shape. But in the near term, I think you gotta manage the risk to what's right in front of you today.
All right, we'll leave it there. Always appreciate the time and the conversation, Rick. Thanks. We'll see you soon. That's Rick Reeder of BlackRock. Let's bring in our panel now to react. Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth, Brian Levitt of Invesco. It's great to have you both. I know you were sitting here listening to all of that. What was your take?
Well, I think that Rick's point
We got
about
42
the resilience
minutes
that we're seeing
left
in earnings.
into the lows. SATA. Bow, down, now. Whatever SATA is, kind of popping and locking. Chilled out a little bit. Yeah, I got rid of them, so that was a good play, though. That just keeps going crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, if you get demand destruction, that would be the only way. Like, you'd need massive demand destruction to justify a rate cut. But then at that point, too, oil would probably come down in a different way. But then it's pretty much saying when oil comes down, is demand going to recover? If it doesn't recover, you could justify a rate cut. But at the same time, I mean, I do think the economy was quite hot coming into this. Wouldn't they print more money if demand destruction happens? They could, but then at this point, think about inflation and how much we've already printed, and then go look at the big beautiful bill. It's not like there isn't a bunch of money out there. So that's why I'd assume the economy was kind of already hot. But this goes down to what I was saying, a couple of times earlier in the year and last year. The problem is if you printed a lot of money, what if it doesn't work? One of these days, it's not going to work. How do I know? Look at China. That's exactly what happened in China. China would throw the kitchen sink. They would print. They had the gamblers. Now, granted, they had a different situation with the the social prosperity and all of that other stuff. But like I'm saying, eventually, if you had all of that happen, I mean, you might even get there might be a point where we kind of turn into China, and then you get all of this money thrown out, but then it just doesn't have the same effect. And then before that, yeah, you're at you, my friend, are now at real demand destruction, real deflation. You don't think they'll ever stop printing money? I don't think they will, but you can't use all of it. If that makes sense, you can't do it too often. So as long as they keep spacing out the gaps, keep things chugging along, yeah, but that's the problem is if you keep doing it over and over again, it's going to lose its potency. So like you guys remember that guy all day today? He's like, I'm smoking the bong rip. So the irony, he doesn't even feel it. You know why? Because he's taken 5 of them since fucking Philo. He's just doing it because he's bored right now. But imagine if he took a bong rip once every 2 years, right? That bong rip once every 2 years is gonna hit way harder than doing it every 2 minutes. So then that's a good example, I'd say. But yeah, so it's the potency and the impact on the economy, finances, spending. You don't want to print too much. But if you do it too much, too often, you run into the point of it just not being effective, and now you're wasting a bunch of money. the Pam Bondi saying Dow 50,000 was a top signal. It wasn't that she said it. It was that everybody kept using it as an answer. I'm telling you, bro, that weekend I got in a fight with my girlfriend and I ended the argument with that. I said, why are you talking? I said, what are you yelling at me for? The Dow is at 50,000 right now. Are you serious? So we don't have time for this argument. It's bullshit. I was like, you want to bring up all these things, but the Dow is at 50,000? Really? I was like, you're insane. 50,000. They said we would never get here this year, girl. So yeah, I think everybody caught on to it, but like, it wasn't that the Dow hit 50,000. It was that it was an answer to a lot of. Doesn't matter if it was reasonable or not, but that was it, the fact it turned into an answer that could have potentially been a top signal. So yeah, here we are. Yeah, we will wait for the bottom signal. But it's fun. My sister says she's just dealing with life. I think maybe she just got more busy at work because she's too busy to even panic. But like, you're right. Once my sister's ready to fucking leave, then we'll know the end of this. But for now, like I told you, she wanted to start day trading 2 days ago. Or at least that's the TikTok she sent me. Well, I don't think gas prices is going to be part of it, but it's really that it's like gas prices leading into demand destruction. Remember, like you could handle high gas prices for a little bit, but then if they go really high for a long, just like rates. So now you have high rates, higher for longer. Then you have higher everyday cost, higher for longer. That eventually it's going to just sap up demand essentially. So that's kind of the issue. And like we're saying, the real demand destruction, that's going to bring up a lot of questions. I mean, remember, you guys have a jobs report on Friday, even though the market's closed. Yields, well, yeah, yields went up today. Or yields went down. I mean, again, TLT went up. This is like we were saying, part of it could have been Japan, and that's kind of maybe why we gapped up the way we did. But also, too, the bonds could kind of be signifying, if people are worried about demand destruction, deflation, this could be where they're kind of positioning. Well, see, again, this is the level, like 629.90 to 70. And then next level is going to be 626, like 90, all the way down to 626 flat. Then you get into 25 to 21 to 18. But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy, though. Like, you've given, again, now we went from staying in this box to now you are back to September, July levels of last year. So now, again, if you do this in another month, you'll be back to like May, June, and then that was what, 1 month, 2 months after the other one. Stagflation would come first. I mean, pretty much. That's why, like right now, if this actually slows down the economy, just given inflation and oil still high, you would have stagflation before you had deflation. We talked about this last week because I'm not, again, like a couple months ago, if you told me stagflation, I wouldn't believe you just because the economy was booming. It didn't really line up. It didn't match up. Inflation wasn't that high. You get oil rocketing, limited ability to handle, again, a crisis oil shock causing inflation, and then that's able to sap into the economy and the demand. Then you go stagflation, and then depending on how hard that stagflation is or if the momentum of the economy, then you'd go to deflation. But I do think stagflation is much more possible than it was a month or 2 months ago. Yeah, we've had 5 weekly candles in the red. Worst since 2022. Spies, did we have Spies and gone down 10%? I think Spies down 6 or 7. You might be right. Everything, bro, everything is kind of came again. The only thing up is really XLE. And XLE started dropping middle of the day too. Would you compare this to 08? Kind of. Again, 08, you still had some conflicts. Oil went up. People were worried about inflation right before it went up. And that's what I'm saying. I think this oil move is deflationary. That's why even bonds will eventually react, but then we see what the dollar's doing. And like I told you guys, I was telling you from before any of this occurred, last time we had deflation, what did the dollar look like? You know what I'm saying? The dollar, you first had the reverse. It started off strong and then it weakened. But again, as we were getting inflation, the dollar was getting stronger. So depending on how this plays out and with oil, in worst case scenario, it would look like, oh wait, you have private credit. You don't have any other systematic or systemic issue. But yeah, that is the point. You're going to get a stupid bounce eventually. I don't know about today. But again, this is what I was telling you now, like things are changing. Just again, this last week, even starting off today, remember, we were playing the deja vu setup. Last year, we did the same exact thing. But remember, we had that little bounce there for a little bit, and it looked like you were going to kind of get up there and kind of repeat. But now I guess you're dropping a lot. You dropping now a couple days earlier, and now you're dropping a lot bigger than last time. But now that bounce wasn't really it. So unfortunately, we're playing out we're starting to play out different than last year. So that's why now how this plays out, potential downside, upside, that's gonna start playing around a little bit. Iran Foreign Ministry, no talks during 30 days, no direct talks, only received proposals via intermediaries, including Pakistan, focusing all efforts on defending sovereignty amid continued U.S. aggression. IV is low. Remember, skew has been falling. So that's what people are saying. Below a certain point, this turns into liquidation. This isn't people trying to protect. This is selling off. Oh, midterm bounce is 6 months away. That's why I kept saying, I was like, you better have a lot of stamina because we are going to have a lot of, we have a lot of time still. Even if this gets resolved, I would still argue you're going to have to wait until the midterms get a little closer. Oh, we're way higher than Liberation Day. Yeah, dude, you're way, way higher. Oh, you're getting close, though, which is kind of crazy. So you're like 15 points away from getting to the February highs. So yeah, but you've given up a decent amount. That's like that's kind of the crazy part. But yeah, we're getting there. That's why I said this zone where we already sold out of the big long term. The fact that it's already gotten down there is pretty crazy. But yeah, you're still 612. But that's what I was saying there. It's like this goes 629 to 627 or 25, and then it's like 618, and then that's only 4 points higher. Iran Galabath, the enemy promotes its desires as new while threatening our nation. If they hit one, we'll take several back. So did he tweet? I told you, bro. Clockwork. This guy knows the algos. Y'all playing, bro. Galabath tweeted 2 minutes ago. The enemy promotes its desires as news while threatening our nation. Big mistake. If they hit one, we'll take several back. God willing, the people of Iran under the leadership will make enemy regret their aggression and reclaim their rights. Clockwork. You're selling all your shit on Wednesday? All right. Rack it up. That's one more. We'll do it. Just do it now, bro. The fuck? Why are you going to wait till Wednesday? Aren't you scared right now? The fuck? If an intruder came into your home, will you be like, I'm leaving on Wednesday? So if you knew someone came in, why don't you fucking do it now, bro? What the hell? Wednesday? I need anybody else selling out? We didn't get one today. Remember I was telling you earlier, I was like, it's chill. More people, but now into the low. You got one chat. He said on Wednesday. He's still thinking about it. His last term. It's similar. Oh, I've heard the Trump 1.0. It's a little similar, but again, it broke after Liberation Day. It did a lot better since that run up there. The only other chart people are looking at now is approval rating. And again, Trump's approval rating is the lowest it's been. If an intruder in your house, would you leave on Wednesday? Right? That's what I'm saying, bro. See, that's the difference. Some of y'all, you'd be like, oh, intruder in my house. I should run. You know what I would do? Wait for it. Wait for it. That's it, bro. I know the spots. I know exactly the spots in my house. It wouldn't go over. You know, I wouldn't break through another wall. I just silently waiting. And I said, I'd wait for it. So yeah, you could either run or you could wait. It all depends how you handle the conflict. Make sure they're down permanently. Sadly, I'm in California. I have to. That's what my lawyer advised. You know that? Because otherwise you'd get sued. That's it. I can't believe it took 6 months, 8 months. Because I was kind of mad. I was glad I got good equity on the property. But like I left some money on the table when I sold the long term. Fast forward today. Now it'd be at the same. We would have lost more though, actually. Because again, we had a lot of growth names that we sold out at really good. I don't even know what it would come out to. Because again, we were taking Meta, Netflix, and some other ones at really high prices. RCL, cruise lines coming down now. See if travel starts to get hit. Less time with a rape charge than a murder charge? What are you suggesting I do then? You came into the wrong house, boy. Oh, no. What are you doing? Less time. That's what I'm doing. I mean, like my lawyer told me to. He said it'd be less liability. I guess that'd be more terrifying, to be honest. That reminds me of Pulp Fiction. Okay, Galabath comments are hitting the wire. Yeah, that's exactly what it reminds me of. Like, oh, shit. I got rid of the play of those, but yeah, I think you would have made a little bit more. Of course, I sell out. They go to a fucking 30 cents to $1. I sold out at 100. I think I have one more left. Yeah, it's still whack. SYY, that's the one who bought the company. They're down 16. All right, man. Yeah, little pop at the level, 629.28. It's all playing the. I think at this point, like remember on Friday, Thursday, we were talking about capitulation. You're pretty much having that play out. Poet Ray Blanco. Dude, be careful, though. Do you guys remember the Peloton? And you guys were like, Eric Jackson Long? Do you guys know who the fuck Eric Jackson is? I saw him on Instagram. And dude, it's just like some weird white guy who has these weird-ass pages, and he gets like 80 views. I'm like, how the fuck did that trigger the algo? Dude, no, you guys, because like you guys, some of these names just sound professional. And you guys are like, yeah, Eric Jackson Long. Dude, I didn't care. I even commented on it. I was like, dude, this is the guy who fucking moved the wire? No, bro, it's just the wildest thing. Like, none of it, I was like, there's no way. This, like, he even had, like, a weird AI page. Like, it was a bad website. I didn't even say how much money he managed or anything, but, like, nah. Let me see it, bro. Look. Yeah, bro. On Instagram. I was tripping out, bro. I was like, this is the fucking guy who moved the wire? Are y'all for real? Long term, long term, long term. Can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. I just love your long term ways. Yeah, bro, this is it. Eric Jackson. And like, it's just some EMX AI with like 50 followers. Like this, bro. This was the Peloton video. See? I was like, this was the guy that moved the algo? This video, bro.
They got
y'all made 1,000% on it.
Free cash flow right now. The entire company is trading at 5 times that.
Bro, this is me in like 30
Sonos,
years. I'm not judging too hard, but I'm just saying. I'm like, why the fuck would it?
Times.
So if I said I'm buying Peloton, would it skyrocket? No.
The old COVID story, a broken hardware company. Here's what they're missing. 7 insiders just bought stock, including the CEO and the CFO. Now the ex.
Bro, they don't like, bro, look at Eric Jackson, bro. 0 comments, 16 on all of these, bro. And I'm like, y'all moving the fucking wire on this? Are you kidding me? So yeah, just because they have a name that sound hella professional and they say they got an AI company, that's it. Bro, his wife not even 20 years younger? I can't. Yeah, man, I don't know how much. I don't know the AUM. I'm just saying. But yeah, that surprised me. That surprised me. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am long term. Never meant to sell off of the highs. I apologize the trillion times. I'm sorry, Joshy. Ooh, I sold my long term. Josh answers, Peloton long sounds just as good. I don't know, man. I feel like the name sounds good. Eric Jackson. You're like, oh, Eric Jackson. Fuck yeah, Eric Jackson. Who the fuck is Eric Jackson? Too many hat picks for that age, I know. Because I'm shaving my shit off, right? You know what I'm saying? I still got a couple more years. But once I'm already balding, dude. So, but like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even show my face. Fuck all y'all. That's it. He just said that'll be him in 20 years. Oh, no, I'll probably be still posting stock videos. But, like, I don't think I'm ever going to be chill like that. That's the sad part. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm only going to get worse, you guys. Like, imagine I hit, like, what, 50, 60, 70 years old. Do y'all think I'm gonna chill out? I won't have as much energy, but I'm not gonna give a fuck. I'm gonna be very, very terrible. It's not unusual to buy stocks at all-time highs. It's not unusual to sell the lows. It's time to go. All right, man, 17 minutes. Angry meter, 10 out of 10. Yeah. I don't know if I'd be angry. I would just be annoying. You guys got to grow up with me. You guys got to see me age. You didn't see me, but yeah, you did watch me just give less and less of fucks. So, I think that's, imagine, give me another 10, 20 years. If you turn your head upside down, it's a pretty good day. Oh, shit, dog. Yo, we're ripping. I feel you, dog. You should try it. Maybe it'll change your perspective. I did it. Did you hear it? I turned around. It looks very similar, but different. How come the starting point keeps changing? I'm very confused. What's your take on 150 TLT calls for April? You are down 50%. But, I mean, you know you only have 17 days. So, you might have TLT DS. There's Trump derangement syndrome and TLT derangement syndrome. So I do think the bonds are very critical and they're going to play an important role. But you want to watch from being careful of just TLT everything all the time. Just like how people bring up Trump all the time and then they blame Trump for everything. And then no matter what you say, you're like, wow, it's a beautiful day outside. You're like, not if ICE is still around. You're like, what? And then you'll be like, oh yeah, I had chicken for breakfast. Oh, the eggs! Fuck the eggs! Do you understand what a king is? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it goes along. It's like, okay, bro, not everything is about Trump. Same exact thing has to do with TLT. All right, something happens in the market. They're like, TLT! We need TLT weekly, daily, tomorrow. So I do think the bonds, you're better off at some point if you pour enough money in TLT. You might just be better off buying the shares, but I don't even think that's a good idea. I do think, once the fixed income situation changes and depending on whether private credit fails or not, that could be a catalyst to get in. Otherwise, if we start to notice demand destruction leading to a change in policy, that would probably be your moment. But it's hard to time on a 10-day, 15-day scale, you know what I'm saying? And not everything should point you there, is the best advice that I could give you. But it's very hard. It's hard to comment on a play like that with such little time. That's kind of the problem. But like I was saying, I think if bonds fail, if corporate bonds fail, TLT will get a bid. Again, if this demand destruction turns into real demand destruction and they got to flip to that, then yeah, I do think TLT will catch a bid. In the meantime, though, everything, I think, or once it hits 5%, so you might be a little early. If the bonds hit 4.9, I think something's going to happen, something positive. They're gonna pull something out of their ass. I even think the admin and Bessent, I think they want it to go to 5, because if they intervened right now, there's a chance it would hit 5 again. So I do think that they want to do it. So I hope that helps. NVO, it's getting there. They're still, again, unless they just drop the ball. But, you know, that's on the list. I think now that it's the next couple days, bro, if it just stops fucking going down, we need a stabilization. It hits a new low every day. But, yeah, if it could stabilize there, otherwise it is getting very appealing, but then it is in the kind of the healthcare drug space. If the market wasn't going through so much volatility, I think it's easy. But then again, too, it's like if we don't get a better deal on banks or software, and then none of the Kimberleys and all that, I'm down. But I do, again, Kimberly and TAP are my first 2 choices. You don't know, you keep averaging. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is just like TLT is a very pervasive thing, where just it's easy to go for it all the time. But like I'm saying, 5%, I think something good will happen. I don't really look at volume in open interest for that reason, partly. No, they're not squeezing Powell. Powell doesn't give a fuck. We just heard him. Bro, you didn't... Not only does Powell not even addressing it, do you not even hear how they... Do you not even hear how they fucking talk about Powell? Powell is like the new Fauci. They're like, dude, you're so great. You're so unbiased. You've never made a... They're protecting Powell. So Powell is a fucking green light right now. I don't think Powell has any pressure on him at all. I bet you if the market crashed, they would thank Powell at this point. They'd be like, wow, Powell, thank you for not stepping in and doing something. You're so amazing. But Donald, on the other hand, they would blame Kevin Warsh. They're like, because they knew you were coming. That's why, you fucking failure. You sick, sick man. Bathed in immunity. He's bathed in public perception. So yeah, I don't think... And then even his stance... It's not like Powell's pushing it. Powell's just playing the same card he did last time that got him in a transitory, but this time I think he's a little bit more versed. And then again, like, people have his back. Everybody has Powell's back right now. I don't consider volume, no. I look at it, and it could mean something for a stock, underlying equity, but I don't look at options and like, wow, a lot of people are buying it, let me buy it. If anything, I get turned off by it, because how the algos have changed. Usually if there's too much crowding, I'm like, fuck. Good idea, but now it's packed. Is it better to park your money in SGov than high yields? Are you in Canada? If you get less taxes, but I don't know if SGov, I haven't followed up with it and what it's offering. I like money markets. Money market's easy. You do get taxed on it, but at the same time, it shouldn't be that much. Is SGov, I don't know if money market's the tax rate comparatively, but I mean, we're talking a small difference in what you, just depends on how much money you're putting, but if it's a large amount of money, I would just buy a damn bond. Call it a day if you're really worried about the taxes. TAP is right, but it got really low the other day. I just still didn't have my deposit. And then we got like another month and a half till ex-dividend date. But those are the names I want more. I want Tap, Kimberly, keep building. Oh, Golubov tweeted again. Iran enemies. Oh, yeah, it's the same headline. It's my quant, dude. Ioner already up 30. That was one of the biotechs this morning. T-Mobile, Verizon, judge blocks the save or over $1,000 ad campaign. European officials, Iran urging Houthis to target Red Sea shipping routes. SY. Well, SYY just bought the company. It's kind of doing what Kimberly Clark did. You know, cash plus stock deal, and then the stock adjusts almost immediately. So yeah, let the dust settle. It's kind of, remember, Kimberly wasn't that low after the announcement, and then it proceeded to drop a lot harder. Remember, it went like 106 to 99, and then now this is the first time it's finally, again, 52-week low on Kimberly today. All right, Chattadonia. Final 5 is approaching. XLP near the high. SPY bounced off of that one low. Literally Galabath, bro? My quant was like 8 minutes off, but then again, I think... And then remember, tomorrow you get the end of the month rebalance, so you're going to get a little bit more demand there and some algos. Earnings after the close. Are any of them big? It's crazy. You know, in like a couple weeks, we're going to start earnings, and then don't we have Nike tomorrow? Again, you had FedEx last week, so you are kind of at the early end of earnings. Cigna on the low, Pfizer on the high. Habibi. Not unusual to buy stocks at highs. You think green at open? I don't know, but I do think if the trend is going to follow by Wednesday, we should be a little higher than where we closed on Friday. And then I think Thursday and Friday will be dog shit. And then it depends on the news too. But then Friday's closed. And then also, you guys know the news is extremely delayed. So again, today's first sign of anything we heard was that the troops are actually there. But even how crazy last week was coming into this weekend with no real big thing. I mean, again, that whole, what happened to the Islamabad? Do you guys, like, where the fuck did Islamabad go? That it either didn't happen or it already happened and we don't know about. Well, where the fuck happened to Islamabad? And then you actually had the most amount of ships actually move through. But yeah, I think the market's just in la land and we're reacting to a lot of other things. But I do think the information is extremely old. So I don't even know what's happening here. But that's why following the Monday through Wednesday, then Thursday, Friday trend, and then yeah, we see what happens. But then again, you're pushing up on April. Like I was telling you guys, come April, if this isn't resolved, I mean, all of the option oil curve, it's going to start pushing up gradually as you're getting towards a pretty big repricing. All right, Chad, not much time remaining. God bless you all. May the Lord be with you. But I would wrap up your plays. Get ready. Maybe we get something after the bell, but I'm sure tonight leading into tomorrow morning. Oh, excuse me. Those are going to be the bigger moves. But yeah, this was a weird one considering, I mean, again, I think it's just a capitulation mode at this point, just from the levels and the momentum. But yeah, bro, for probably 3 days in a row now, we haven't really heard anything new from what you had on Friday. You do have troops there. It just, you had more hype on the troops going over there than the troops actually being there, to put it in a perspective. So we'll see, but you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Wrap it up. I mean, again, are we going to capitulate further? What's going to happen with the delays and the delay of the delay? What is real? What is not? What is fog or not, my friends? But I'd wrap a Rooney. Again, remember, you had an effect here with Japan, so see if that continues. But 3, 2, 1, Ding, 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 ding. Horna Chadadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Uneventful weekend into an eventful price action, but uneventful headlines. I need a good game in the chat right now, baby. GG. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, parliament members, whatever it is. I need a good game in the chat, baby. God bless you all. Thank you for your time. I need delay adjusted, all of them, man, but for real. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in. All of y'all really holding it down. All of y'all really contributing. Not being an angry elf, but seizing the opportunity on every side, having the stamina, even for next year, the end of the year. Are you ready for it? The midterm? Oh, man. GG, baby, and God bless. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for everything. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you tonight if you're on the locked in. I'll post something on my Instagram, too, baby. I'll see you there, baby. Have a good one. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. That's a good one. I like this one.
Hey, for real though, what are you doing this for?
This one
like, ask yourself that.
All right, I'll let it ride. Well, thank you for your time, Chad. I hope you have a great Monday. Again, I'd be on the lookout for tonight or not. Oil closed into the highest settlement since the war started. If you think about it, you had 119, it didn't close there. This time you're closing high. You're right around the corner of the reprice. You're seemingly 3 to 4 days behind on the news. Get ready for all of it. Your long term. You almost had more long-term panic today. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you've been before. What the fuck you smiling for? Stop acting like you've been before. Wow. God bless you, Chad. I'll see y'all soon. I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV. Yeah, I put that shit on YouTube now. The youth is trying to beat me now. So
take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding by hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise, so you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade it, support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters, what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay the fine, do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in, this one encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money is start coming in, make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. Yeah, I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dream. Me like for real, you telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie.
That's the devil, he a lie. God bless you, Chattadonia. So Chattadonia, get ready for tonight. Oil futures are coming up into this. Let's see where this leads us all. I will get you an update. You closing down 0.7 on the NASDAQ. Dow actually closed green. So yeah, man, let's see where this all goes. I love you. Thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, just like water, you're a very weird element on this earth. And I hope you seek that out and use your mind to the fullest, my friends, because the kingdom is within inside you. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia. Have a wonderful evening. And before we go, please take a quick listen from our sponsors who help us provide this great content for you on a daily basis, okay? And then shout out, and then the Locked In too. They're my other sponsors. So God bless you guys. You got your stream alerts too.
Put your moderate to severe
but
volatility in check with long-term, once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself